it's killed 60 people in 8 months because it's elephant tranquilizer. Elephant tranquilizer. It's 50 times more powerful than heroin. I mean, who would sell that to you? What sort of sick person would sell that? There's one here. It's been traced to a filthy garage laboratory in the north, which sold the drug online. They've identified 443 customers, including 172 in Britain, at least one of whom has died. Fentanyl can be administered by doctors in a £10 million a year official industry. It's one of the most powerful opiates, stronger than morphine or heroin, and used to anaesthetize elephants. And people put that into their body, do they? It's also the one that Jonathan Prince overdosed. Who's Jonathan Prince? Oh, Prince. Oh, right. He was on it. It's an elephant tranquilizer. I don't know. You sometimes wonder whether the whole world has gone mad, don't you? Somebody would seriously put elephant tranquilizer in there, but for what effect? That it makes you go to sleep very quickly. God, I can't think of anything more ridiculous than people sticking... I can understand people having a drink or people doing things. I can't imagine why you'd want to stick something in your body that you don't know what it is or where it's made. And it's an elephant tranquilizer. Dear me. Phil Vickery says, I love the Hill Street Blues, especially the roll call at the start of every programme. Was it the Rockford Files that started with his answer phone? Hi, this is Jim Rockford. I'm not in at the moment, but leave a message and I'll get back to you. Was it something like that? I'm pretty certain that was one. So a friend of mine did his answer phone based on the same thing. Whereas I just had an answer phone saying, hi, it's Steve, leave a message after the tone. And now I can't even tell you what my answer phone says. It might not even say anything at all. Phil's up early this morning, which is nice. He says at the start of every programme we got that roll call for Hill Street Blues. The Hill Street Blues was the police one, wasn't it? I'll tell you the other one I liked, Danny DeVito in Taxi. I thought that was a nice little thing, and I interviewed Danny DeVito. First time he came in, it was a short interview. Second time, it was a longer interview. Because you've always got the trouble, you've got the PRs, and they go, we need to be somewhere else, and you go, well, I'm sorry, I can't just do a quick 5-minute interview. It's, we're filling a programme here. Loose Women's Carol McGiffin says that she downs 2 bottles a night. She says she drinks nearly every day, and despite having nasty hangovers. She's 57. She was a bit of a party girl, and it's an interesting amount of wine to drink, isn't it? I think it's an interesting amount of wine to drink. But anyway, the family's fury, the AA have sacked a mentally ill boss for misconduct. And fizzing back, because they've made their mind up, it's Bucks Fizz. They're back with 36 years on, a new album from the Eurovision winners. Cheryl Baker is now 63. Not possible, is it? Jay Aston is 56. Mike Nolan 62, and Bobby G is 63. So they're all coming back. Because I thought Bobby G owned the name, or was it somebody else who owned the name? But anyway, they're now known as The Fizz. So they're releasing their first album. They've had to change their name because of a legal row with Bobby G. Oh, so they've got the new member is Bobby McVeigh. Bobby McVeigh is the new member. It looks very similar, actually. So Bobby G is the only member of the original lineup, not involved in the lineup here. It's a shame, isn't it, when people sort of argue over things like that. So they're called The Fizz. Does it make any difference? Probably not. Will they still perform up and down the country? Of course they will. Mike Nolan, you remember, had that dreadful car accident where we thought he was going to die, but luckily he didn't. And the other one here was the story of the hire car horror stories. And one of the people they've got there, Bucks Fizz do tour, and 2 versions. One version is Mike Nolan, Cheryl Baker and Jay Aston, while the other contains Bobby G, his wife, and 2 other singers. It's not quite the same. It used to be the same years ago, and my friend will tell you this is true, that there were about 3 different versions of the Drifters doing the rounds. There was sort of, and they go, and this is actually the cousin of one of the original Drifters, because we went on a cruise ship, do you remember? And they said, here's the Drifters. This was a big hit for us way back in 1956, and looking at this group of children going, you weren't the Drifters. You weren't the Drifters. And they were signing copies of the album. It's hilarious. Rachel Riley says she was ripped off too. People who are bullied into giving... This is car hiring. It's terrible. I've known about it for years and years. We've never actually spoken about it. We've done our best. Fears that frail Brucey will never perform again. He's 89. I bet he'd love to. I bet he would like to, but I bet the body is not willing. He's taking things very slowly. He's in good form. He's still in the recuperation phase. There are no plans for a TV comeback anytime soon. I think he should, don't you think, he should do another interview? He should do one more interview. And I think that would be the definitive Brucey interview. Somebody should get him for, Desert Island Discs or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think. There must be loads of things that you could do with him, just to get him to recount, while he can, all the things he remembers doing, how he started off, his little shows, his tap dancing, and his piano playing and stuff like that. Because it must be, he's an old variety performer. If you've been an old variety performer and all of a sudden, unfortunately the body starts collapsing a little bit, you can still watch him on television. He loved the people. He loved doing it, but he knew what he was doing. He was a very clever performer, but he's still with us. He's 89, so we hope that he goes on for many, many years to come. Mr. and Mrs. Tantric sex. I don't know anybody apart from Sting and Trudy Styler who ever had tantric sex. But apparently they go out to Saint-Tropez, to a nightclub's VIP room, and then they do a public affection thing between the two of them. He was wearing a black and red striped T-shirt as he embraced, kissed and danced with Miss Styler, much to the embarrassment of their children. They talk about epic tantric sex. I don't know. We're taking it to a different level. They've been to swimming parties and strip clubs and stuff like that. But he says the idea of tantric sex is a spiritual act. I don't know any purer way of expressing a love for another individual and sharing that. It's wonderful. He says, I call it sacrament. Oh, that's slightly odd, isn't it, really? I'm not too sure about it. I don't think it's the kind of thing we could discuss at this time of the morning. Too many people going, I don't know. We've got Lucy Beresford. She'll probably understand what it is. She'll probably understand. Steve, let's be honest. If you're going to buy that kind of stuff from the dark web, you deserve everything that happens to you, says Jack the postman. I have to be honest. I mean, I can't imagine why anybody in their right mind, unless you were some sort of drug addict, would ever buy anything that, even if you checked it out, if you didn't have, you had limited... But if you were using the internet, you can find the dark web. You can surely find Google and put in what this thing is and find out that it tranquilizes elephants. Surely not going to be much good for us humans, is it? LBC News Time, 5:30, the latest headlines, Simon Conway.
Oligarchs, multi-millionaires and foreign royalty are reported to be among the owners of empty homes near Grenfell Tower. The Guardian says there are more than 1,600 unoccupied properties in Kensington and Chelsea. The US Secretary of State Rex Tillerson says America isn't looking for regime change in North Korea. A Republican senator reportedly says Donald Trump told him he was prepared to go to war with Pyongyang. The Duke of Edinburgh will perform his final royal event later before he retires from public engagements. Prince Philip, who's 96, is attending a Royal Marines charity parade at Buckingham Palace. LBC weather, rain moving across much of the country through the day. Some heavy downpours in the south, a high of 19 degrees.
Travel. Good morning, I'm Joanne Webb. In London, in Barking, the Ripple Road, which is the A123, has been closed in both directions. The closures between Devon Road and King's Edward Road, and that's because of a police investigation. Also in London, in Kennington, the A23 is closed northbound at the A3 junction for emergency repair works. In Essex, one lane closed on the A12 northbound just after junction 19 at the Boreham interchange because of an accident. And in Cumbria, the M6 was closed southbound at junction 37 at Kensal because a lorry jackknifed. The motorway has just this moment reopened, although one lane stays closed for recovery, so it's still extremely busy on the approach. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC.
Hi, I'm Nas with news if you're travelling to or from London and over the bank holiday. We're doing important work to deliver our railway upgrade plan and to bring us closer to completing some of our major rail improvement projects. Some services will be restricted and some will not be running, with no trains at all at London Euston on the 26th and 27th of August. So please, check before you travel at nationalrail.co.uk/August or contact your train operator. Thanks for your patience. Network Rail, working for you.
Do you want to improve business efficiency and take control of your finances? With Sage Accounting, you can. Our solutions are easy to set up, intuitive, and accompanied by unrivaled support from our experts. Whether you're a startup or growing business, there's a solution for you. Sage, accounting for your business journey. For more information or to book a software demo, visit sage.co.uk/journey.
Hi, I'm Michael Owen, and I know what it's like to be injured. If you've been injured and it's not your fault, you need to speak to Gowing Law. Text WIN to 80800, and Gowing Law will do the rest.
Thanks, Michael. If you've been injured on the road or at work, Gowing Law could help you win thousands in compensation. We can tell you instantly what you might be owed. Find out right now and text WIN to 80800.
Have you discovered the award-winning new Citroen C3? With integrated connected cam Citroen, 36 5-tone colour combinations, Apple CarPlay, and 3 years free servicing. Why not discover it for yourself in showrooms now, or search new C3. Features available on selected models. 3-year offer ends after 36 months or 35,000 miles were exceeded, whichever occurs soonest. Terms and conditions apply at participating dealers only.
The Hyundai sale of season clearance is on now. Hurry in for this Qualcomm 600-watt hedge trimmer was £39.99, now only £33. Hyundai, always low prices.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. I saw 15 minutes, says Paul, of so-called celebrity Big Brother. I only recognised a few people. Am I getting old? No. In fact, if you were old, you'd recognise them. But unfortunately, there's nobody on there. There's a few people with, let's just call them, emotional issues. Derek, mad as a brush, the Cora. Some lacklustre Americans with about as much talent as I've got in my little tiny finger. An ex-girl band member. Somebody... Who else was there? Oh, somebody from Made in Chelsea you've never heard of. Seriously, never heard. I can understand if he was one of the famous ones, but it's just some dipstick who we've never heard of. He must be so desperate, poor little soul, honestly. So just wait till they start fighting. It'll make it marginally more interesting, won't it? Mick says, only sad, uninteresting people watch Loose Women more than once. I have to be honest, I've watched it more than once. So I don't sort of set out to watch it. I'm a channel flicker. I sit there with a remote like the rest of the country. Click. If it only goes to the ad break, click, I'm onto something else. I can't bear with the ad breaks because I lose my attention. Mick says the luxury breakfast is haddock, poached in milk with a poached egg on top and rustic buttered toast. What God's name is rustic buttered toast? This friend of mine does buttered toast. There's a lot of butter on it, but I quite like he's obviously done the baked beans in a microwave, which looks quite nice actually. And then I suppose they do that in some little posh places, don't they? The baked beans come separately. In a little, you have to sort of take them out. Instead, they can give you less, I think. Somebody says, one Magnum, 75% of your recommended daily sugar intake. Tut, 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 says Martin. Well, there you go. And you could do a high-tech time check for everyone with an amazing echo by saying, Alexa, what's the time? And she'll do it for you. Yeah, I don't have one here. I have one outside. Perhaps I should walk past the desk again. Alexa, what's the time? Should they do it in another language? Could Alexa do it in Chinese or something like that? That'd be quite clever, wouldn't it? And Mike says, I know you're not a football fan, but as an Arsenal fan, I'm disgusted by the actions of our owner, who's Stan Kroenke. Yes, we did this yesterday on the programme. We really must keep up, actually, Mike. We did it yesterday. It's now an old story. A lot of people complaining about it. He's obviously a silly person. This is putting up images of people killing animals for some reason best known to himself. Perhaps he's just very stupid. Not the kind of thing that you would want to watch, is it, anytime soon? Mind you, in China, they have zoos where you pay to feed the lions. When I say pay to feed the lions, you're paying like $100 and they will provide a donkey or a cow and they tip it out of the back of this truck when it's feeding time and the lions kill it. And people pay to watch that. Why would you want to do that? I mean, we're turning into this sort of nation. My friend says, I do the beans separately so the toast doesn't go soggy. That's probably true. Only one piece of toast, they see. I mean, I couldn't do that. I've got a four-slot toaster, which makes me pretty awful, doesn't it? Mind you, this friend of mine is quite fit. When I say fit, I mean one piece of toast would probably be enough, because they look like a lot of beans there, and I don't know if beans are good for you. I can't work out if beans are good for you. I don't think they're slimming, are they? I don't think they're very slimming beans. But I have to be honest, you're right. Nobody wants soggy toast. although as a child I used to quite like soggy toast. Steve, is it necessary for people to discuss their personal sex life in public? I think Sting needs to get some dignity in his life. Oh, he's always spoken about tantric sex. There's nothing new there at all. Oh, I was at Waterloo Station the other day. Well, obviously I have to go back from there. And my poster is still at the bottom of the up escalator going up into the station for an American in Paris. And apparently I'm on most of the platforms as well. I'm so excited. I've taken over the station. Of course, I'm the only one who knows it's me. It doesn't help, does it, really? I'm up at 5 at Charing Cross. Yes! See? World domination. Your train came in, did it? You saw Steve Allen, LBC. It's so exciting. And you go, did you say to anybody on the train, I know him? And they all went, yeah, whatever. That's what people are like, actually. I spent 15 minutes, Steve, says Billy, dropping my daughter off at the bus stop at 4:50 a.m. and really should go to sleep. But I listened to your nonsense, which I found most amusing. I know. So do many other people, which is quite good. Duncan says, I was on a date at a matinee of Sunset Boulevard on the Strand in 97 or 98 and sat next to Bruce and his wife, who's called Wilnelia. When the interval came, he offered me and the man I was with an ice cream. What was Bruce selling the ice creams? That wouldn't surprise me, actually. That wouldn't surprise me. I also saw Sunset Boulevard. Are you still here? Why are you still here? Why? Oh, I set Alexa off. Oh, really? Oh, sorry. Alexa, what time is it? I didn't realise I could do that, actually. Alexa, who's Steve Allen? Try that one. See how that one goes down well. Have a nice night. So sorry, actually. If anybody on the news desk is offended, I do beg your pardon. Michael, Dennis the Black Cab poet, he's come up with an even better one. I daren't do it, Michael. They're very angry with me at the moment, so I'm going to get into most awful trouble. People are writing and saying, it's actually outrageous. Steve Allen's allowed to say these things. But I might know somebody called Alexa. Hello. Something else that spoke to me at home. A friend of mine's got one, and he's also got this thing as well, because, you know, his doggy's not very well, but after Bruce Fogel, yes, to our rescue in Regent's Park, he's got a camera at home in the sitting room so he can see the dog. And so he then put it up on his telephone, and it showed us the dog in the sitting room. I thought she'd been lying down, exhausted, but no, she was wandering around the sitting room. You think, do animals really not know that we're actually watching them? The answer is no, they don't. But it was quite a clever thing. It's like somebody said, you can get this, and then wherever you are in the world, you can watch. I thought, just say it's somebody just, you know, burglaring your house. You know, but you'd be watching it going, I think this is wrong on so many different levels. Bobby McVeigh used to be in a group, Sweet Sensation, and then he was a presenter on Radio Wyvern in Worcester, where I worked, and then Red Dragon in Cardiff. Nearly fell out of bed when I heard his name after all this time. Says Steph on the Rhine, but back in Malvern tomorrow. Thank you for your lovely company. Oh, yeah, we actually own that station. We own Red Dragon. It's nice to know it's in part of the fold. And work to treat, says Kate. Get ready for a flood of people texting in saying you made their Alexa talk to them. I know. I didn't realise it obviously works through the... It doesn't matter, does it, whether it's coming through the radio or everything else. Can you change the name? Does it have to be Alexa? It has to be Why does it have to be Alexa? Sorry, Alexa. I know you want to give us the time. Sorry, I'm now doing it just to be very annoying, I'm afraid. Steve, Alexa just told me the time, and I'm listening to you on it as well. Yes, I think we should say, Alexa, tune to LBC. There you go. Let's put some more people in there as well. I quite like doing that, but as I say, something that talks to me at home is not something I need very often, I'm afraid. Okay, time check coming up. Nope, changed my mind. Okay, moving on. Other stories in the... What, you animated yourself then? Thought we were going to be doing a sort of a quickly early for the interval, as they say. Who's this? Oh yes, Piers Morgan. You know he hates Celebrity Love Island. He called them cretins. And anyway, so he's actually going off on holiday, and they booked two of them to cover him, Kem and Amber. Well, I mean, he just looks like he's wandered out of a knitting pattern advert, and she just looks as though she's going to be absolutely, truly dreadful. But so it's obviously done to annoy him. He actually said if they were employed, he'd walk out. He won't, of course, because he's under contract. And he says, I can deal with the fact you're famous for having sex under a blow-up turtle, but I can't handle you not speaking English properly, because they're all a bit thick on that programme, aren't they? Mind you, that's a bit like Celebrity Big Brother, of which there are no celebrities. There's about 2 people who could possibly... The others just come from reality shows. That's how desperately sad it's got now. There is nobody that you can book in, you know, and so you've got Sarah Harding in there. I mean, her career is, well, described by one of the columnists today. It's tanked. And I think tanked means it's finished. She's tried everything else. Gemma Lucy is just rude, foul-mouthed, disgusting. Marisa Jade is famous for mob wives. I'm sorry, this is an American programme. Why do we want anybody from an American programme? We really don't. Jordan Davies is just irritating beyond belief. I mean, Derek Acora really is 2 people. In his mind, he thinks he's 2 people because he's got his spirit guide called Sam. I mean, out of all the spirit guide... Oh, Sam. Oh, wait a minute, Sam's coming through in a moment. He's telling me I'm utterly useless on television. Sam is so funny, isn't he? He's so funny. You are useless on television. Paul Dannon is just... He's going to just pop over the edge. Seriously, he shouldn't be on there. He should have had some sort of test. Sam Thompson is this buffoon out of Made in Chelsea who nobody's ever heard of. And, Derek Acora he's already made a promise. He's going to be talking to Princess Diana on the show. If you want to see real fraudulent rubbish, this will be the place to come to, ladies and gentlemen. So he's never done it before, but he wants to contact her in the house. And he says, I adore Diana and I'd love to speak to her. Funny how you never mentioned it before, love, isn't it, really? But there you go. Poor old Derek Acora, he looks like he enjoys a few drinks. Brandy Glanville is off some Housewives of Beverly Hills. And a bit naff. And the failure that is Karthik Nagasan he came from I think he was in The Apprentice. He was a total loser. What are you putting him on there for? You're not a celebrity. The man's a fraud. Get him out. I would go in there and go, you out. This is a celebrity version. Oh, sorry, you as well. Out. Ridiculous. I mean, Sandy Bogle, a peculiar creature at the best of times. You know, Chad Johnson, Amelia Lilly, Trisha Paytas. I mean, dear God in heaven. Where do they get these deadbeats from? The answer, there'll be an agency somewhere that sort of drags them up and they go, oh, she can do it. But I want to know who the replacement... They lost 4 people out of the original lineup. I want to know who the 4 deadbeat, people that came in to replace them are. It's ridiculous, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently you can change Alexa to respond to Amazon and Echo as well. That's quite nice, isn't it? George in Norbury says, thank you, Steve. You've now got our Alexa responding to you. It's my new best friend. I'm talking to a computer. Is it actually a proper voice? I mean, I know it's a proper voice. Is it actually a person who's done it? Or is it a computer voice? Do you think it's actually a voiceover? It's like Siri. Siri was our breakfast show presenter when it started. No, not Nick Ferrari. Our weekend breakfast show presenter was the voice of Siri. Now I think it's actually I can't remember who Siri is at the moment. I was curious to know how Siri worked, what you had to record to actually get Siri to have a conversation with you. But it's so good now. It is so good. And you think, I mean, I'm always amazed at voice recognition, which has improved, absolutely unbelievably well over the years. I've had them in the past. You go, phone David, phoning Nicola. No, phone David. Phoning Troy. I don't know anybody. I've just made these names up just in case you think you're all of a sudden famous. And now it's actually really, really clever. Siri, should I take a break?
I don't know how to respond to that.
Oh, there you go. You see, useless. Yeah, that's a point. We'll try that afterwards, shall we? We'll do it. I'll try and hit the out times as well as I can, but I do fall by the wayside, I'm afraid. We do get a little bit sidetracked. So I'll tell you now, this is not bad for me. 14 minutes to 6. With the LBC Travel, Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Steve. Good morning. In London, embarking, the A123 Ripple Road is closed in both directions. Now, the closure is between Devon Road and King Edward's Road. That's because of an ongoing police investigation, and it will be closed for some time. Also in London, in Kennington, the A23 is closed northbound at the A3 junction because of emergency repair works. Then also in London, there's only one Woolwich ferry running, and that will be the case for the rest of the morning because of a mechanical problem. In Cumbria, there's a lane closed on the M6 southbound just after junction 37 at Kendal after an accident. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC.
Ask the price of a Ford Motorcraft service and you won't hear, or you'll simply hear £149 all-inclusive. Yes, £149 all-inclusive. You heard it right. Book your service online at ford.co.uk.
All prices are recommended retail prices and include parts, labour and VAT. Available at participating dealers only. Terms and conditions apply.
Ourtime.co.uk sent Tom's profile to Hazel. Just like him, she's single, in her 50s, and loves music festivals. So they met up. Ourtime.co.uk, the dating site for young people over 50. Join and browse for free today. Additional fees and subscriptions may apply. See ourtime.co.uk for details.
Fancy the thrill of being a city trader, but don't know your footsie from your Forex? Well, now you can gamble on something you really do understand by betting on Football Index, the football trading exchange. Simply buy and sell top players on Football Index for real cash. Trade up to £500 risk-free. And if you don't love Football Index, we'll give you your money back. Go to footballindex.co.uk or download the app and become a football trader today. Over 18s, new customers only, deposit required. Other terms apply. Gamble responsibly.
The Hyundai end of season clearance is on now. Hurry in for this Qualcomm 600-watt hedge trimmer. Was £39.99, now only £33. Hyundai, always low prices.
Moving house, nightmare. I need a plasterer, plumber, electrician, builder, painter, locksmith, gardener, and somebody to move my valuables, the drinks trolley. Relax, relax. It's Trust a Trader. They have all the tradespeople you can think of, reputable and reviewed, so you always get a job well done. Well done me, I say, for getting it all sorted. I shall reward myself with a cheeky tipple from the trolley. Chin chin, pass me the gin. Visit trustatrader.com.
There's no need to scream and shout. If there's a U-bend that needs straightening out.
There's a local hero for that.
If your lights are leaving you in the dark, there's no need for a rude remark.
There's a local hero for that. Whether it's plumbing, heating, drains or electrics, we've got a local tradesman who can help. There's no call-out charge and all work comes with a 12-month British Gas guarantee. Book online now. There's a local hero for that. Localheroes.com.
Prefer to get your car serviced on a Saturday? Then bring it to one of our participating Ford dealers. They're open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. To book online, go to ford.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 6 is the time. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Kelly says final law exam paper extracted from a real exam. A woman was driving an old Honda City car when she mistakenly hit a Range Rover Evoque. The lady came out from her Range Rover insulting the other lady and said, you know, you're not very good, are you? And asked her to repair the Range Rover. The woman with the Honda City called her husband. He said he was busy and she should try to fix up things and they should meet later at home. The lady with the Range Rover called her boyfriend and said, sweetheart, somebody's just hit the birthday gift you gave me. I'm very angry. A few minutes later, boyfriend arrives. Guess what? He's the husband to the lady with the Honda City car. Discuss possible legal consequences for all three parties. That gets you 20 marks. Things that come up in court now. Excellent. I love stuff like that. It's like those stupid things, isn't it? I hit the car in front of me who was coming in the opposite direction, and I hit them at the same time last week or something. I hit the post box as it stepped out into the road. All those sort of stupid things that people come up with in court. That's why you actually get these people on these programs where they just tell fibs. You know, so when they do the can't pay, we're going to come and take it away, they actually say, sorry, have you got anything out? No. Whose is that car? And the man said, what car? And they went, that car there. The one you just drove up in. They seem to think all these people are stupid. So whenever they sort of speak it, we had that great one, do you remember? Who got stopped in, I think it was Australia. And the bloke tried to claim he wasn't driving the car. He said, no, it wasn't me. It was my friend who got out and went round the corners. He got his friend back and said to him in, I can't remember what language it was. It was another language. And he didn't realise. They just put the translation up on the television. And he said, listen, say that you were driving the car because I had to swap seats. And so they said, no, you were definitely driving. No, he was driving. And he stood there arguing it and going, no, we just heard you lying. Such a crook, such a crook. So Eamon and Ruth go to a saucy sex party. I'm going to have to pass that on to Lucy Beresford. I can't. The very idea that Eamon Holmes goes there. He's filming a documentary. And he joined 50 couples at a country house for the Killing Kittens Bash. That's what it's called, the Killing Kittens Bash. The pair shared an erotic dining experience. Eamon inviting his wife to blindfold him. You see, what I'd love to do is blindfold him, then everybody leaves. Just leave him sitting there. You know, that might get. And then she fed him spaghetti. Other couples who paid £450 a ticket, the black tie event, Does it really make any difference what you're wearing? You're going to end up with your clothes off, aren't you? Got down to business in X-rated playrooms, which included, tantric massage. There you go, we've discovered it again. Dungeons, complete with whips and chains. Guest says Eamon and 57-year-old Ruth were fascinated. Oh, please, do me a favour. Well, one says they were both really excited. Both are pretty broad-minded. They're both fairly ancient, that's why. Of course they've heard of wife swapping and stuff like that. Mind you, I think he'd probably be worried that he'd probably, throw the keys in the middle and he'd walk out with a fridge freezer or something. And it'd just be his luck. Bake Off to the future. What they've done, they've said, unfortunately, Mary Berry's got a new show, which is almost identical to the new cooking programme with Prue Leith and Paul Hollywood. It's just, another dreary baking programme. Much as I adore, Mary Berry, it's Claudia the Ball Winkleman again. I mean, Lord above, how much more money does she need? Talking of money, here he is. He's an Albanian crook, and he's got loads and loads of money. Loads and loads and loads of money because he's managed to rip people off over here. It's so easy to rip people off. Crooks come into the country, they do the thieving, they sell all the stuff, they go back, and they just flaunt it. We get them in prisons as well. The lying migrant. This is a man refused asylum because of a fake ID. His name's Ermal. He goes on the run in Britain for 9 years. 9 years, okay? And he applies again. This time he writes to friends, says, can you get me my... Because he pretended he was somebody else, and of course he wasn't. And so he's applied again. He's now allowed to remain indefinitely. What sort of stupid government have we got that sort of allows this? A lying migrant. He used fake ID, granted the right to stay here after 9 years on the run. I'd love to know what he's been doing for the last 9 years. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure Nick Ferrari will have something to say about that one. Also, the 7 priests. I mean, this is the oddest story ever, isn't it? 7 priests thrown out of a pub because staff thought they were a stag party in fancy dress. I mean, surely you can look at priests and realise who's a priest and who's not. The Roman Catholic priest wearing long black robes and dog collars was celebrating one of the group being ordained. They were stunned when staff told them fancy dress and stag parties were barred in case they caused trouble. I mean, it's a bit like Father Ted, isn't it, all over again? This is in Cardiff. They popped into the City Arms to toast the ordination of Father Peter McLaren. The assistant manager, Matt Morgan, apologised. He said, we've had quite a few issues on the weekends with parties wearing fancy dress, so it's our policy to turn them away. They're vicars. What are you, mad or something? God, blimey, you need to get out a little bit more, don't you? The priest called Matt's actions gracious and said his offer of free drinks drew applause from the pub's regulars. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't even know the priest drank. I mean, I know they're doing Father Ted, because one of them's completely sozzled most of the time. The spokesman for the Archdiocese of Cardiff said, we'd like to thank the City Arms for being good sports and their kind gesture. We don't want sozzled priests everywhere, do we? I mean, it's a good, to be honest with you, I think we should all be given drink when they go into the sermons. It's so boring. I mean, seriously, we used to sit there with a packet of opal fruits. Other sweets are available. And you'd sit there. My mother had passed them around. The good news is that they're doing away with the collecting plate. Amazing, because as it passes around, some people take out. The idea is to put in. And so they're doing away with it. And instead, you'll be doing swipe and pray. So the credit card machine will come round, I want a couple of quid, a touch. And then it goes on, and then you can have a prayer. Because my mother used to sort of rattle the tray when it used to come past her. So it didn't put as much in. My father used to put... sometimes he put an opal fruit in there. What use that was for the vicar, I've got no idea. But the collecting tray would be moving up and down. I used to think... I never thought about it at the time. I used to think, gosh, free money. I think that now, at the time, I didn't think anything about it at all. The £350,000 radio star, too slow. Too slow. Poor old Vanessa. Too slow. And she lacks the personality to front her flagging radio breakfast show. Not my words. No, her boss's words. David Roby, her boss, wrote that in an email and said, when we launched Vanessa's breakfast programme, we were aware we'd have to find the right balance between her skills and the much tighter format. So, anyway, it hasn't worked. She's hemorrhaged audience, so it's now down to the lowest it could ever be. In fact, as I say, if it was anywhere else, they'd have changed the person immediately. I mean, 160,000 people, in the course of the week is pitifully awful. I mean, that is bad. So the email gets sent out. Why? I've got no idea. Must have pushed the wrong button, or somebody said it. Perhaps it contained something else, and this came with it. Immediately, another email came out from the boss going, don't read it, don't read it, don't read it, delete it. Well, of course, people were opening it left, right, and centre. They couldn't believe their luck. Provided much hilarity, as they say. Jane Moore's column in the Sun today talks about Kelly Brook,
apparently got fat-shamed by a few sad trolls after posting a photograph. Also, Princess Diana was already an arch-media manipulator by the time she poured out her heart to Peter Settlen, who's the voice coach back in the early 90s. Former Saturday singer Molly King is being lined up to do Strictly Come Dancing because basically she hasn't done a stroke of work since she finished it. She went out with David Gandy, a model, and as I say, that's all people can get nowadays. There's nothing else. There's no jobs out there. So they say here they're now trying to work out who will actually partner her. I mean, don't go anywhere near Anton Dubek. He's very creepy, very, very creepy. But, you know, they all drop subtle hints now, don't they? Hasn't Rebecca Adlington dropped as many hints, although she's been on every blooming reality show? Oh, I'd love to do that show. Why don't you go and do something else, dear? You know, can we have some proper people on the television as opposed to the same old, same old? It's like when Paul Dannon turned up in Celebrity Big Brother, and he laughed himself stupid. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Here we go. This is Harry Styles and some girl he might or might not have been out with. This particular one's done the rounds. She's been out with quite a few people, and so it's her moment to be sort of famous. She's got 2 pages in the Sun today. Harry's rock and row babe. Of course, he won't be going out with her. This is just sort of PR puff. They'll have the same agent or somebody saying, listen, I've got this girl. Can you just be pictured with her? And then we could sort of try and launch her career. And that's how it works in a lot of cases. The woman who takes the same holiday every year for 84 years. She's gone to Lytham St Anne's every year of her life. First taken to the town in 1933, and she's not skipped a holiday since. She comes from Macclesfield in Cheshire, and Barbara and Dennis, they only went once abroad, didn't like it very much. But they love it here, so they go to the same place every year, and they seem quite happy with it. What's the matter with that? That's good news, isn't it? Well, I think it's good news. Short break, because we've got the news at 6 o'clock coming up. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Women do talk less than men, on screen that is. The new EU spoiling our holidays. Angry Brits waiting for hours at border controls. Why it takes so long, I've got no idea. Jasper Carrott has cancelled his sellout tour to have heart bypass surgery, so he'll be recovering for about 12 weeks after that. The motorbike thugs who hurl a brick in the MP's face, they're in the papers today. Somebody will recognise them and go, I know who they are. You can do everybody a favour by reporting them to the police as quickly as possible. Fighting back, Bucksters have made their mind to come back. And Brazil, the world's 9th biggest economy, is given 80 million quid by us. For what? Why don't we give it to people more needy? My God, it's ridiculous. We need these people slapped on the back of their legs, ladies and gentlemen. And the little piggy not going to market.
On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, it's been revealed oligarchs, multimillionaires and foreign royalty are among those who own empty homes near Grenfell Tower. More than 1,600 properties in Kensington and Chelsea are listed as unoccupied. LBC's Paul Smith has more.
The owners of these homes are reported to include a Ukrainian billionaire fighting extradition to the US and a former mayor of New York. The Guardian says 603 of the properties are recorded as having been empty for more than 2 years. Some are just a few hundred metres away from Grenfell Tower, where hundreds of people were made homeless after the fire in June. Many of them are still living in temporary housing. Kensington and Chelsea Council says it has no powers to force owners to live in their properties.
After more than 65 years of public engagement, the Duke of Edinburgh will carry out his final royal event later before he retires. Prince Philip, who's 96, will be outside Buckingham Palace meeting Royal Marines who've completed a 1,600-mile trek. He's been Captain General of the Commandos since the 1950s. Royal author Phil Dampier says the Duke will be delighted with the chosen events.
It's very appropriate that it's a military job because, of course, he served in the war, was mentioned in dispatches twice, and has been head of several regiments and squadrons and had a fantastic interest in the services ever since. So he will love the fact that this is his farewell.
The US Secretary of State says America is willing to sit down for talks with North Korea, but only if it ends its pursuit of nuclear weapons. Rex Tillerson has stressed the US is not seeking regime change or looking to send the military in. The government's to bring in new laws giving it stronger powers to cut off funding for terrorists after Brexit. Currently, non-UN international sanctions are brought about through the European Union. The Welsh Government will change rules around blood donations from gay and bisexual men from January. People will then have to wait 3 months after engaging in sexual activity to donate, compared to the current 12 months. It follows similar announcements in Scotland and England. Welsh Public Health Minister Rebecca Evans has told LBC there have been big changes in the way infections are detected.
This is the result of scientific advances and improved understanding that we have of the way that infections are transmitted through blood, and the decision is based on expert evidence from the Advisory Committee on the Safety of Blood, Tissues and Organs.
Apple has beaten expectations by posting a 7% rise in revenue. The technology giant brought in £34 billion for the last quarter, driven by an increase in iPhone sales. The LBC Markets report the FTSE 100 will start the day at 74.13 after closing up 41 points yesterday. The pound buys you $1.31 and €1.11. LBC weather, rain moving across much of the country through the day. Some heavy downpours in the south, a high of 19 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
Ourtime.co.uk sent Tom's profile to Hazel. Just like him, she's single, in her 50s, and loves music festivals. So they met up. Ourtime.co.uk, the dating site for young people over 50. Join and browse for free today. Additional fees and subscriptions may apply. See ourtime.co.uk for details.
LBC Travel, good morning, I'm Joanne Webb. In London embarking, the A123 Ribble Road is closed both ways. That's because of an ongoing police investigation. And also in London, in Kennington, the A23 remains closed northbound at the A3 junction for the ongoing repair works. In Essex, there's only one lane open on the A12 northbound, just after junction 19 at the Boreham interchange because of an accident. And in Cumbria, it's very slow on the M6 southbound at junction 37 at Kendal after a lorry jackknifed in the early hours of this morning, and one lane is still closed. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
Morning, every Wednesday, 2nd of August. Can't work out if we've gone autumnal, because it definitely, I was looking the other morning, I was thinking actually it's a bit chilly in the mornings. It's not as warm as it would have been, and I'm thinking, are we in for an early sort of winter this year? It's been a bit windy, and it keeps saying rain, and I keep thinking, where? Where is all this rain? It doesn't seem to be occurring around my neck of the woods, but at least the trains are relatively empty. At the moment, in fact, actually, they're surprisingly empty. You get on them now, and it's hardly worth running these lengthy trains, and I think actually, and you've got these engineering works that are coming up this weekend at Waterloo, so that's going to completely screw things up. They keep handing out all of these leaflets saying check all the things. I think it only affects you if you're going early in the morning. A friend of mine gets on the train at Queenstown Road. Well, that's closed. So he's got to get some way to get up to the next station, which is Clapham Junction, so that he can then get to the onward. It's just ridiculous. It's going to be a complete nightmare. And it's going to take place until apparently the end of August. So check the LBC website, and if you're going anywhere, if you think you're affected by it, go online, because it will actually have, all the details of stations which there's going to be problems. There will be problems from Twickenham, but only apparently it's peak time. Peak time going home and peak time coming in the morning. Luckily, I kind of avoid both. But I've just got this feeling that it's going to cause a lot of... Some people are going to go, well, nobody told us about it. Whereas in fact, we've done nothing but talk about it for ages and ages. Steve, Eamon Holmes and Ruth are simply doing a version of Eurotrash. Eamon is the new Lola Ferrari. I love Eurotrash. Yes, I love Eurotrash as well. And Eamon, to be honest with you, the very idea that Eamon and Ruth, they've actually... There's obviously something missing in their life. I don't know what it is. I can't work out. They're always doing TV programmes. But I tell you, guess who the new hosts of Strictly Dancing on Ice are? You'd never guess in a million years. Go on, guess. The new hosts of Strictly Dancing on Ice. Hardly ever seen on the television. But they brought them back for this one. Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby. Dear God in heaven. Do you think their agents could have just said no for a change? How many programmes does she do? How many programmes does he do? And they're doing more, so you're going to get them as well. Sure, they're very lovely. Don't they have anybody else? Ridiculous, isn't it? Give it to Vanessa. So they're simply doing a version of Eurotrash, says Cornelia. You could be right, actually. You could be right on that. But he's just desperate to be famous, but he's not really. He's just a jobbing presenter. Gary says, I saw a picture of Sarah Harding going into Big Brother house last night. What's she done? I wouldn't have recognised her. No, I think she looks exactly the same. I just think she's gonna give up after a while because nobody's interested in a has-been singer from Girls Aloud from ages ago. My 6-year-old grandson Louis said to Echo, "Sing me a song." And Echo sang "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." That's nice, isn't it, really? Some years ago, Steve, I was delayed at San Francisco Airport, so I asked a cab driver if the bar Cheers actually existed. And it does. It's called the Birdcage. And just like Cheers, you go down the stairs to the bar, and it's got a big square bar, except the one on television as a set. I don't want to ruin it for you, but they do that with a lot of things. Sometimes you go down, you can see the outside of the place, and then you go in, and that's the set. I think for the film about Craze, I think their club, the Regency, was the outside of it was Richmond Theatre. The inside of it was a film set. So there you go. Dennis says, "I'm listening to you on it now here in Northern Ireland. Great for playing all sorts of music. You can ask for rock, or maybe you want to rest, so ask for sleep music. And you can change the name to Amazon Echo or Computer. As far as I know, he says they're the only choices. It's brilliant. Other talking devices are available." Yes, I've seen other talking. It's technology, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Isn't it fantastic? It just means it's a lot easier to sort of just buy the kids something for Christmas. Steve, why did you just say phone David? Now I've got to explain to Nicola why I'm calling her so early this morning. I know, I'm so sorry. Ask Siri what... No. I never ask questions of people because I know it's going to come back as being very rude, I think. And so if it comes back being very rude, I don't want to get myself into trouble. Thank you very much indeed. Other stories which are in the papers for today. It's a very thin day. And if somebody says to you on the radio, it's a thin day for news stories, or for stories full stop, it's a thin day. Believe you me. So the papers... Shameless, British Gas revealing the electricity costs have gone down, but they're putting them up. Go somewhere else. You can move quite easily. It's quite an easy thing to do nowadays. Don't stay with... To be honest with you, it's British Gas. What are they doing electricity for anyway? It's like electricity doing gas. No, I'm sorry. Go somewhere else. If you don't like the price, go somewhere else. You have that option. I told you I've just done my insurance for the car, and with the thing that they sent through, they say, of course you can go and check out, other places, which of course I'm quite free to do. But I'm quite happy with it. It's gone down a couple of £100. Some people's have probably gone up to compensate with everything. I told you that earlier on, Starbucks, they put the price of their coffee up. For what reason? I've got no idea. I'm now feeling that Starbucks are not rewarding me as a customer, and I think, I've probably reached the end of the line with them. They've now changed all the staff. I complained about it bitterly earlier on in Twickenham, and now we're stuck with people we don't know. We don't want them. Bring us back our other staff. Whole idea of going to a place is because you like the staff. Anyway, it's empty a lot of the time now, so maybe they'll close it down. Iceland are expanding. They've taken over a little shop next door. So obviously Iceland is the place to be. Back on the BBC, it's Mary Berry with a show that's almost identical to the show that's going on Channel 4, for which they paid £75 million for. They can't resist, can they, the BBC? Nobody's going to stop us doing something. If we want to do it, we'll do it, and we'll use the same people. Helen Skelton, get your boobies out. You're doing swimming. So Helen Skelton, oh look, you're in the papers, I can't believe it. Bring back points of view, actually, for goodness sake. They're going to be bringing back, they're bringing back the weakest link. You are the weakest link, goodbye. That's what we said ages ago, and I wish it had stayed that way, but they're doing a celebrity version. Well, if they can't find anybody for Celebrity Big Brother, they haven't got any... the best they've got is Derek Acora. Hello? Derek Acora. Oh, Sam, I can't believe it. Oh, we're getting a voice through now. What a load of old coffee. Biggest killer shark call in Britain, and they put it back, so it was obviously alive. They're quite big sharks, aren't they? Whether it's a killer shark or not. Shameless, that's the story I've just done. And the other one here, what's the other one here I got to? Oh, yes. Liam Gallagher has said he finds it insulting that U2 are described as a rock and roll band, and says lead singer Bono is on another planet. Oh, Liam, do shut up, dear. Nobody's interested in you now. We don't care. Noel was their support act. That's why he said that. Noel was the support act. Was he any good, Noel, or did nobody take any notice? He was okay. Producer went, so I can say that. I've never seen U2. I don't know anything about... They're not my sort of group. I'd be more interested to go to see Bucks Fizz than I would in seeing U2. I realise that, it's all completely different, but it's just that I know they were touring the Joshua Tree, weren't they, after about 5 hours. I suppose it's just called laziness. They're sort of raking a little bit of money. The 30-year anniversary, that could have gone past me. I wouldn't have bothered about that. 30-year anniversary, goodbye. Thank you very much indeed. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 Steve at lbc.co.uk. How ridiculous, says Marilyn, for Bucks Fizz to be making a comeback. Well, there's obviously got to be interest. The first time they've done an album in 36 years. I mean, I think there's... I mean, Bros as well. Bros are sort of making a comeback, and they've got a single. See, the trouble is, I think the Bros thing's going to backfire. I don't know why, I just got this horrible feeling. Paul Smith says we saw sharks in the fish shop. Yeah, we saw that. We went to a garden centre the other day, and they had little... and they weren't even that big. They were like little things. They're called sturgeons. There's loads of different fish in there. I was quite impressed, actually. I like a good aquarium. I don't want one, but I quite like looking at them in the shops. Currently walking across the runway on my way to work in Gibraltar. Loving the show. Today's rant is classic Alan. And remember, I'd rather have a full bottle in front of me than a full frontal lobotomy, says Ollie. So walking across the runway on my way to work in Gibraltar. How nice. That must be quite nice, wasn't it? Just sort of wandering across going, I'm in Gibraltar. I was always amazed that you can pick up this programme just about anywhere in the world. Do you think it could pick up on the... Perhaps I should be transmitted out into space. And we should, see how far out we can push it. You know, if there's anybody listening to another planet, do contact us. We'd love to give you a programme. Because people want to believe in things like that. I'm not a great believer. The Streets Vicar on the new trailblazing plot. It's a same-sex couple with a child. And Daniel Brocklebank says, I've suffered abuse for being gay. Because every time you turn on the television, because it's gay something, and so you've got different TV channels doing things. The other day they had Sandy Toksvig. She used to be known as lesbian. Now she's just known as Sandy. I think because people have sort of got over themselves. And Stephen Fry's got a much younger husband. In fact, very much younger. And had loads of other people on there. They had Will Young and everybody like that, where the press made a big deal about him being gay, as opposed to the fact that he was a singer. And then somebody else, a very famous actor, who said he was a bit bored talking about being gay. But then you think how much it's moved on in all the years and how difficult it was for some people. They put some bloke on the television, I told you the other week, who was about 92 or something. He's only just come out. At 92, it was all different for him. All different for him in the early days. Top of the props. People love this kind of thing. Classics from the movies which can cost a fortune. And I'll tell you just what we've got coming up for sale very shortly. LBC News Time, 6:15, with the headlines. It's Simon Conway.
Foreign royalty and oligarchs are reported to be among the owners of more than 1,600 empty properties near Grenfell Tower. The Duke of Edinburgh will carry out his final solo royal event later before he retires. And the government says it plans to bring in new laws to allow it to cut off funding to terrorists after Brexit. This is LBC.
Thanks, Steve. Good morning. In London, embarking the Ripple Road, which is the A123, still closed both ways because of an ongoing police investigation. In Kennington, the A23 is closed northbound at the A3 junction. Those emergency repair works are still taking place, and it will cause delays again. And also, there's only one Woolwich ferry running because of an ongoing mechanical problem, so do expect an extra wait on both sides of the river. In Essex, there's only one lane open on the A12 northbound just after junction 19 at the Boreham Exchange, and in Cumbria on the M6 is a lane closed southbound at junction 37 at Kendal after a lorry jackknifed earlier. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC.
With breakdown cover from the AM, we'll do whatever it takes to make sure your big wheels keep on turning. Our mechanics usually get you going again in 30 minutes. Breakdown cover from the AM, because anything can happen.
Does your career need a kickstart? If so, Saturday the 12th of August could be the most important business meeting you ever go to. Henley Business School is holding its final MBA preview day for programs starting this autumn. It's your chance to get a taste of studying at a highly respected, triple accredited business school right on your doorstep. Join us on the 12th of August to find out how the Henley MBA can give you the skills, knowledge and experience to be the leader you know you can be. Search Henley MBA.
New Sky Sports is here. So now all our Sky TV customers can get our brand new channel dedicated to the Premier League for £18 a month. With 126 live games and a new weeknight debate show. Exciting, eh, Gary?
If you don't have Sky TV, bundles start from £22 a month. Search New Sky Sports today to get our new Premier League channel.
Unbelievable!
Cancellation request, 31 days notice. New Sky TV customers, £20 setup fee, 18-month contract.
This deserves your interest. Introducing the new innovative finance ISA from award-winning peer-to-peer platform Coupling. Earn up to 5% gross interest per annum by investing your tax-free allowance or transferring in from your current cash or stocks and shares ISA. Start now at isatogether.co.uk. Coupling is not a bank but is regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. Past returns are not necessarily a guide to future returns. Your capital is at risk. Maximum interest rate subject to 3-year fixed term.
The thing about being on prepay is that if gas and leaking get out of control, you can run out of energy at the most inconvenient times. With a smart meter, you can top up whenever it suits you, online or on your mobile, not just at the shop. You can also see how much energy you're using as you use it, in pounds and pence. Only your energy supplier can install your smart meter. For more information, search Smart Energy GB Prepay.
Hi, I'm Nas with news if you're travelling to or from London this August and over the bank holiday. We're doing important work to deliver our railway upgrade plan and to bring us closer to completing some of our major rail improvement projects. Some services will be restricted and some will not be running, with no trains at all at London Euston on the 26th and 27th of August. So please, check before you travel at nationalrail.co.uk/August or contact your train operator. Thanks for your patience. Network Rail, working for you.
Do you want to improve business efficiency and take control of your finances? With Sage Accounting, you can. Our solutions are easy to set up, intuitive, and accompanied by unrivaled support from our experts. Whether you're a startup or a growing business, there's a solution for you. Sage, accounting for your business journey. For more information or to book a software demo, visit sage.co.uk/journey.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC. Morning, everybody. We were talking the other day about nice holiday places to go to, and West Wittering came into it, and Rosalie Rosemary Rita, the 60s Tiller Girls, and Lady Ratlings said, listening to the programme, heard you mention West Wittering. I came down this week to my friend's flat and thought we'd send you this card. Oh, it's nice. So I've got a nice picture of... I have to be honest, girls, it's not the most exciting picture of West Wittering. It's just... Are they called groin? Not groins. What do they call them? Those things that run down the middle of the beach, you know, it's all separated. Groin? Something, anyway. But it's the most dull picture I've ever seen of West Wittering Beach, which must have... It's photographed by Julie Selwood, the Greetings House. This must have been taken donkeys years ago. So there's nothing there. It's just completely... It's just nothing. But it sounded lovely when we talked about it on the programme as well, so that was good news. Yes, what they call... No, there's another word. It's called groins. I'm sure there is. It's a G word. A G word. Beach groin. I'm sure they're called groins. Don't look at me like I'm mad. I'm sure they're called... They are called groins. I thought so. Groins and breakwaters. And it's there, the breakwater, to stop the pounding of the cliffs or anything else. But I always thought they were called groins. Sometimes lose the will to live on this programme. Somebody says, are you taking buses and trains? Why? When you've got a car, just jump in and drive. And park where? Where do you think we park in London? Have you been into London recently? Want to park in Covent Garden 4 hours? That'll be £16, please. Thank you very much. That's just on a metre. That's not in any posh place where they come and sort of, clean your car for you. I was fascinated by John Lennon's psychedelic eye, as you know. And we've been talking about it on the programme. And following my mention, says Bernard Courtroom, that I'd seen an all-round Christmas shop in Montreal when over there recently. He says, I've been over there for the pre-opening dues of the Revolution exhibition, because John Lennon's historic and iconic psychedelic eye mosaic is currently a featured display item in the V&A's major headlining, You Say You Want a Revolution. And but they're going to put it up for sale. They think it could fetch in excess of £5 million. It's a lot of money. And it's amazing, actually. It really is. I think it's going to go to Kenwood as well, because it was in
Kenwood, John's home in Weybridge, 63 to 69. It's fascinating, really. It really is. I mean, it's the most interesting thing. And the photos that come with it are just really amazing. The exhibition at the V&A is fantastic, as indeed are all their exhibitions. This one's, but I think I've seen about 4 of them so far. It's worth joining just to go to the exhibitions. Seriously. So good luck with that, Bernard. Let me know how it goes. I'll be interested to find out what it's worth and who would buy it. Who would buy it? It's obviously going to be somebody with a bit of money, but it's certainly something that's quite iconic. Quite iconic. Other stories which are in the papers for today is Dame Edna star embroiled in a family feud. I talked to Barry Humphries. He's a most interesting character, and I use that term not lightly. Very interesting, very complex. Very complex. Talks about Dame Edna as if she's another person, which I suppose she probably is, actually. Having a ball, sharks, feeding, and they're all over the place at the moment. In fact, what we seem to talk about here is sharks. Every time, and you've got the picture on one of the papers today of some people who found a shark. Also, there's the story of a man here who says, the NHS axed me because I opposed gay adoption, and this is a Christian health boss. I've had these stories before, though. I seem to remember reading these in the papers, and it all stems back, as far as I'm concerned. Do you remember the couple who had a guest house, and somebody booked in, and he booked a double room, and when they got there, they hadn't told the couple who ran the guest house, who were Christian, that they were a gay couple. And the people who owned the guest house didn't want them having one of their bedrooms, so they took them to court. And they won. They won. They got discrimination against the guest house. In the same way that, and I now can't remember if I get this one right, the bakery in Ireland, where they wouldn't bake a same-sex cake, and they lost that one as well, I think. And the couple here, Stephen Preddy and Martin Hall, turned away by Mrs. Bull and her husband, 69 and 74, and they said their decision was founded on a religious informed judgment of conscience. And it was all analysed and everything else. They've been ordered to pay damages for turning away the gay couple. Because you shouldn't have to tell somebody, really, in this day and age. It's like phoning up and saying, I would like to book a room. You get there and they go, oh, you're black, or you're Asian, or you're gay. And so, quite rightly, on the grounds of discrimination. Because if you're going to own a bed and breakfast, or you're going to own a bakery or something like that, then, you know, that's open to the public, not only open to certain members of the public. If that guest house had said, oh, by the way, we don't want any fairies staying here, thank you very much indeed, then that would be discrimination. Instead, they made them feel like they weren't welcome. Whereas, in fact, you know, don't they sort of think that some people just want to sort of stay at a bed and breakfast? The bakers were not allowed to provide a service only to people who agreed with their religious beliefs. And so it became known as the gay cake. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm sure that some people do actually sort of test this. The firm argued that the cake's message was against the baker's religious views, and reacting to the ruling, Daniel MacArthur from Ashes says he was extremely disappointed, said it undermined democratic freedom, religious freedom and free speech. All they wanted was a slogan on a cake. It's not complicated. I don't know why people can't just live and let live. And this cake had the slogan, support gay marriage. But it's just a blooming cake. You don't have to agree with it, you know. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's like going into a butcher's saying, excuse me, I'm vegetarian, would you mind closing down? They go, no, of course we don't want to close down. But it just comes down to straightforward discrimination. And if there is discrimination, then people have to pay for it. You cannot discriminate against people in this day and age. You really can't. You can't sort of say to somebody, I'm sorry, we're open as a bed and breakfast for everybody, but not to homosexuals, I'm afraid, because we're religious. You thought, well, don't open a bed and breakfast then. I sympathise with them because they obviously have their beliefs. But at the same time, it was just blatant discrimination. And for a bakery to open up, they're open to the public, not open to all the public except fairies who want to put a slogan on a cake. You know, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But that's why we haven't read one of those cases in the paper for quite some time, have we? After past this morning, I'll go through the front pages of the papers. But I warn you, it's a dire day. It really is. It's a dire day for news. I mean, let's face it, if the whole of the Daily Star has devoted itself to a pack of non-entities who are the big brother has-beens, I mean, stuff is really scraping the barrel. They haven't got anything else to run with at all. The Mirror have only got a killer shark caught in the UK. I mean, what sort of silly story is that? So, all sharks are killers, aren't they? Why is this a particular killer? Has it got track record? Has it got history or something? And even the bigger papers The Green tax, say the Telegraph, adding £150 to the home energy bill. Everything's gone up, hasn't it? Have you noticed? All of a sudden it's been creeping up. I'm not very happy. Also, the royal biographer Giles Brandreth on Prince Philip, and a job well done. I mean, he's 90. He's done 70 years. You can't fault him, really. I know occasionally he said a few silly things and people are sort of, oh, silly old man. I love him. I think he's great. Queen loves him. He loves her. Imagine, I mean, they must have had times where they thought, oh, I can't stand her. It must be like the Beckhams, mustn't it? Just a lot richer. And, although actually not much. Her fortune, the Queen, is estimated at about 300 million. So she's like 257th richest person in this country. There are 256 other people above her who've made a small fortune. The Beckhams, apparently, their fortune estimates, it sort of fluctuates around, you know, between 200 and 400 million or 500, 600 million I've read in certain papers. But they're still the most miserable couple you've ever seen anywhere. Airport queues are shameful. We don't want to queue, do we? But we do queue. I watched people actually queuing in McDonald's the other day at Waterloo, and we all look so refined, don't we? It must be quite difficult for other countries who don't queue. You know, the idea that the British all stand there in a long line waiting for the bus. You know, then the bus comes, like, no, walk to the front. Nobody ever says anything. Somebody did on one of the cruises we went on. Somebody jumped the queue to get on the bus and said, excuse me, there's a queue out here. Have you got any manners? I thought, blimey, that was brave. It was very interesting. I love a good spat. I'm all up for a spat. Google are tracking shoppers on the high street by harvesting loyalty card data about their purchases. I've always said that whenever you go to a supermarket, if you use your credit card, you're logged into their computer. They've got details about you. They know what you buy. They know how much you spend. They know everything about you. So that's why whenever people say, oh, do you have a Boots loyalty card or a Tesco loyalty? No, I haven't. Don't want one, thank you very much. Also, tens of thousands of seriously ill patients are being prematurely warned they could be about to die. This is what you don't want to hear first thing in the morning. Because of a defective diagnostic method used across the NHS. There's one man, do you see him? Well, you won't have seen him because I've mentioned him to you this morning. He goes in, he's a bit tubby, and they go, oh, we'll just put you on laxatives. And he goes, OK, fine. He goes and gets an X-ray. He's got a tumour the size of a football. He's now been given a year to live. He's terminal. He just thought it was just sort of fat. Because you do worry about it sometimes, don't you? You sort of think, I know I'm putting on a bit of weight. I don't think I'm eating any more than anybody else. I don't think the hash browns at Waterloo Station are helping anytime soon, but I mean, that's my little treat. That's my little go on, have it. You're not going to go home and have a fry-up, are you? Although actually, having seen everybody else's fry-ups this morning, sending in pictures, I'm very jealous. It's just that hot buttered toast bit that's kind of got me this morning. I don't know why, I'm just a little bit jealous that somebody could have hot buttered toast and beans and everything else. Anyway, LBC News Time, 6:30, the latest headlines this morning with Simon Conway.
The owners of more than 1,600 empty homes near Grenfell Tower are said to include foreign royalty and oligarchs. Around a third of the properties have reportedly been vacant for more than 2 years. The Duke of Cambridge is preparing to carry out his final solo official engagement later before he steps down at the age of 96. Prince Philip is attending a Royal Marines charity parade outside Buckingham Palace. The head of the Prison Governors Association is blaming perverse government reform for what she says is a crisis in jails. Andrea Allbutt says governors are facing unacceptable stress and anxiety on a daily basis. Let's take a look at Wednesday morning's business headlines now on LBC, and here's Callum Jones, markets reporter at The Times. Morning, Callum.
Morning, Simon. All eyes on the AA this morning. The Roadside Recovery Group announced yesterday that it has fired its boss, Bob McKenzie. Later this morning. A string of companies, including bookmaker William Hill, are due to update the market at the top of the hour. The pound currently buys you $1.32 and €1.12.
Thanks very much, Callum. LBC weather, rain moving across much of the country through the day. Some heavy downpours in the south. A high today of 19 degrees.
This is LBC.
breakdown cover from the AM. We'll do whatever it takes to make sure your big wheels keep on turning. Our mechanics usually get you going again in 30 minutes. Breakdown cover from the AM. Because anything can happen.
LBC Travel, good morning, I'm Joanne Webb. In Kent, there are delays on the M25 anti-clockwise from junction 2 at the A2 to the Dartford Tunnel because of an accident, and 2 lanes are closed for recovery. In Barking, the Ripple Road, the A123 is closed both ways because of a police investigation, and in Kennington, the A23 remains closed northbound at the A3 junction for the repair works. In Essex, there's only 1 lane open on the A12 northbound just after junction 19 at the Boreham Interchange after an accident, and in Northamptonshire, there are queues on the M1 southbound to junction 16 at Daventry because the overnight roadworks are still there. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC. Who was the second Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? The second person to run a Ford... Oh. What about the second album you bought? Not sure. Here's something you will remember. Being one of the first to test drive the all-new Ford Fiesta, saving you £500. Simply visit your local Ford dealership before the 31st of August. Ford. Together, we go further.
Test drive a Ford vehicle between the 1st of July and 31st of August 2017 and receive a £500 customer saving, including VAT, off the recommended on-the-road price of selected new Ford vehicles contracted and registered between the 1st of July and 31st of August 2017. Excludes Car Plus, Focus RS and Mustang models. Retail customers only at participating Ford dealers.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nick Ferrari coming up with you at breakfast this morning at 7 o'clock on LBC. After another alleged acid attack in central London took place during a robbery, Nick will be asking how much worse this problem has become. He'll get the reaction of a former Scotland Yard detective, chief superintendent with over 30 years' experience. Also on the show, police have confirmed at least 60 deaths in the UK have been linked to a drug called fentanyl, which also killed the singer Prince last year. Nick will be speaking to a mother whose son died from an overdose of the painkiller as she campaigns to increase awareness of this toxic substance. Bought on the dark net, I think that's what they call it. This is elephant tranquilizer. But then I've heard of people using all sorts of strange, bizarre... And you think, why? You must be really heavily into drugs if you want to... You'll just take something you know nothing about. Made in, tacky... One of them, I think, this particular one, fentanyl, which was made in some garage up north somewhere, under filthy conditions. You've got no idea what you put in your body, and yet people will happily do it. Very odd. And also this alleged acid attack. I mean, how much worse the problem can become. It's certainly become a problem in a very short space of time, with sort of people sitting outside pubs who've been targeted now. And it needs to get to that stage where I think people need to be, caught and taken to... It can't be that difficult to find these people. We've got CCTVs everywhere. The two in the paper from the other day, who are in the paper today, a picture of them on their bikes, putting a brick into somebody's face because he threatened to call the police. These people have got to be stopped. Next time, somebody's going to die. Somebody's going to die, and so they have to stop it as quickly as possible. Good news, says Dally. Selfish. Where have you been? I'm sorry, we did this like 3 days ago, this story. I really cannot bear people who can't keep up with the news. No, we did it yesterday. Well, I'm saying we did it last Christmas as well. They opened their Christmas department early. It's always a competition between Selfridges and Harrods who opens a Christmas department. So don't be surprised. The locals have got to get behind the independent shops. Serve excellent coffee and really lovely staff. Chinese stir-fry mix, very good, says Jamie. I bet it is. That's so expensive to buy, isn't it, that stir-fry mix? Especially if it's done sort of properly julienne and all that kind of thing. And they do a burrito as well. It's lovely. But you're quite right, actually. Unless local people get behind local shops, you'll have decimated high streets. I was not sure about that clothes shop. Is it definitely gone? Because the bloke who owns that owns quite a few other little bits and pieces. Steve, I'm listening to your show from Planet Steve. And Planet Steve, we look up to as the best radio presenter ever. Nano. We like that idea. And Andrew says, you reach us in the Kingdom of Swaziland. He says, I'm on my way to work in Mbane. Where's that? I can't believe... Mbane? I don't know where that is. Fancy confusing me at this time of the morning, goodness sake, actually. And Angela says, wish me luck starting a new job tomorrow after being ill for more than 2 years. Crikey, that's some illness. Well, good for you. Good for you getting back. Richard says that the hotel couple wouldn't have let a single room to an unmarried heterosexual either.
Well, who else they think is going to be in a single room? Of course they would. They'd definitely let it to an unmarried heterosexual person. They would have done. Of course it's a single room. Does it make any difference what sexuality somebody is in a single room? This was in a double room. So anyway, I don't know whether it bankrupted them. I think probably it wasn't very helpful, was it really? My friend Warren's in Washington, where it's 35 degrees. He said, I'm not here applying for a job at the White House. However, there might be one going. I think on a daily basis, Warren, there's a job going at the White House. I don't seem to like... Although I saw somebody on the television the other day saying, I work within the White House, there aren't any problems. I thought, you're also not getting the same news that we're actually getting. So that's it. The Mirror this morning, front pages. What are they talking about? The killer shark, which is very, very popular. Shameless. The greedy British gas boss reveals that electricity costs have gone down, but he's putting the firm's prices up. The advice from the experts is, move! Go to another company. Why would you be with a company who's going to rip you off? You don't need it. That's as I say, I'm angry with Starbucks. They put the price of coffee up. No logical reason for it. No logical reason at all. 70 years of Prince Philip and the fabulous Giles Brandreth, who is one of the most entertaining people you'll ever... Seriously. Even when he was on TVAM wearing his brightly coloured jumpers, I think he's president of the Teddy Bear Society, the Pantomime Society, and everything else. He's the most entertaining man you'll ever meet. And he's very good on Have I Got News. He's just very, very good. He's very, very good. And so he'll tell you everything you want to know in the Telegraph this morning about Prince Philip. Gaps included. Gaps included. Because he did make some classic ones. And people go, oh, he's done it again, hasn't he? He's made all these little comments. But at the end of the day... He's been out there. He's one of the hardest working members of the royal family. When you look at how bone idle some of the children are, you know, really, it's almost an embarrassment. As I say, Prince Andrew, we could lose immediately, take him and his ghastly children and even more ghastly ex-wife and put them somewhere different. Make them go and work somewhere else. Must be somebody in Russia wants to employ them. Daily Star this morning, they're talking about Fight Night. No, Fright Night, I think it is. A bunch of old has-beens on the television. Some ghastly Americans. Some people who've had emotional, mental issues who shouldn't be on there at all, people who've been in rehab. It's just they can't find any celebrities. So believe it or not, now a celebrity is some poor old, tattooed old bimbo who's been on a sort of sexy type show on the television. And that's what we laughingly call a celebrity in this country. It's not right. It's absolutely not right. I mean, you know, these people, they don't have any discernible talent. They've just been on the television. Look at how vile Stephanie Davis and her ex-boyfriend are. You know, fighting, police being called. It's just ghastly. And now they've got somebody on here who apparently isn't very happy with Cheryl. Who cares? Who cares? British Hell at the airports. We get sort of called because we have to wait for longer than anybody else. Flyers have been forced to queue for as long as 4 hours at passport control. The trouble is you can't do anything, can you? You can't go anywhere because you lose your place in the queue, so you sit there. And it's all because, you know, all these sort of places are just slow. Very slow. I mean, 4 hours at passport control. But mind you, I've always found the most miserable people are the people at passport control. They look at you and they look at the passport. How long does it take, love? How long does it take? Can you not read quicker? Oh, blimey. In America, at least they get you through a little bit quicker. They look you there because they've got the little cameras. We don't seem to have that, you know, when we sort of go abroad. I've always thought it was quicker to get out of this country than it is to get back in again. Eurostar, lovely people, when we came back from Brussels, it takes for ages to go through there. Oh, God, it takes forever. What are they doing in there? They're knitting, making waffles, doing something. We know the Belgians are slow, but my God, I tell you, in passport control, it's because you're going from one country to another, but you're still in the other countries, so it's all very confusing. You know, it's just a great relief when the train comes in, you go, thank God the train's here. Because passport control, I mean, really awful. Because the producer had the same experience. You were in Brussels. You just forego your coffee. I just thought it was so slow. It was really dreadful. So here's a topless picture of Kate Moss. When I had this earlier on, it was given to me by the producer, they'd airbrushed out her boobies. So she was a little bit sort of, what have I done here? I've done something wrong now. I don't know what I'm doing here. I've done something very odd with this. Oh, no, sorry, I've done it. Yeah, so they're showing a picture of her boobs, like sort of big surprise. Kate Moss has got boobs. She's in an helicopter doing something. I don't know what it is. But she dangled a leg over the side of a helicopter. Well, you'd have been paid for it, dear. If you don't want to do the job, stop moaning about it. Front page of the Express this morning. Energy bills to soar by 12.5%. You can win an e-bike. That's an electric bike, isn't it? 1,500 quid. 1,500, that's cheap in Halfords. On our high street, they're about 2,500. I'm not spending that on a bike. I can't afford it. I bought, my pen arrived. My pen arrived. Do you remember I've got a little pen inside my wallet, and the barrel fell off, and it's a Mont Blanc. It's not really expensive. I mean, seriously expensive. It wasn't until I bought the thing I realised just how expensive it was. Anyway, I haven't had the barrel because I can't find anybody to replace the blooming thing for me. On this little tiny, it's about 4 inches long, this pen. So I bought another one. I saw it on Amazon and I bought it. And it was, don't even ask, it was so ridiculously expensive, but it was my little treat. And that was it. But the box is like 3 times too big for it. They've got a little tiny, and you don't even get refills. They don't give you you have to go and buy refills. Your little tiny pen. Anyway, moan over. Frail Brucey, say the Express, 89, may never perform again. He won't. He's 89. Of course he won't perform again. Heavens above. I mean, just to see him on a show, because I think if you saw him, probably, as we do with all of our celebrities from years gone by, you'd be sorry shocked at the way he'd probably gone downhill, and he was very slow. You know, we used to see him sort of, good day, doing all this. We used to see him bouncing around, and he probably doesn't bounce around. He's 89, for God's sake. You're not supposed to bounce around at 89. Now the EU spoil our holiday. Well, let's go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Don't give them our money. We'll go, Yaboo sucks to you, EU. Also, the rabbit who travelled, that's a bunny rabbit, who travelled 12 miles in a car engine, and the owner, who didn't speak any English, didn't know what people were trying to say. You've got a rabbit in your engine. Okay? Rabbit. You didn't realise it. He'd driven 12 miles with this rabbit, which had, for some reason, got into the engine. How that happens, I've got no idea. Because, you know, I mean, it's quite hot inside an engine. I wouldn't like to sit inside my engine for any length of time. Jasper Carrot has cancelled his sellout tour to have heart bypass surgery. He needs to get it done, he says, as soon as possible. And he's going to need to recuperate afterwards. I think about 12 weeks you need to recuperate after you've had heart bypass. I didn't have heart bypass, so I was released early, as they say, which was good. Steve, I'm trying to change my energy company, but I'm being charged 60 quid withdrawal penalty. Yeah, I mean, listen, motorists get done, homeowners everybody gets done. Everybody gets done for it. It's just awful, isn't it? It's so annoying. So annoying. Calvin says you're on fire this morning. Hi. You're right, actually. I wonder where that smell's coming from. Totally agree with you, says Maddie, about the staff in a coffee shop making a massive difference. I visit my local Cafe Nera every weekend. Staff are great and friendly, but a month ago they employed a new member of staff who's really miserable and quite grumpy. Oh, my one, they both new. Of course, they don't know that I'm a regular in there, or I'm a huge international celebrity either, standing in front of them, spending £2.60 on a cup of frothy milk. And she gave me the milk. I said, extra dry, extra shot. Sometimes they don't get the extra shot, but it comes in extra hot. So we get a bit confused there. Anyway, she filled it up. I said, no. In the guidebook for Starbucks is how to make coffee. Extra dry is bit of foam, bit of milk, not much milk. If you have it extra dry, that's 90% foam. She didn't say, honestly, looked at me like, you know, God, you're going to be a pain today, aren't you? And I felt like saying, excuse me, you know, where's your happy smiling face? She's got a face like a smacked kipper. Not that I think you should ever smack a kipper. I don't want to advocate any violence towards kippers. Equal rights for kippers. Seriously, I mean, I'm starting an agency for them as well. So it does change, Maddie. But in our local Starbucks, we seem to be stuck with the same ones at the moment. Where's all our nice, friendly ones gone? You walk in and Eve would say, hi, Steve, you know, and they're gone. Ridiculous. I'm not happy. Not happy at all. 14 minutes to 7. It's LBC News with the latest. Simon Conway.
More than 600 homes in the borough surrounding Grenfell Tower are reported to have been empty for more than 2 years. Prince Philip will carry out his final royal engagement later before stepping down from public duties. And the US Secretary of State says America isn't looking for regime change in North Korea, despite claims Donald Trump is prepared to go to war. This is LBC.
With the travel for you this morning, it's Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Steve. Good morning in Kent. There are delays on the M25 anti-clockwise from junction 2 at the A2 to the Dartford Tunnel where there's been an accident, and then also on the M25 but on the Hertfordshire stretch there are delays anti-clockwise to junction 25 at the A10 because of an accident. In London embarking, the Ripple Road is closed both ways because of the ongoing police investigation, and in Northamptonshire there are long delays on the M1 southbound to junction 16 at Daventry because the overnight roadworks are still there. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Pupils as young as 11 will have lessons in breastfeeding to make it possibly more widespread. Sophie and Watson.
I think parents have got to the point where they are wanting to absolve their whole responsibility for the bringing up of their child, and that is totally wrong.
For having sex education, they've got time to watch movies in school, they've got time to cover the importance of breastfeeding.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast every weekday morning from 7, only on LBC.
Breakdown cover from the AA. We'll do whatever it takes to make sure your big wheels keep on turning. Our mechanics usually get you going again in 30 minutes. Breakdown cover from the AA. Because anything can happen.
We've been thinking about pruning. Not your peonies or your privet, but your cost of living. And how, from broadband to mobile phones, these days, we're all looking for ways to trim our spending. And then we thought, couldn't we help you cut back on your biggest outgoing? And we thought, yes, we could. So we'll always try to help you remortgage to a better rate and save on your monthly repayments. Mortgages for how life is now. NatWest. We are what we do.
Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, every 11 and a half minutes to 7. I mean, come on, give or take. Give or take. So we're going to follow that story through about John Lennon's psychedelic eye, which is touring, as they say. I'm sure that Bernard Cochran will keep us up to date. If it goes up for sale, it would be very interesting. Who would be interested in this? They reckon it's going to be in excess of 5 million. But if you're somebody who collects, I mean, this is about the most rare thing you could probably get, I think. John Lennon's The Psychedelic Eye. I mean, it's huge. It's 15'7" by 5'1" tall. I mean, it's 24,000 tires. Not small. Not small, but I'm sure that Bernard will keep us up to date with exactly what happens to it. I should be very intrigued, very intrigued. So Diana, who helped create the cult of the designer handbag. I think everything Diana did, people followed, from the haircut, the hairstyle, to the clothing, to the bags. It works now. Whenever you get a picture of William and Kate's children, the clothes that they're wearing, immediately people want to know where they come from. Quite clearly their parents who've never been out onto the high street, because most of the stuff that they buy is high street stuff, from Petit Batou or whatever it happens to be. Shops that sell clothes for little people. And it's quite nice. But every time they wear something, people get overexcited. You see pictures in all the papers. They go, well, look at this fantastic little outfit. You go, yeah, you're right, it's great. Shambles at the EU airports, holidaymakers. We queue, we're British, we queue. We complain about the weather, we queue. I'm sorry, we can't help it. That's just what we do. That's just what we actually do now. Apparently, I'm on all over the world at the moment. I'm on in Portugal at the moment. We need to go into what? Yeah, we need to go intergalactic. If I could get Robin to get me intergalactic, or Cliff could get me intergalactic, that'd be quite nice, actually. That'd be a good idea. I like the. I mean, I'm on all over the place, and I'm all over the place at these stations. My claim to fame at the moment, I'm on a poster for an American in Paris. Big posters, not a little one. I haven't actually taken a picture. I thought that'd be too narrow to actually stop as I'm about to get on the escalator and take a picture of my name on a poster. I do have copies of posters that I've been on in the past, and you sort of see it. A friend of mine, Paul, said his name on loads of posters. Because sometimes people sort of say, oh, you know, you said this the other day, we're going to put you on a poster. You go, wow, do you think so? I think that's going to make a difference. Steve Allen on LBC. If you're getting off at Waterloo Station at the moment, I'm next to McDonald's. If you're going up the escalator, I'm on the left-hand side. And I'm on the platforms as well. The Guardian, who owns 1,652 empty homes in the Grenfell area? Oligarchs, foreign royalty, many homes vacant for more than 2 years. And this is where it's all going to go a bit pear-shaped. When somebody's going to try and move in and take these homes back. Notice I didn't run that many properties. Just over 1,500 properties unoccupied by Kensington and Chelsea Council include a Ukrainian billionaire fighting extradition to America, a former mayor of New York, a luxury property developer, and a senior TV executive. The properties include the distinctive former Brompton Road Tube Station building,
once used as a top-secret command centre for Winston Churchill, which has been vacant ever since it was bought for $53 million by a Ukrainian oligarch, Dmytro Firtash, in 2014. The owners include former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg, who bought a 7-bedroom Grade 2 listed mansion for $16 million, once home to the writer George Eliot. It boasts a baroque ceiling mural of Venus by James Thornhill, who painted the interior of the dome of St Paul's Cathedral. Good. Where does a former mayor get that kind of money from? I mean, to be honest with you, Michael Bloomberg, is he very, very rich? Is he really, really very rich? Oh, right, okay. Wow. Is he gay? He's just very, very rich. And also, where does a Ukrainian oligarch get $53 million from? Let's not ask, shall we? So Forbes reported Bloomberg's wealth was $33 billion. He's the 13th richest person in the world. He's that rich. I'm feeling very depressed, actually. It must be awful if you've only got $1 billion, and they go, I got $33 billion. And you can't take it with you. You can't take it with you. I don't think I got $33 billion. That is a lie. I want that on record as a total lie. I'd like to see what it's like just for the day, just to phone up the bank and go, hi, it's Steve Allen. How much in my current account? Sorry, let me just get a pen. 33.2 billion. Is that? Thank you. Thank you. Bye. But what would you do? You can't get 33 billion out of the cash point, can you? I dreamt about a cash point the other day. I'm having very odd dreams. I've got to stop having a drink before I go to bed. Bailey's the other night. Obviously not. I mean, I know it's a girly drink, but somebody's got to drink it. The Times looking hot. Summer Style Awards. It only appeals to women, doesn't it? They don't have men's style because all the men are sort of sticked in and appearing on Love Island. Also, patients in the same street get different NHS care. Front page story on the Times. Not fair, F-A-R-E, how Uber drivers gang up to exploit passengers. I've never been in an Uber car. I'm told that you can share them as well. You can sort of, it's called Uber Cool apparently or something. To be honest with you, I've got a car come and collect me in the morning. Sometimes they can find me. Sometimes they're not very good at finding me. Sometimes you stand there feeling, I feel I should, sort of have a firework or something and go, look for the sparkler. That guy he's holding a red balloon or something like that. And then when it arrives, I just let the balloon go. That could be good. Labour MPs urging Corbyn to condemn Venezuela, which is good. And women pay the price on pensions here. And this is change the state pension age has already left 1 million women worse off. I don't know what age my pension comes out. I think I can start taking money out at, I think, 65. Just to take it. But I don't know. If you take it out, you've got to pay tax on it, haven't you? So I'm not really sure if I want to actually take it out. Also, young women also paying more tax into the system than ever before. Revealed, that was the word I was struggling to get out this morning, Britain's house prices by city. Won't be at all surprised to discover that London features fairly high, as you can well imagine. I mean, it is ludicrous, the prices. Areas that were... I was watching a programme the other day, which was very interesting, and it's a bloke who's got a shop in... I can't remember where it is. It's somewhere in the middle of London, which it used to be a rundown area years ago, and now it hasn't improved much, and he showed where his parents' house was. He said, in those days, your grandmother had the house, then mum and dad moved into the house, and then gradually it stayed in the family. Nowadays it doesn't. The kids want to flee the nest and go and buy somewhere elsewhere, but they can't afford it because it's so expensive to buy in London. If you're even in an average job nowadays and you want to sort of put money down on a house, you look around. I've told you, around my area, it's not super duper luxury. It's nice. It's very pleasant. It's sort of it's okay. A 2-bedroom flat, £700,000. Who can afford that? Who can afford that? It makes it so difficult for people. All you have to do is you have to sell a house in another area to put down as your deposit. Years ago, you could put down £4,000 on a house and have that as a deposit and then just pay the mortgage. Nowadays, no chance. No chance. You see the houses on the television where they bought them cheaply at auction and then somebody's done them up. I think some of the makeovers are fantastic on these houses. I'm always very impressed. But I've never been in that situation. I've always bought new. Except once, actually, where I didn't buy new. And that was quite nice. But to try and buy now in your area, I remember the first time they had £1 million property in Twickenham. And I thought, £1 million? Because we have the Thames that runs through there. So if you've got a house that's actually on the Thames,
Well, you can add 150,000 straight away. So what people do is they buy a rundown house, and then they sort of knock it down, and then they put up another house. It's amazing how people afford to run cars nowadays. I think it's terribly difficult, but people do manage it, don't they? Even nurses manage to run cars. How they can afford to park, though, that's the next problem. I mean, if you're in London, you can't afford to park anywhere. It's too expensive, so people have drivers. So hence Uber, Addison Lee, black cabs. It's all over the place. I got a cab the other day, Sunday morning, and I think it was the best part of 15 quid. I mean, instead, a friend of mine's starting jury service very shortly at the Old Bailey, and he's trying to work out how to get to the Old Bailey, because it's up near St Paul's Cathedral.
Is that the hotel
it's up there. And he said, can I walk from Waterloo? And I thought,
is that the hotel? Same hotel? Okay. I've got a sofa to drop off. I'll put it in there. Oh, someone there, yeah? Thank you.
Anyway, listen, please, half an hour? Come on, it's easy. I think more 40 minutes. Thank you so much for your time. I'm here Monday through Friday.
I'll park in the middle of the road. I'm about to get me bloody stuff out of the back. I can get the back door open if I can park in there.
You can listen to LBC whenever you want. I have a free podcast every day. You just have to get the app. It's on the LBC website. Leading Britain's conversation at 10. Next, with breakfast, it's the Ferrari. This is LBC. Now, let's get one thing straight. The Vauxhall Vivaro is going to shift. It's a real van that doesn't flinch at an empty load. Space to handle the big stuff with up to 8.6 cubic meters of manliness.
I'm going to have a problem a little bit later. I've only got a few more drops to do. And then me last one says after 11 a.m. After 11. Bloody jokers, these people.
Moped attack part 2. An MP has a rock thrown in his face. Full details of those stories. Meanwhile, the scandal of Grenfell. Tycoons who own 1,700 empty homes in the area.
It is revealed 1,600 homes sit empty in the shadow of Grenfell Tower. I'm LBC's Rachel Venables in North Kensington.
The scandal of HS2. More homes to be demolished.
The bottom drops out your world. We've spent a fortune on the house, everything to make life easier for our retirement, and all that's gone for nothing.
And a new killer drug on the streets, claiming some 60 deaths in the past 8 months. Full details after the news. On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. From Global's newsroom at 7 o'clock, the owners of more than 1,600 empty homes near Grenfell Tower are said to include foreign royalty and a former mayor of New York. Dozens of families made homeless in June's fire are still living in hotels. LBC's Rachel Venables has more from North Kensington.
A mansion that once belonged to George Eliot and a top-secret command centre used by Churchill are reported to be among the properties that have sat empty in this borough for years, as hundreds of people now wait in hotels to be rehoused. The Guardian say of the 1,600 homes, 600 have been empty for more than 2 years, so their owners are charged an extra 50% council tax. But the council say they can't force anyone to live there. Rachel Venables, LBC, North Kensington.
The Duke of Edinburgh is preparing to carry out his final solo official engagement later before he steps down at the age of 96. Prince Philip is attending a Royal Marines charity parade outside Buckingham Palace, ending more than 65 years of royal duties. But royal author Phil Dampier says he doubts it'll be the last we see of the Duke.
I don't think he's going to disappear completely. I'm sure he'll turn up for various jobs with the Queen here and there, but the nice thing is now that he can pick and choose them and relax when he wants to, and that's good for the nation, I think.
The head of the Prison Governors Association says English and Welsh jails are in crisis because of what she says is perverse government reform. Andrea Allbutt says she can't see how the Ministry of Justice is aiming to ease the burden on prisons. Riot police had to be called to a jail in Hertfordshire yesterday for the second day in a row. The US Secretary of State says America isn't looking for regime change in North Korea. Rex Tillerson's comments come after a Republican senator claimed President Trump told him he was prepared to go to war. Mr. Tillerson says he would sit down for talks with Pyongyang if it ended its pursuit of nuclear weapons. The airline industry is urging the government to pressure EU states to adequately staff their airports. British holidaymakers have faced queues hundreds of metres long at passport control as staff carry out tighter counter-terror checks. Usain Bolt says he thinks athletics is finally winning the battle against drug cheats. The sport has seen several scandals, including Bolt's relay teammate Nesta Carter being found guilty of doping.
Athletes know our understanding that, listen, if you cheat, you will get caught. You know what I mean? So I think over time, sports will get better.
The world's fastest man is preparing to end his athletics career at this month's World Championships in London. The LBC Markets report the FTSE 100 will start the day at 74.13 after closing up 41 points yesterday. The pound buys you $1.31 and €1.11. LBC weather, rain moving across much of the country through the day. Some heavy downpours across the south, a high of 19 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
Being diagnosed with a serious illness like cancer can bring financial worries. That's why at Lloyds Bank, we have staff trained by Macmillan Cancer Support to help manage your finances, so you can get on with life. Lloyds Bank, by your side.
BBC Travel, good morning, I'm Joanne Webb. In Kent, there are delays of about half an hour on the M25 anti-clockwise from junction 2 at the A2 to the Dartford Tunnel, and that's because of an accident where two lanes are closed. Also on the M25, but in Hertfordshire, there are queues anti-clockwise to junction 25 at the A10, also because of an accident. In London, embarking the 8123 Ripple Road, that's closed both ways because of an ongoing police investigation. And very busy through Kennington already this morning with the A23 being closed northbound at the A3 junction. In Hampshire, there are long delays on the M3 southbound to junction 12 at Eastleigh where a car's overturned, and in Northamptonshire it's very busy on the M1 southbound to junction 16 at Daventry. The overnight roadworks are still there, so two lanes are still closed. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Go on, it's 4 minutes after 7 on Wednesday, August the 2nd. Coming up, moped muggers in Harrods acid attack and barbaric thugs hurl a brick into MP's face. A related story, full details on that. The growing scandal about HS2, yet more homes, more than ever imagined, to be demolished, particularly up north.
I'm LBC's Vincent McAviney, standing on the future path of HS2 in Yorkshire, where residents say the number of house demolitions is being misstated.
The menace of the drug that killed Prince, the pop star, and its increasing impact in this country.
It's too easily accessible, particularly for youngsters, because we've got mobile phones, we've got the internet, and it is kids giving it to kids a lot of the time.
That's a mum who lost her 18-year-old son, and the story you've heard on the LBC News bulletins, more than 1,650 moved on for 1,700 empty homes in the Grenfell area, owned by rich tycoons. The claim they should just give them up, but is that jealousy?
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 60 60 973. Text 84850. Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Well, these two moped attacks are, of course, quite rightly linked. I'll give you details on them both in just a moment. Now, it would be ludicrous to suggest we must ban all mopeds. Right, obviously, it's never going to happen. It's like saying, right, we must ban all kitchen knives because a few people use them irresponsibly. We still need them to do whatever we do in the kitchen when we're preparing food, and obviously people use mopeds responsibly. But there does seem to be, well, two epidemics, because we have the problem of acid attacks, which we looked at a couple of weeks ago. This is two muggers on a moped spraying a noxious substance into a tourist's face as they tried to steal his watch outside Harrods in London. That's a 47-year-old victim left in agony. The robbers struck outside the store in Knightsbridge, London. Chauffeur Fouzi Kabir, who witnessed the attack, said one of the thugs stayed on the bike, the other got off to spray liquid in the man's face. He tells the Daily Mail the attackers had helmets on, you couldn't see their faces. The victim was trying to fight back. He was holding his hands up Defending his face, the taxi driver tried to ram the bike, on which the number plates had been obscured, but they escaped. Mr. Kebir and the taxi driver then used water to douse the victim's face, or he was taken for emergency treatment. And we also learned that an MP was attacked with a brick after he challenged two thugs on mopeds over their anti-social behaviour. Steve McCabe became the latest victim of the motorbike yob crime wave. The pair hurled objects at him on a quiet street in his constituent Selly Oak in Birmingham. And the Labour MP has tweeted pictures of him. Terrible. Well, not terrible, quite a shiner. He's gotten severe bruising to the left-hand side of his face. Well, we've talked about this acid attack, this spate of acid attacks, and I don't know whether you saw on one of the television news programmes yesterday that they were out filming where some of those food delivery people had been, in a sense, terrorised by these young men, and I think I can say exclusively it is young men on these mopeds. And as they're filming, these two race up and threaten the BBC crew with physical violence and then race off again. And quite rightly, the journalist took the number plate of that moped and did a bit of research, and it's neither taxed nor insured. Nothing. Would it be wrong to suggest that every time now the police see a moped, they automatically run the plate through just to see if it's all legit? Because somehow this battle has to be won. Simon Harding, senior lecturer in criminology at Middlesex University. When a wave or a spate like this begins, Mr. Harding, how is it best to be combated by the authorities? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Nick. Well, you're quite right in mentioning that there are two things occurring here. What we've seen really is a marriage of the two key crimes that are occurring in London at the moment: moped theft and acid attacks. And of course, it's very worrying when the two things come together. In many ways, the moped theft appears to be something of a perfect crime. You steal a bike, you cover your head with a visor or a helmet, you have a pillion rider who is perhaps armed with either a hammer or acid, you ram another bike off the road, and the pillion person attacks the victim. So it's very easy to do, the bikes are then dumped, and it's very difficult for the police to get on top of this.
Is this a uniquely British... Sorry, Mr. Harding, I'm sorry to leave it. Is this a uniquely British phenomenon, or has it been imported from elsewhere in the world?
Well, it has been in Europe for at least the last 50 years. We see an increase in the number of mopeds in the streets, certainly in London and some of the metropolitan cities. That's largely due to things such as car insurance costs and traffic congestion. And they're very easy to get hold of. The bikes are often dumped or even set fire to once they've been used in criminal activity. But it is a challenge, I think, for the police to get on top of this.
I have a note here that you've interviewed some of the people who have thrown acid into victims' faces. What comes across as you speak with them?
Indeed, I have, Nick. I interviewed one last week, and I have a further two to interview next week. One of the key issues is the use of acid now by street gangs, and that's largely responsible for the upswing of the figures. What comes across is I say to them, do you understand the absolute horror and terror of what you're doing and the damage that can be done to people? And of course they say, yes, well, we do know, and we don't care. And in part of the gang world, the rules that these young boys play by are very different to the rules that you're following by. And in many ways, they don't care. It creates power and status for them.
I'm not condoning it. I understand it within gang culture, but this is an innocent Qatari tourist who's walking past Harrods, totally unknown to those who attack him.
Indeed. I wouldn't want the public to be overly alarmed, because in many ways, these thefts are quite targeted. They may sound random, they may even appear random to the British public, but in many ways they are targeted, whether it's targeted towards people wearing expensive watches or jewellery, or whether it's targeted towards delivery people. There is still an element of targeting within this.
Thanks for your time. Simon Harding, senior lecturer in criminology at Middlesex University. It's 11 minutes after 7. Listening to that, Jerry Campbell, who's former Scotland Yard Detective Chief Superintendent, more than 3 decades policing experience now, and author. How is this to be tackled by the men and women in the yard and elsewhere in the country, would you say? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Nate. Well, let's be absolutely clear from the get-go. These are brazen, barbaric, and cowardly attacks cannot and must not be tolerated. There must be an absolute... This is not a job for law enforcement. There has got to be a cross-government
initiative. But what are the other departments and areas we bring in as well as the police then?
Well, other partners, cross-government. So, Crime Prosecution Service, Ministry of Justice, the Home Office, right across law enforcement, retailers.
I need to kill some time. Otherwise I'm going to be done too early and sitting in my last drop for hours.
I've got an investigative avenue, for example, through credit cards and other through checks. We have got to say, for example, we know your previous speaker has already talked about fast food delivery drivers being targeted as well.
Yes.
So those involved in that industry, for example, there's got to be an approach around exercising some due diligence.
But in some instances, Mr. Campbell, this is domestos or Mr. Muscle or Harpic or whatever it might be that's being thrown in people's faces. We're never going to be able to restrict the sale of that, are we?
No, we're not. But, and you're right to identify it. We're using a quite ubiquitous term of acid attacks, but of course it is, unrestricted, unregulated household materials, domestic cleaning materials and fluids which are being used, and that is one of the reasons why they are being used as an irritant, noxious substance, because of ease of access, ease of carriage on the street, and then there's an issue around if they are stopped and searched and found in possession of that material, then the police service have got a job on their hands to prove that that individual is carrying that, that implement and liquid with the intent of causing injury to another.
Joe Campbell, you're from Scotland Yard Detective Chief Superintendent and now an author. Thank you. 13 after 7. Colin in Newcastle, and I think it's the Colin that's in the job. You're a police officer. Colin, good morning.
Good morning. We spoke many times before.
Good to hear you.
I'm pretty sure I've got the intellectual level of intelligence as your previous colleague, previous shall we say, experts. But the simple fact, moped crime's gone up for one simple reason: we can't pursue them. Simple as that, and they know that as well. We're not allowed to touch them. I'll explain why.
You see, I asked the national lead, policing lead, I can't remember what he said, but I specifically said this, and he said it is up to the officer's individual discretion. This idea that if I commit a crime, you blokes come after me and I take my crash hat off, that means, whoa, stop, let him be. He says, no, it's down to each individual case.
I assume that was Deputy Assistant Commissioner Graham McNulty.
Might have been. I can't remember the guy's name. It was some weeks ago. What is the case, Colin? You're on duty today, or one of your colleagues on duty today, and you see someone with a crash hat, smash a window, race off with a ton of watches. If he takes his hat off, you can't follow him.
No.
You sure?
Yes.
Yeah, I know you do it. I do know you do it for a living. Yeah.
Yeah, entirely. The point is, I appreciate whoever you're speaking to. He's a senior police officer. He's never going to go on record and say, look, we can't do this, because he just get crucified by the Home Office. He's very delicate position for senior officers, but the truth is we can't touch it. Simple as that. Why do you think crime has gone up? The criminals know that. They'll tell you that they know the moment we go after them, they will just race off. We're not allowed to touch them. And don't forget, IPC has been given £70 million to impose that policy on cops, and there are several court cases going through now where police officers actually sort of flouted minor rules of the pursuit policy being prosecuted, and that's why moped crime's gone up 1,000%. And it is 1,000%.
Yeah, well, I'm about to give some figures. You're absolutely right. 650%, by the way. You nearly there. If they keep their helmets on, though, you can chase, right?
Again, it's very difficult. It's very strict terms and conditions. If you're pursuing someone through a city and goes through high speed or whatever, you need backup from a helicopter or other qualified drivers, and therefore it's like everything else, Nick. They're never going to ban you from doing something, but they'll put the T's and C's. It's so difficult that in the end make it impossible to do.
Colin, be safe. Thank you for that. That does seem to be the reality. Colin, mentioning those figures there, since 2015. How many crimes do you think have been committed by robbers on motorcycles armed with knives, machetes, power tools, or even fire extinguishers? How many per annum? Is it 30, 40 or 50,000 per annum? I'll give you the figure after this. Also coming up after some news headlines, the claim that HS2 has drastically underestimated the number of properties that will need to be bought and demolished. You'll hear a full report. Here's someone, Pete, affected by this.
The bottom dropped out of your world. You know, we'd spent a fortune on the house, not just buying the house, but improving the house. We put everything to make life easier for our retirement, and all that's gone for nothing.
More on that after this. 7:16 LBC News headlines, Simon Conway.
More than 1,600 homes are reported to be empty in the borough surrounding Grenfell Tower. The Duke of Edinburgh will carry out his final solo royal engagement later before he retires, aged 96. And the US Secretary of State says America isn't looking for regime change in North Korea, despite claims President Trump said he is prepared to go to war. The LBC Travel News is next.
Adam's Staycation Fish Tacos.
We're not going away this year. One's gutted. She had her heart set on Mexico. She's been learning Spanish and everything. So tonight, I'm doing the next best thing. I'm making my special fish tacos. Roasted cod with red peppers in a crunchy taco with chili salsa. Lovely. If only we could get some Mexican weather too.
Find Adam's Staycation Fish Tacos recipe online or in store. Food Love Stories, brought to you by Tesco.
Let's get the LBC Travel Desk and Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning. In Kent, it's very slow on the M25 anti-clockwise. It's taking about an hour to get from junction 3 at the M20 to the Dartford Tunnel after an accident earlier, but all the lanes are now back open. Also on the M25 and in Hertfordshire, delays anti-clockwise to junction 25 at the A10 after an accident, and then it's slow on to 24 at Potter's Bar because a car has broken down. Long delays in Hampshire on the M3 southbound to junction 13 at Chandler's Ford where a car has overturned, and in Northamptonshire, delays of about 45 minutes on the M1 southbound to junction 16 at Daventry. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
LBC through your workday with James O'Brien from 10, followed by Sheila Fogarty at 1 p.m.
The impression they clearly created was that the NHS would have £350 million a week more if we left the EU. Another shocking piece of campaigning aimed at making people dislike immigrants in the way that the £350 million thing was aimed at making us think the NHS would be saved if we left.
Leading Britain's conversation, this is LBC.
With breakdown cover from the AA, we'll do whatever it takes to make sure your big wheels keep on turning. Our mechanics usually get you going again in 30 minutes. Breakdown cover from the AA, because anything can happen.
We've been thinking about the nuclear family, that vision of mum, dad and their 2.4 children, and how times have changed. How we're now living longer and our kids are leaving home later. So we thought, with all this change, shouldn't we change the way we think about mortgages? So we now cater for all types of family and are trying to turn generation rent into generation buy. Mortgages for how life is now. NatWest, we are what we do.
Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Ourtime.co.uk sent Tom's profile to Hazel. Just like him, she's single, in her 50s, and loves music festivals. So they met up. Ourtime.co.uk, the dating site for young people over 50. Join and browse for free today. Additional fees and subscriptions may apply. See ourtime.co.uk for details.
Worst nightmare. Avoid like the plague.
Those aren't review centre comments for Wheels for Sure. These are
Great service. A good company. Happy customer.
At Wheels for Sure, we don't think your credit history should affect the way you're treated in the here and now. So we could lease you a brand new car for 3 years. We accept 95% of applicants once we know you can afford the initial rental and monthly payments. And if your company pays a car allowance, we'll automatically accept you. Change your life at wheelsforsure.com. Rated 4.9 out of 5 on Review Centre. Because when life happens, we're here for sure.
Wheels for Sure is FCA regulated. T's and C's apply.
Today I'm going to do a skinny dip with 100 other women. My own husband isn't even allowed to see me naked. Couldn't be more natural if we tried. It's not anything to do with what you look like. It's totally how you feel. It felt so good. Liberated is definitely how everyone feels. That was absolutely awesome. Only a fact is, see how good this feels. Search Feel Good Drinks. Feel Good Drinks. 100% natural, 100% feel good.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060973.
7:21. Clive, I'll talk to you about the scourge of the moped users in just a moment. The crime, by the way, I asked you by how many crimes. Sorry, I told you 650%. It's up to 50,000 now. That's about 1,000 a week of these moped-enabled crimes, if we can call them that. Front pages of the newspapers. The FT, the European economy, has grown at its fastest rate since the debt crisis 6 years ago, underscoring a brighter outlook after elections that eased fears of a populist political threat. Separate figures from a business survey showed the Eurozone's manufacturing sector enjoying a jobs boom, and factories in France hiring at their fastest pace since 2000, and Spain at a rate not seen since before the start of the monetary union in 1998, according to one index. It's worth pointing out, of course, a long way to go. The Guardian goes with the story you've heard on the LBC News Bulletin, and we're going to do in more detail in the next hour. And a string of oligarchs, foreign royalty and multi-millionaire businessmen and women have revealed as the owners of vacant properties in the borough where the Grenfell Tower has left scores of people homeless. The Times tells us that Jeremy Corbyn is under pressure from MPs and socialist politicians in Europe to personally condemn President Maduro's violent regime in Venezuela. Again, a story we'll look at in the next hour. The Daily Mail and the Daily Express have the same story, which again we'll look at later in the show. Now EU spoil our holidays, says the Express. Shambles at EU airport, says the Mail. Holidaymakers queue for hours as Brussels imposes tough passport checks. Now, that's something I think we have to look at. It's not as if it's European-wide. These pictures were taken on the busiest holiday weekend of the year, so that might have influenced. But we will look at that in more detail. The Daily Telegraph tells us that green taxes will cost households almost £150 from next year, as a claim from British Gas. British Gas is also on the front page of the Daily Mirror, but in a different way. British Gas is hiking electricity bills by 12.5% despite its bossy and con, admitting wholesale costs have fallen. Shameless is their headline. And The Sun has a TV story, as it's probably meant to do. Great British rip-off, and this is BBC bosses. But how many times have that come? Bungling BBC bosses. Facing accusations, their new Mary Berry cookery show is just a Great British Bake-Off copy. Comes after the TV veteran was named as judge for Britain's Best Cook, which will be hosted, well, I see, that's the show, Britain's Best Cook is their replacement, and it'll be hosted by Claudine. Right, let's get to Clive in Paris. Clive, what's the solution to this moped crime wave? Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Nick. First time to you.
Thank you. That's very kind of you, so thank you.
You mentioned about these youths not having driving licenses, insurances, etc., etc. Well, back in the 90s, you will remember the film that was regularly called The Producer.
Oh, yeah, I've got loads. Well, I wouldn't say loads, but I've got probably half a dozen of those 10 years. Yeah, of course I did.
It was full HRT1.
You're an ex-copper, obviously.
Retired.
Yeah, right, good in your voice. Yeah.
It was regularly used whenever we saw a youth riding a moped, driving a car, they didn't look quite right. Whatever the reason was that we stopped them. Even if they'd done nothing wrong, we let them go with an HRT.
And I think I had, was it 7 days to report to a local police station with my insurance, MOT and something else, I think.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah, driving license, that's right, yeah.
So if they didn't do that, they were automatically summoned to court, and if they didn't turn up, they were found guilty in absence. Now, in the late 90s, that was put a stop to. It was a political decision.
Why did they get rid of those?
Because it was a political decision, because it was because it was, where I worked in Stockwell, Clapham, Brixton area, a lot of the crime, not all of it, but because of the black and ethnic minority percentages, there was more from the youth in the black and ethnic minorities than there were the white, because it was just the demographic.
Yeah.
If you got to Croydon, it would have been the white.
Yeah.
If you got to Richmond, it would have been the white.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it was a political decision because it was sensitive, and they felt they were being difficult. Whether they were or not, it was not a police officer's decision, it was a political decision. So now, producers are only given out when there is an act.
Right, I see.
Well, of course, they know that they can just ride around without driving licenses, without insurances, and they're not going to be okay.
And that's what's changed it. Clive, really good background, and thank you for calling me. I have to move on for time reasons. Thank you for your first time call, first class. I look forward to speaking with you again, and we will take More of your calls on that in just a moment. Now to HS2, and protesters have been left devastated after a final decision on the rail line will send it through housing estates to the east of Rotherham and the heart of the Dearne Valley. LBC has seen documents claiming that HS2 has underestimated the number of properties that will need to be brought and demolished. Residents in Yorkshire saying the projections of 35 residences and 16 businesses drastically underestimates the level of demolition. Stop HS2 Bramley, a town which the £56 billion line runs right through. I believe the figures on the number of houses that need to be demolished are totally wrong, and LBC's Vincent McAvenny has been speaking with those affected. Vincent.
Phase 2B is the Y-shaped part of the network, Nick, after it splits at Birmingham into branches to Manchester and Leeds. And on that Leeds route, the government had the option of building along the M18 motorway or going through a new station at Meadowhall, which campaigners and local MPs would have served this region better. But the government chose the M18 route where I'm standing now, literally on the path of the future tracks through Bramley, very close to houses here. And I've taken a tour along the line into the homes and businesses which will be destroyed to hear from their owners on the impact of this decision. Now, the Department for Transport maintain that HS2's projection of only needing to demolish 35 residences and 16 businesses, as you said, is correct. But residents point to the hundreds of properties that have been safeguarded for the construction. Anyone having their home taken from them will obviously be devastated, but everyone I've spoken to here is furious because they believe these figures and costs are simply wrong. I've come to Graham Moody's farm in Mexborough. It's just above the Shimmer estate, which has had a lot of publicity, new homes that are going to be destroyed. But his family have been here for over 40 years. They've built this entire farm. They employ dozens of people, and they're unhappy with the plans.
It's going to be terrible, because she's not going to get away. She's going to be mashing a pot of tea and looking at them having the breakfast on train. If this HS2 were in business of their own, and not to get their own money, they'll all be bankrupt.
Have they ever come here and spoken to you and explained what they're going to do and how they will remunerate you and your family?
We've had nothing at all in writing. I've been to meetings when they've been there, and I might as well swap to my son because it was a total waste of time. And I tell the man who were in charge of us, I'm going to tell you now, if them lot work for me, they'll all be on door tomorrow.
Mary, can I ask you, you've lived here just as long and you've helped build this home and this farm. There's a route that they could have chosen, which would mean you and a lot of other people wouldn't have had this disruption in your lives. What do you make of them picking the route that they've done?
I just think it's absolutely ridiculous. They haven't thought it through. I don't think they've got a clue. The easiest route was from Meadowhall. It hardly interferes with anything. All what we've got is going to be uprooted to go where? I don't want to move from Mexborough.
I'm now just down the road on the Shimmer estate. There's still banners telling people that they can come and live here for as little as £268 a month. And I'm standing outside one of the show homes. It's been shuttered up now. But lots of families had already moved in here. They'd started making these houses their homes. And one couple I'm going to talk to, Sue and Pete, thought that this is where they would spend their retirement years.
The bottom dropped out your world. You know, we'd spent a fortune on the house, not just buying the house, but improving the house. We put everything to make life easier for our retirement. And all that's gone for nothing.
How do you think HS2 have handled this?
Laughable. We know for a fact, just looking at the route, there's 16 blocks of houses directly underneath the viaduct. That's without bringing in your cranes and your heavy equipment and your builders. So we reckon there's going to be at least 100 houses go.
But they actually told us in the early doors, when they safeguarded the whole estate, that no one will be able to live here because it will be a building site.
Vincent McAvenny reporting. Chris Matthewman chairs Stop HS2 in Bramley and is a resident of one of the estates we've heard of. Joins me now. Mr. Matthewman, you're chair of Stop HS2, but respectfully, you're not going to be able to stop HS2, are you? Morning.
Good morning, Nick. Yes. Well, you know, whether HS2 is stopped nationally is really another debate. I think the thing for us in the Yorkshire area is the government have announced a route through the M80, the Phase 2B route, and one of the things that they claim is that it will impact far fewer people. In fact, according to Paul Griffiths, the HS2 Phase 2 Development Director, it'll impact 2/3 fewer people than the previous route. Well, actually, it's totally incorrect. It's preposterous to make that statement. I mean, I'm stood on a narrow piece of land in Bramley between the houses and the M18, and HS2 are proposing to build a twin-track high-speed rail line straight through where I'm standing. There's 2/3 more property upheaval than the previous route, and the government aren't saying that that's the case. That there will be hundreds of homes demolished on this route. There's one estate in Mexborough where there's 220 properties safeguarded. HS2 are trying to claim there's only going to be 16 demolitions on that route. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. There'll be far more than that.
Chris Bettyman, thank you. You chair Stop HS2 in Bramley, talking about the proposed link there. We'll come back to your views of those moped crimes in just a moment. Plus, coming up after the news, end of the road for the AA boss. Bob McKenzie, as executive chairman, is fired for, quotes, gross misconduct. The share price dropped to a record low. Shows the importance of some bosses, doesn't it? But why? Full details on that story after this. You're listening to Breakfast with me, Nick Ferrari, on LBC. 7:30 News is with Simon Conway.
More than 1,600 properties in the borough surrounding Grenfell Tower are reported to be empty, while victims of the fire continue to live in hotels. The Guardian says the home's owners include foreign billionaires and
from Junction 3 at the M20 after an accident that happened earlier. All the lanes are open, but it's still very slow. Also on the M25 in Hertfordshire, anti-clockwise queues all the way from Junction 26 at Walton Abbey to 24 at Potters Bar. There was an accident on that stretch and a car broke down as well. All the lanes, though, are now back open. And in Northamptonshire, delays about 45 minutes on the M1 southbound to Junction 16 at Daventry. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC. Does your computer feel slow or sluggish? Is your screen full of unwanted pop-ups? Your computer under attack from the inside. Today's viruses and malware are designed to get past your antivirus software and hide in your system. But there's a simple solution, the Fix-Me-Stick. Fix-Me-Stick is the future of computer virus removal. Plug it in and it takes the viruses, ransomware, spyware, trojans, and other malware out. Pick up a Fix-Me-Stick today to keep your computer fast and clean. Available at Asda Supercenters and on Amazon.
With breakdown cover from the AA. Whatever it takes to make sure your big wheels keep on turning. Our mechanics usually get you going again in 30 minutes. Breakdown cover from the AA. Because anything can happen.
Does your career need a kickstart? If so, Saturday the 12th... day for programs starting this autumn. It's your chance to get a taste of studying at a highly respected, triple accredited business right on your doorstep. Join us on the 12th of August to find out how the Henley MBA can give you and experience to be the leader you know you can be. Search Henley MBA and book your place today.
Right, sick now?
Yeah, not bad.
What was up with you yesterday?
No, I was just pissed. My fucking back's killing me again, but I've been playing. That's why I just like that shit.
Yeah.
Hey, fucking odd.
Just tell him you got a back problem. Don't tell him you got a stomach ache.
Otherwise I'll put it forward fucking window then.
No, the back problem's down to them. Stomach ache's down to you. I said that to you the other day. If you've got a problem with your back, take some time off, because it'll only get fucking worse.
Yeah, well, that's not it. I've been sleeping. Get fucking off them.
Yeah. It worked out quite well for me, because I ended up just doing what you were going to do yesterday. So that worked out nice. And then when I got back, I had to do the London that I was supposed to do yesterday, do it today. So obviously all the roads were all nice and clear by the time I got round.
Yeah.
No, I mean, when I got back, I was all made, because it was made yesterday morning, wasn't it?
Yeah. So what, that's isn't it?
Yeah, what are you on, Kent?
I'm on the van. I think Kingsley, I've got Wells next to see, they're all out Peterborough.
Who's that? So who's done the Kent one then that I was supposed to be doing today? Yeah. Yeah. They do stupid things, don't they?
I want your lorry tomorrow.
Oh yeah? Well, where you going? Where you going tomorrow?
Right.
Where? Yeah. So where's yours? MOT, did you say?
Yeah, it's going in today. They're going to have it for 3 days, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so mine will be in next week then, won't it?
Yeah. I'm not at work. I'm off next week off, and I say you'll probably be driving my lorry for the next 3 days.
Do you know what?
I've booked in the first week off in September. That's when we're going to go to Portugal. Fucking, we look to go next week. That's £600, yeah, for the three of us to go, yeah? Just for the fun.
Yeah.
If you go to the first in September when our kids go back to school, £160.
I know, it's fucking crazy, isn't it? What are you going to do? Take your daughter out?
Slowly missed 3 days, I think it is, at school.
Yeah.
Like all of it.
Yeah, your school let you have it off, didn't they?
Yeah, they don't really care.
Yeah.
Even if they did follow it, it'd still be about £400 cheaper.
Yeah, I know, it's only 60 quid for a family.
Yeah, I know, it's still loads cheaper, isn't it? That's what I was doing yesterday, looking at prices for next week, and I was thinking, I'm paying like 600 quid. So you go 3 or 4 weeks later and you pay like 160.
Bloody hell. No, it's just a bloody rip-off, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm still in summer holidays, though. Everything is going down again.
Yeah. Well, I told you that Tenerife has cost me 3.7, I think. You disappeared. You're back again now.
Yeah, I've got no signal.
Yeah, you're back here. Yeah, 3.7 that Tenerife's cost me in the school holidays for 7 days.
How much?
3.7.
3.7?
Yeah, 3,700.
So that's, if I was looking at all-inclusive holidays, I could go to Tenerife, yeah?
Yeah.
In September, the same week. All-inclusive, 180 quid each.
Yeah, that's after the school holidays, isn't it?
Yeah, so I mean, there's so much shit, that's like 600 quid, I can have an all-inclusive holiday.
Yeah. I know. My missus won't do it though. If it's just down to me, I'd just take the kids out of school. I don't care. She won't do it.
Yeah, you pay 120 quid for the pack, and then you save like £2 grand.
Yeah. But when you go out of season though, like I've done both, and you do find that the food quality goes down. Well, the choice of food, but definitely entertainment, that definitely goes out the window. The entertainment's right cheap old stuff, but it's still a cheap holiday, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, we're just going to go to Portugal. Yeah. I'm still really hot over there in September.
So you're not going to stay with the in-laws then?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are going to stay.
So I'm just putting in my next delivery.
You there now, are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm all right. I'm in no rush. I'm at Cartwright Gardens.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Judge. Just doing that.
Because you're not at work tomorrow, are you?
Nah. Do you know, I've only got a couple more deliveries to do. I've done them all. But because I had Lombard this morning. I left home at 3:30 this morning. But the problem is, I looked at my last one. Someone's written in pen on it. 11 after 11.
After 11?
Yeah. Private address.
What I do is I pull the top sheet off, put a pen thread on it, and put top of the board just the bottom sheet, just give them that one. I'll sign it yourself, and pretend you didn't know it was 11. That's what I'm doing.
Well, I'm gonna turn up anyway. So it's a Percy Bass. So I don't know, I'm guessing that they're going to be there. They just I'm not taking it. It's a posh area and a posh name. I ain't taking it in. It's a damn great freaking 180 by 200. I'm on it. I ain't carrying that up any stairs. And you know it's going to be. They're going to expect it to take it up and whatever else. But they ain't going to get it.
They're going to expect you to set it up and all sorts.
Yeah. Not coming up. I put the bloody wrong postcode in this. I'm wondering why it ain't coming up. Search.
They ain't coming up, say.
No, I put W2R. It should be WC2R. Whereabouts are you?
I'm near King Glen at the moment. What's Swaff up there, Swaff? They're the world's expertise, right?
I just don't understand. Even if they've got an agency and just to drive the van. So, what vehicle is he driving today? The agency?
AAJ.
It's still better off to get an agency to drive a van than drive a truck, isn't they?
That's Cabin though, he's driving quite slow, isn't he? Cabin.
Oh.
He's working next week because I'm off, you're off. Les checked off on a Monday. Tuesday, Thursday, Monday, I think it's 3 of us.
Oh God, what? Oh, blimey. So when's your truck come back from MOT?
Must be Monday.
Well, then mine goes off Monday.
I don't know when yours goes. Yeah, I suppose. Kevin ain't got maybe it's on your truck thing for MOT. He told me, otherwise I would have left all my stuff in there. I've pulled it all out now.
Yeah, have you done that ME London hotel on the Strand? I'm sure that's the one that's right on the corner and you have to go around the back.
Yeah, I've done that.
It is the one where you drive past it and then turn left and left again, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, that is good one. Really busy around there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that wobbler alright with you yesterday when you went to the disposal?
Nah, she wasn't there, but she's alright, because I'll bug her up, she's alright with me. But the day before, they pulled all the beds out of the room and had them down outstairs ready for us. And then that's put them all back in again, they weren't happy.
Oh, man, we're already out. They might have got sways for you.
Yeah, but their problem is that they're people in their room, checked into the rooms, because check-in's 12 o'clock, check-out's 11:30, check-in's 12 to 1, so people going in their rooms and have no beds in them. So people have got their, you know, I don't know, maybe like, been out for the day, or driven overnight or something to get there. They wanted to lay down on a bed and they didn't have a bed to lay on. So they were kicking up a right stink apparently.
That ain't your fault, though, is it?
No. I said to back up, I said, no, I'm probably getting away late and stuff. You know, things like that, you know, she home to them, you know, messing customers about. And that's a good customer, they buy a lot of stuff off us at that hotel.
Yeah.
So, we've got to do this one, the Judd Hotel. That's down the other end, isn't it? Hold on, that's the Judd Hotel. Then I got that ME London on the Strand. And then I got my last one, which is W1D. W1D.
Yeah.
That's right central, that is.
From that I am now in Swarthmore.
Well, that's where they had the first wind generator, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah.
I can see it now.
Yeah, just one on its own.
Yeah. I can see it. Sneeze. Got a bit of sneeze.
I'm just looking at mine.
Oh, that's it.
My last delivery, it's just round the corner from bloody Leicester Square. Told you. It ain't going to be the sort of place you can just drop it outside.
Like, it's horrible out there.
Yeah. Just off Rupert Street. Fucking Wardour. Wardour Street? Rupert Street?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. It's just... Oh, but where are you supposed to park right now? I don't know. Oh. Just check my bloody postcode. Yeah. Unless the postcode's wrong. PA. I think that postcode might be wrong.
They do that. They put the numbers in the wrong place.
Yeah. Let me Google it. ST.
I need to wake up.
I got home yesterday, had me dinner and fell asleep on the couch.
Did you?
Yeah.
I stayed awake like I didn't realise Slippery Big Brother started last night, did I?
Yeah.
So I watched that.
Well, that's clever. I think this is West 10, W10, which is fucking Kensal Rise, which I'm miles away from. I'm sure it is. Yeah. Look, St Quintin's Avenue, I'll put in just the name of the road, and it's W10-6, and I've got W1D6. Yeah, that D's a bloody zero.
Yeah, that's not as bad as before.
Well, it is, because I've already been there.
Have you?
Yeah.
Well, that'd drive me off.
Well, I've been over that side of London. It's over by Scrubs Lane, by the Scrubs prison.
Well, that wouldn't drive me off a bit.
Yeah. I don't know. I've got loads of time. I'm early, ain't I?
That's the way.
Yeah.
That's why you're nearly done.
Yeah. I want to get off. I'm going to go, because I've got to drop these pillars in. I want to go and do these pillars, go for a little 5-minute walk, and then head down to my next one.
Well, I'll give you a ring later.
Yeah, bye mate, cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye, buddy.
Bye.
Search Henley MBA and book your place today.
You will arrive at your destination at 7:58 a.m. You will arrive at your destination at 7:59 a.m.
And it's the centre of a Brexit row after concertgoers at the Royal Albert Hall were ordered to put away their EU flags. Campaigners draped about half a dozen flags over the barriers separating the audience from the orchestra towards the end of the performance by the BBC's National Orchestra of Wales. The key is, of course, the music that was being performed. It's the EU's anthem. Of the EU under the proposed European Constitution, but that, you may recall, was just after being rejected by the French in a referendum. Clive Lewis is one of these demonstrators. Joins me now. Why did you do it, Mr. Lewis? Good morning.
Because I'm a British patriot. I'm a passionate supporter of what in the best interest of our country. And this very narrow referendum result with 37% of the electorate, 51.9% of votes, is taking away some of my fundamental rights as an EU citizen to be able to work, to retire in any other of the EU countries.
Of course, you are going to a concert, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, I was. And, by the way, I was contacted by Robert Dex from the Evening Standard on Monday, so I knew it was going to be in the Evening Standard yesterday.
Right.
What he wrote...
I'm afraid I haven't seen it, and he's not here to defend himself. Well, has he misquoted you in your view?
No, he's not.
Oh, right, good.
It was correct.
Oh, good. Fine.
But the statement he quoted from the BBC and the Royal Albert Hall was not factually correct.
Right. Statement on behalf of the Albert Hall says flags are permitted. However, our primary concern is the smooth running of the festival. On this occasion, a small number of people with large flags caused disruption to the audience and performers at the front of the arena. In line with standard event management, staff intervened as they would for any disturbance in the hall. Not so?
Yes, that is not true. One of us had a flag confiscated on the way in.
Was this an orchestrated demonstration? Oh, what a good word I chose. Was this an orchestrated demonstration?
It was, yes. We planned it in advance in secret. We had forewarned the orchestra, which is, again, something...
How did you forewarn the orchestra?
We met them as they were going into their entrance.
What was their reaction when they heard about it? Was it music to their ears to keep the puns going?
Yes, it was.
It was music to their... Because I think, didn't the conductor wear an EU pin, I think, didn't he? Have I got that right?
I think that was a previous...
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, okay.
Yes. I know, I was on the back. I was one of those on the front of the barrier, right in front of the arena.
Oh, right.
I got a few wry smiles off the orchestra as they came in, because I was wearing a hat, the same as the one that the Queen wore.
Oh, yes.
The Queen's speech.
The EU coat.
Yeah.
Now, I have to put this to you, you little rabble-rouser. Did you cause disruption to the audience and performers at the front of the arena, as they're saying?
I would say no, because what we did, there was about around about 5 of us on the front of the barrier. We had other people scattered around the auditorium. What we did at the front, on the front barrier, is we put the flags, we just hung the flags over the barrier.
Yeah.
Left them still, so not obstructing anybody's view.
So what do you think, lastly, a flag is a flag, and I'm afraid I've never attended the proms, but I've watched it regularly, and of course I recall the rampant, unchecked patriotic joy on the last night of the proms. What do you think, calling outside the fans? What do you think lay behind it, lastly, Mr. Lewis?
I think, I'm really not sure what... we were sort of informed that flags were not allowed, which is not what the statement in the Evening Standard said from the BBC. I actually hid my flag down my trousers to get in.
Was it a big flag?
It was 5 foot by 3 foot.
Holy moly, that's a whopper down your trousers. It's not often I say that to a man.
Yeah.
Well, is this it for your life of demonstration and rabble-rousing, Mr. Lewis, or do you plan to do it again?
To quote a song, you ain't seen nothing.
You ain't seen nothing yet. Well, whatever you do, stay the right side of the law. Thank you for having a sense of humour. And it does seem rather heavy-handed reaction. Clive Lewis, thank you. You're one of the concert goers. You're one of the demonstrators. I read the BBC and Albert Hall comment, so I don't need to read it again, do I? Instead, I'm going to speak to Scott in Canby Island about these moped crimes. Got a solution, Scott? Good morning.
Yeah, it's just in relation to... Morning, Nick, sorry. It's my first phone call, so...
Oh, thank you.
Although I've met you a couple of times, but... sorry.
Okay.
It's in relation to... I'm an ex-police officer.
Oh, that's how you met me. What had I done wrong?
The Commissioner's Excellence Award.
Oh, right, okay. You're one of the great cops I met there. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
I left recently through a number of reasons, but one of them is frustration in relation to your last caller. Your community campaigner.
Yes. Yes.
Always in relation to the force being used and the sort of numbers you're quoting in relation to I don't know if you realise, which is a point I want to make for my fellow colleagues, is that every time you arrest a suspect, 9 times out of 10, you place handcuffs on them, and that is use of force.
Right. No, that's interesting.
So when you're saying that figures are up, there's a number of reasons for that. If you arrest someone, so if you're arresting more than a proportion of black and minority ethnic people in London, if you put handcuffs on them, unfortunately, that's going to show abuse of force. It's just that it's not just literally assaulting someone is what people.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
The police use of force.
Yeah.
That's just a point I wanted to make.
And you made it well. And good speaking with you again. Sorry I didn't recognise your name. Look after yourself. Thank you. 328 is the time. All right. So let's carve out some time. I probably don't do this enough, actually. Some of the emails, texts and tweets that come in. On the subject of these moped attacks, Mike in Crawley. Acid attacks. Just as police stab vests came in to protect against knives, so visored helmets will have to come in for protection against eye attacks. When the politicians and public complain that police uniforms are more robo-cop, they should remember society gets the policing it deserves by its actions. Well, it's interesting because there are pictures in the papers, Mike, and I appreciate the SAS are not police officers. I get that. But the SAS now, they are literally wearing, if I say those Star War helmets, they literally, you can't see a thing inside there. It's like they're all Darth Vader. So I say again, I realise they're not police officers, but it does speak to perhaps the level of security and protection we need. Alan says, if these so-and-sos committing moped crimes were by some remote chance caught, what do you think would happen to them? I think you're speaking to rather lenience that would be shown. Joseph says, I don't agree with this, by the way, but we should drop the phrase "we don't care." When they crash, we put them at the back of the queue, put them at the back of the A&E queue, give them the right sentence, 15 years. We need to wake up and care about the victims and not let them down. Yeah, I don't know that you'd want to live in a society that says, you've flown off a moped, right, you can sit at the back of the queue. I do agree that we need tougher sentencing, though. Liam says, if they can't get hold of acid, they'll just use a hammer. These cretins do not care. Our government and CPS needs to back our officers rather than hanging them out to dry. Eddie points out, carrying a passenger on any motorised bike, you must pass a driving test. It's unusual for someone to bother to take a test on a moped. If police see 2 young people on a moped, just stop them. I would agree with that, actually. Alan says plates are automatically run using ANPR's automatic number plate recognition. In traffic cars, we need more police, but those that believe you cut to make money versus invest are winning at the moment, so austerity will continue. Shane in London, I tweeted a City of London police, and they said they can follow a moped, but it is on a case-by-case incident, so basically the means, no, that's pretty much what we're getting. All right, coming up, after the police scandal of Grenfell, they had them just standing empty.
It's revealed 1,600 homes sit empty in the shadow of Grenfell Tower. I'm LBC's Rachel Venables in North Kensington.
And the drug that killed Prince. Now it's the scourge on Britain's streets. Here's a grieving mum.
It's too easily accessible, particularly for youngsters, because we've got mobile phones, we've got the internet, and it is kids giving it to people a lot of the time.
Those stories are now up to the 8 o'clock news. On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio, leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 8 o'clock, more than 1,600 properties are understood to be empty in Kensington and Chelsea, the borough surrounding Grenfell Tower. The owners are reported to include multi-millionaires, foreign royalty, and a former mayor of New York. LBC's Rachel Venables has more from North Kensington.
As hundreds of survivors live in hotels and B&Bs waiting to be rehoused, we hear a third of these 1,600 properties have been sat empty for years. These people live in the area and tell me it's not good enough.
I don't think the blame should be put on those sort of people. I just think that the council and the government should do more to provide, because it's within their power.
There's nothing wrong with people making their money living in big houses, but just it's standing empty, and then right next to it there's people who are not even living in a house at all.
But beyond raising council tax, the council say there's nothing they can do to make these owners sell up or move in. Rachel Venables, LBC, North Kensington.
LBC has seen documents that claim the government has underestimated the number of properties that will need to be demolished to make way for HS2. Residents in Yorkshire claim the projection of 35 homes and 16 businesses is inaccurate, as hundreds of properties have been safeguarded for the construction. Chris Matthewman is from the Stop HS2 Brandon campaign group.
I stood on a narrow piece of land in Brandon between the houses. The M18 and HS2 are proposal to build a twin-track high-speed rail line straight through where I'm standing. It's absolutely preposterous that they would even contemplate that without claiming that there's going to be any demolition.
The Duke of Edinburgh is preparing for his final solo royal event later after more than 65 years of engagement. Prince Philip, who's 96, will retire after he meets Royal Marines at a charity parade this afternoon. Since the 1950s, the Duke has attended more than 22,000 official events. The US Secretary of State says America is willing to sit down for talks with North Korea, but only if it ends its pursuit of nuclear weapons. Rex Tillerson has stressed the US is not seeking regime change or looking to send the military in. The government's being urged by the airline industry to pressure EU states to adequately staff their airports to cut queues. British holidaymakers have faced lines hundreds of metres long at passport control due to tighter counter-terror checks. Shares in Apple are up after it reported better than expected financial results. Year-on-year, revenues in the second quarter were up 7% to £34.4 billion, driven by an increase in iPhone sales. The LBC Markets report the FTSE 100 is starting the day at 74.13. After closing up 41 points yesterday, the pound buys you $1.32 and €1.11. LBC weather, rain moving across much of the country through the day, some heavy downpours in the south. A high of 19 degrees. From Global Newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
If the phrase PPI claim makes you want to lie down and go to sleep, congratulations, you're perfectly normal. If it fills you full of excitement at the prospect of winning back money for other people, then you probably work at the money hotline. Because we know you can afterwards back all directly owed. Our dedicated team of experts will handle your claim for you and make the whole thing hassle-free. Call us free from your mobile on 87878 or go to moneyhotline.co.uk.
LBC Travel, good morning. I'm Joanne Webb. In West Sussex, the M23, very slow northbound. Just after the junction, traffic being held. That's because of an accident. It's all the way back to junction normally. Southbound cars open is much busier than normal northbound into the Blackwall Tunnel, but also there's only one Woolwich ferry running, so lots of people using the tunnel instead. In London, on the M4, a van's broken down on the westbound exit road at junction 4 at Heathrow, queues back into the main carriageway, and in Glasgow, it's very slow on the M8 eastbound to junction 16 at Craypole, where a bus is broken down. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Good morning to you, 4 minutes after 8 on Wednesday, the 2nd of August. Coming up in this hour, more details on that story leading the LBC bulletin, the supposed scandal within the borough with the Grenfell town. Meanwhile, in other news, the drug that killed pop star Prince is now prevalent on Britain's streets and is believed to have been responsible for scores of deaths. And another night of violence in Britain's jails. Prisons in crisis now are called to renationalise the probation service. Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 60 60 973. Text 84850. Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. So let's get into a little more detail. That story you've had mentioned at the top of the LBC News Bulletin just a few moments ago. A string of oligarchs, foreign royalty and multi-millionaire businessmen and women have been revealed as the owners of vacant properties in the borough where the deadly Grenfell Tower fire has scores of people homeless. There are 1,652 properties listed as unoccupied by Kingsland and Chelsea Borough Council. They include a Ukrainian billionaire fighting extradition to the US, former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg, a luxury property developer, and a senior TV executive. The properties include the distinctive former Brompton Road Tube Station building, once used as a top-secret command centre for Winston Churchill. It's been vacant since it was bought for £53 million by the Ukrainian Dmytro Cash in 2014. I mentioned Michael Bloomberg. He has a 7-bedroom, Grade 2 listed mansion worth £16 million, once home to the writer George Eliot. I'll give you more names from the list in just a moment. It is, of course, worth reminding you that scores of people, survivors from Grenfell, are still awaiting accommodation. Let's speak to someone in the council. Robert Atkinson is Labour leader for the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. Joins me now. Councillor, I'm surprised to hear about the publication of this list. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, well, I know you can see it with your own eyes, the number of empty properties in the borough for a very long time, and the council seem to have been very happy to let this continue. As I said previously, the council seemed to think that being the most attractive ghost town in the country was something that they would allow to happen.
What should be done, Councillor?
Well, I think we certainly need to be finding appropriate properties, and I wouldn't have thought people from Grenville would want to live in a converted underground station, but I really do think that it's time we got to move on. 6 weeks after the fire, people are still living in unsuitable hotels, and if it's necessary to take over private property when all else has failed, then we should be prepared to do so.
Or seizing, the state seizes property, doesn't it?
Well, as I said, when you've exhausted every other opportunity. But an example I'm aware of is that Affinity Sutton have 157 empty apartments on the Kale Speakers estate in Chelsea. Now, they have kept those empty. They've made them uninhabitable. I think that is almost criminal behaviour, and I will be perfectly happy to expropriate them if Affinity Sutton aren't prepared to use them.
Has anybody approached any of these individuals or any of these organisations to see if they would help?
Well, I understand that is the case. I also know that landlords have been approaching it's been the other way around. We've had landlords approaching the council offering properties. Now, some of those properties, as I say, are unsuitable because the people who from Grenville Tower have been made offers that they would get tenancies at least equal to what they had previously. So that does make it difficult. Unless you're prepared to buy the flat outright, in which case the council would then be able to offer the same tenancies. But if, for example, a housing association made a flat available, people wouldn't have the right to inherit a tenancy in a housing association. So it is quite complicated, but as I say, after 6 weeks, it's time we're trying anything.
Where would the period be, in your view, Councillor, that a property has laid vacant or empty for how many months or years before the council would start to take an interest? Where's the cut-off point?
I think if it's empty for over a year, then people should be encouraged to make more efforts than to be occupied. And certainly after 2 years, I would say they should be taxed more and given an incentive to make sure that someone is allowed to live there. But Grenville aside, and I'm reluctant to put Grenville aside, there is a housing crisis in London, and the council seems to have been mesmerised by it and not done anything about it.
And that time limit won't help the people in Grenville, will it?
No, absolutely not, which is why for the last 6 weeks I've been saying that we should be prepared to spend money and put more effort into it. 6 weeks is too long.
Yes. I mean, it's not a crime to be rich.
No.
But it does seem to be in this borough at the moment.
Well, in what sense?
Well, someone who's made a lot of money, or perhaps inherited a lot of money, decides to buy a house in your borough and doesn't choose to live there at the moment, and perhaps is busy making more money in Uzbekistan or New York or wherever they might be, and yet now it's sort of being implied that they should throw open their doors or loan the house to the local authority.
I think it's not healthy for society in general to have street after street of empty houses. It's not for the benefit of the rest of the population.
I don't see how lastly you, small p, police it without becoming, as I've used the word again, seizing properties from rich people.
Well, which I did say I would only do as a last resort. I think there are other ways of doing it. It should be possible to approach landlords in the normal way, and if you spend enough money, you should be able to rent properties. The market would operate in that way, and you certainly haven't heard me saying as a first sign that you should seize properties. Most of these properties that you've listed aren't suitable, and the people from Grenville Tower wouldn't want to live in a converted underground station or in a grade 2 7-bedroom listed mansion.
Thanks for your time. Robert Atkinson, your councillor and Labour leader for the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. We'll get the legal aspect in just a second, but LBC's reporter Rachel Venables is in the area. Rachel.
Well, as you heard from Councillor Atkinson there, it has been a long accepted fact that these parts of London are going to have lots of wealthy people owning some very expensive homes, and they sit empty on our streets, gathering dust, gathering value, just a stone's throw away from council blocks and people on housing waiting lists and in this case, they're also metres away from the blackened shell of Grenfell Tower. Now, according to the report out this morning, there are 1,600 homes like that. Some of them six-bed mansions, some of them incredible places of historical value, all of them empty gathering value, and around a third of them have been empty for more than 2 years. But the council say beyond increasing council tax, there's nothing they can do really to force any of the owners to move in or sell up. These people who do live in the area tell me it's a disgrace.
This is an area where there are people with money, and I suppose at the end of the day, people have a right, if they have the money, to buy the homes if they want to. But at the same time, I just think that the council and the government should do more to provide my friends a part of that tragedy that are suffering at the minute and don't have anywhere to live. Why not the government use some sort of initiative to negotiate with some of these homeowners if their properties are unused, maybe to have them on loan just for a little while so people can live a bit more comfortably until they're given a home.
There's nothing wrong with people making their money and living in big houses, but just it standing empty and then that being your investment, it seems a bit weird when juxtaposed right next to it there's people living in poverty or not even living in a house at all.
I mean, I know there is a housing shortage because I've got family myself that have been in temporary for like 10 years. So I know they can't just magic up places, out of nowhere. If you know that you've got family that have been in temporary accommodation for that amount of time, and then a tragedy happens and then suddenly they fall out.
I'm going to see if I can find this bloody place, because I can't see it anywhere.
Vendor reserves and buyout in homes for everyone, but over the next 5 years, it could take up to half a decade to get these people into permanent homes again.
Thanks, Rachel Venables reporting 13 after 8. So to the legal side, Russell Conway is probably expert, senior partner of the firm Oliver Fisher in Notting Hill locally, joins me now. What would be the legal process of a local authority trying to rent out or even seize properties? Good morning.
Hi, Nick. Well, legally, the step forward would be compulsory purchase if they wanted to go down that route. At the moment, they've got very few tools at their disposal. If you've got an empty property in Kensington, the only problem that the owner has is he has to pay 50% more council tax, which is about £1,000 a year. If you've got a property worth 10 million, that's just chicken feed. They can make it a condition of a planning permission that a property is not laid waste for years and years after it's being converted or extended, but that's not a condition that's put in very often. And I think sometimes this local borough does have no idea of what's happening. You can walk along streets literally behind the town hall at the moment where there are, 24 private security vehicles with dogs and men in uniforms looking like policemen, but they're not. They're simply security guards guarding empty homes. It's all rather dystopian and science fiction-like. So what do we do? Yes, the only real way forward to get these properties back into use is some form of compulsory purchase, if the local authority have the will to do that.
And this is a borough in which you work. I don't know, it may indeed be the borough in which you live. How is it developed in this fashion?
I think the problem is the borough has become a land bank. No, I certainly don't live there. I can't afford to live there. I'm a solicitor and earn a certain amount of money.
Well, they don't do too badly with respect, Mr. Conway.
Well, I'm a legal aid lawyer.
Oh, I'm sorry, right, okay.
Legal aid lawyers don't do too well. I work for tenants, I work for homeless. But going back to your question, the problem we've got is that Kensington and Chelsea is always bucking the trend. Property prices are always going up very significantly. And because they're going up significantly, people know if they buy a house for 5 million, keep it empty for 10 years, it would have gone up to 20 million. That's an incredibly good rate of return.
Russell Conway, we'll leave it there. Thank you for your time. You're a property expert and your senior partner of the firm Oliver Fisher in Notting Hill in the area. Your views on that? The scandal of Grenfell? Or for some it might be just jealousy that people have got these homes. Your views. And to the drug that killed Prince. Well, last year a teenager from Kent died after unknowingly taking it, fentanyl. His mother, Michelle Fraser, says her son had gone to a dealer to buy cannabis and was given the powder just to try. We'll be speaking to Michelle next.
It's too easily accessible, particularly for youngsters, because we've got mobile phones, we've got the internet, and it is kids giving it to kids a lot of the time. From the parents that have come to speak to me, it's kids giving it to kids, because they don't know what they're giving. The person that gave it to my son probably didn't know what he gave him.
Yes, the growing scourge of that killer drug. More after the 8:16 LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
More than 1,600 properties around Grenfell Tower are reportedly sat empty while survivors of the fire continue to live in hotels. The Duke of Edinburgh will carry out his final solo royal engagement later before he retires, aged 96. Airlines are urging the government to pressure EU states to ensure their airports are properly staffed amid long queues for British holidaymakers because of new security checks. The LBC Travel News is next.
Who was the second Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? The second person to run a 4-minute mile? What about the second album you bought? Not sure. Here's something you will remember. Being one of the first to test drive the all-new Ford Fiesta, saving you £500. Simply visit your local Ford dealership before the 31st of August. Ford. Together, we go further.
Test drive a Ford vehicle between the 1st of July and 31st of August 2017 and receive a £500 customer saving, including VAT off the recommended on-the-road price of selected new Ford vehicles contracted and registered between 1st of July and 31st of August 2017. Excludes Car Plus, Focus RS and Mustang models. Retail customers only at participating Ford dealers.
Off to the LBC Travel Desk under Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning. In West Sussex, the M23 was blocked northbound just after Junction 9 at Gatwick Airport. It's open now, but it's still closed from Junction 10 at Crawley. In Kent, there are delays of about half an hour on the M25 anti-clockwise into the Dartford Tunnel after an accident earlier. In Surrey, there's only one lane open on the M3 southbound at Junction 3 at Lightwater. A van's overturned, long queues on the approach. In London, a van's broken down on the M4. It's on the westbound exit road at Junction 4 at Heathrow, and there are queues back into the main carriageway. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
LBC through your workday with Sheila Fogarty from 1 after James O'Brien acts in the afternoon.
The Diana, Princess of Wales' death meant the public would turn upon Prince Charles in a way that could threaten the future of the entire monarchy, and therefore a decision was taken that he would walk accompanied by his sons. When you see the face of Prince Harry walking behind that coffin, simply to protect his deadbeat dad, I would call social services.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
New Sky Sports is here. So now all our Sky TV customers can get our brand new channel dedicated to the Premier League for £18 a month. With 126 live games and a new weeknight debate show. Exciting, eh, Gary? If you don't have Sky TV, bundles start from £22 a month. Search New Sky Sports today to get our new Premier League channel. Installation request, there's 1 day's notice. New Sky TV customers, £20 set up for the 18-month contract.
Movie house, nightmare. I need a plasterer, plumber, electrician, builder, painter, locksmith, gardener, and somebody to move my tables to this trolley. Relax, relax. It's Trusted Trader. They have all the tradespeople you can think of, reputable and reviewed, so you always get a job well done. Well done me, I say, for getting it all sorted. I shall reward myself with a cheeky tipple from a trolley. Chip, chip, pass me the chip. Visit TrustedTrader.com.
If you want a source and it's time to sort, speak to watches.co.uk. Our process funds like clockwork. Relax, protectively, Amiga, and more. It only takes a couple of ticks, and we pay immediately. Or you just pass your food, we can take yours in part exchange. From the time on your hands to money in your pocket, it couldn't be easier with watches.co.uk. The pre-launch watch specialist.
Keep right, keep left.
These closer to completing some of our major rail improvements.
Keep left, then you'll reach your destination.
Got deja vu, innit? Come on, sit down, get to it. What the hell's that turning I just saw? That one, that one, this one. Bloody amazing, look. All the hotels here, it's double yellow lights.
After 50 you have reached your destination. Then keep right.
Is that Emmy? Emmy, yeah. Thank you. Fuck for that.
I've had a lot of mums come to me and ask, they found out their children are, and ask me for advice, and the only advice I can give is just, if you find out your child's dabbling with drugs, take them to the doctor to get the best advice that you can get. Because unfortunately children are using it, it's peer pressure, it's children giving it to children. They don't know what they're giving to each other, and unfortunately we're in a society now where too many people are trying drugs.
Yes. What do you understand to be the circumstances of how Robert got the drug?
My understanding from, I can only report what his friends came and told me, is that they went to buy some cannabis, and the person that sold them the cannabis also gave them a double-wrapped white package and just said, try it.
And did his friend try it as well?
My understanding, again, as I say, the boys did try it on the Tuesday evening, and they were all very violently ill. So they thought that Robert had got rid of it.
And without, I hope this isn't too distressing for you, but what actually happened to your son? Presumably one of his organs failed, did it?
Basically, from what I've researched on the drug, he just stopped breathing, as it's a sedative as well. It's used in the treatment of terminally ill. Now, we're in a situation here in the UK where, unfortunately, 60 people have died from it.
Yes.
Or, confirmed deaths from it.
60 that we know of. My sense is it could be quite a lot greater than that.
That's right. And unfortunately, and what we don't want to do is end up in a situation that the Canadians and the Americans are in, where they've got reported deaths of over 600 so far this year. It's a crisis in that country. Now, we're in a situation where we were fortunate it wasn't heard of in the UK. Well, I don't know whether it's fortunate or unfortunate.
Yes, in your son's case, yeah.
Yeah, and thankfully the powers that be are now sitting up, taking notice and trying to do something about it. Unfortunately, it's almost 9 months too late for my son, but...
So what, I know you have to be somewhere, so final question, what is it that you need to see done? What are you calling for as someone who is such a close victim of it?
To raise more awareness on what is on our streets. We need to find out more for ourselves, because all we can do to protect our children is make them aware of what is out there and what is deadly. My generation, the worst thing you heard of was heroin, so you stayed away from it. Unfortunately, there's more and more out there now, and nobody knows what it is. As I said, we all had to Google this drug to find out what it was. If it's properly administered by medical professionals, it's used in the treatment of terminally ill patients. Now, I nursed my dad and my mum terminally ill until they died, and
something like that is good for people like that to stop them being in pain.
Yes.
But for youths and for addicts, unfortunately, it's also being added into, it's been reported to be found in cannabis, MDMA, lots of different drugs. And drug dealers are just using it to get people addicted. What they're not realising is that it's fatal. Now, I've had a lot of criticism online from people because I've spoken about it, but put it this way, would you rather I talked about it and made you aware that it's out there, or would you rather walk into your child's bedroom and find them dead in their bed?
It's more than I can even comprehend, and thank you, very grateful for you, and I'm sorry if you've had to relive some of that, and good luck to the campaigning you're trying to bring about. That's Michelle Fraser, who, as she explained, lost her son in those circumstances. Robert, he was just 18, only just become 18, hadn't he? And then she lost her mum. She just lost her mum as well. Mrs. Fraser, thank you. 8:27 at the time. Let's talk Grenfell with Stuart in Horsham. Should the council be being more proactive here? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Nick. I'm a bit surprised by what's been said on this so far. Let me tell you a quick story. My mother died, sadly, in December 2007.
Sorry, who did your mother, did you say?
My mother died,
Yes, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, right.
Back in 2007.
Right.
We didn't notify the council the house had become vacant because I was still paying the rate, because my sister and I elected to do the place up. It needed a new bathroom and one thing and another.
Sure, yeah.
We started getting visits from the local housing officer wanting to know why the house was unoccupied and what we were going to do about it. He came over at least once or twice to check on us, and he saw that we were doing building works and all the rest of it. And as I said, we continued to pay the rates and all the services.
Yeah.
And then he elected, I said to him, there's no point in keep coming here because we're both coming and going. I used to stay over there quite frequently because I was doing work.
Yeah, sure.
And he said, and so we elected that he'd phone me once a week. But this carried on.
How extraordinary.
It is. It carried on. He kept phoning me weekly. So in the end, I went down the housing department and I said, look, when the refurb's finished, we're not in a rush for money or anything. So if you're really that hard up in criminal for accommodation, would you like to take over the tenancy? People. And they didn't want to do that. And as I said, this just kept on.
Hang on, if they didn't want to do it, what did they want then?
I don't know. I could never find out.
Extraordinary.
They would never tell me. In the end, I mean, it resolved itself because my sister elected to move in there, and that was the end of it.
Right, I see. Okay.
But I mean, as I said, we were expected to visit and
yes,
weekly wanting to know what was going on. So I thought, okay, let them have a tenancy. That's not a problem.
Really interesting. I've never heard of that before, Stuart. Thank you. Max in Guildford. What can you tell me? Max, good morning.
Hiya. I'm a bit confused really as to how it's a legitimate question to let the state, because it is the state really, even as
it is effectively, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, giving them the power to basically seize your property against your will, whether you get money for it or not too relevant.
Well, some would say the fact that these poor souls are living in hotel rooms all these 6 weeks on, and you have, not necessarily the mentions, because I take the council's point, but it is not particularly level playing field, is what they would say.
No, so I get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to be insensitive, but as far as anyone's concerned, all of those people have been offered alternative accommodation and some have refused it, so that's another question in itself. If you're that bad and you need somewhere to live and you still can't accept the alternative accommodation, that's not a question. But my point is, again, like these people are successful, whether that's through inheritance or through business or whatever it is, they've got the money to buy the big houses and they've left them there as either holiday home or even just as an investment really to sell on 10 years later. It's their money that they've obviously paid it all. They pay taxes. They either own a business maybe or create jobs.
Yeah.
They contribute their own amount to the economy. So what they do with their house is up to them. I could buy 100 houses and leave them empty, but it's my property. And if the state try to take that property, then we may as well live in a dictatorship because you don't own anything. Then if you allow that, then no one owns their home because at any point, if it needs to be taken or it needs to be bought, and the problem is there's a massive, as you probably know, the property market is massive for buying properties and letting them out. But sometimes you leave properties for a year or two.
I hear what you're saying. Max, I have to finish only for time reasons. Thank you. A couple of emails before we go to a news update. Henry Smith says, so Labour MPs in London having second homes, is that a crime? Killen says, I'm not using my car. I better watch out. The council might take it and give it to someone who needs it. Similar point from Nicky. My car hasn't been used for nearly 2 years. Are you going to repossess it then for someone without a car? These empty homes are nobody's business but their own. I've never heard anything like it. Ray in Eastbourne, you say it's not a crime to be rich, but councils and property owners are making it a crime to be poor with the introduction of certain laws and tactics against the homeless living in doorways. It's totally immoral what past governments have allowed to happen in this country. Will stay with us also coming up after the news. Jeremy Corbyn facing fresh criticism now. This because he won't criticise the leader of Venezuela. We'll have more on that. 8:31, listening to Breakfast with me, Nick Ferrari on LBC. Time for the news, Simon Conway.
More than 1,600 properties are understood to be empty throughout the borough surrounding Grenfell Tower. Around a third of the homes are reported to have been vacant for more than 2 years. LBC has seen documents that claim the government has underestimated how many properties will need to be demolished to make way for HS2. Campaigners in South Yorkshire say the projection of 35 homes and 16 businesses is incorrect. After more than 65 years of public engagement, the Duke of Edinburgh will carry out his final solo royal event later. Prince Philip will meet Royal Marines at a charity parade and then retire at the age of 96. LBC weather, rain moving across the country throughout the day and some heavy downpours in the south, a high of 19 degrees.
LBC Travel, good morning, I'm Joanne Webb. In West Sussex, still very slow on the M23 northbound after the motorway was closed briefly. It's still very slow from junction 10 at Crawley to 9 at Gatwick Airport. In Kent, there are queues on the M25, still slow for about half an hour anti-clockwise from junction 3 at the M20 to the Dartford Tunnel. That was after an accident much earlier on. In London on the M4, a van's broken down on the westbound exit slip road at junction 4 at Heathrow. Delays back into the main carriageway. In Surrey, there are massive delays on the M3 southbound to junction 3 at Lightwater. A van has overturned. You can only get by in one lane. And in Swansea, there are delays on the M4 westbound to junction 45. That's the A4067 exit because the car has hit the central barrier. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC. Divorce can be expensive. It affects your finances, assets, home, savings, pension, and most of all, your relationship with your children. It's probably one of the toughest times you'll ever go through. Cordell & Cordell understands these issues and helps men maximize their roles in their children's lives. Call now on 0330 60 60 161 or visit cordellcordell.co.uk. Office in central London. A partner men can count on.
Want a brand new apartment starting from just a £7,500 deposit? Come to Galliard Homes and purchase your new home with help to buy from just £150,000. Live in dynamic space close to stations that connect you to central London. Plus, we fully furnish your new home free of charge. Call us on 0203 770 6300 to hear about our range of incentives to help you get on the ladder. Visit galliardhomes.com. That's galliardhomes.com. Live the lifestyle with Galliard.
Now let's get one thing straight. The Vauxhall Vivaro puts in a shift. It's a real van that doesn't flinch at a hefty load. Space to handle the big stuff with up to 8.6 cubic meters of vanliness. Bluetooth and USB connectivity and a range of efficient engines. In other words, it's a real van's van. It's...
Here you go, sir. Your hazelnut and caramel soy latte.
Oh, with sprinkles.
Certainly, sir.
Like I said, a real van's van.
Get van savvy with the Vauxhall Vivaro. Contact your Vauxhall retailer today for a quote.
Oh. Ah. Oh. This is how my back pain sounds. This is the sound it should be making. Introducing Finova Joint and Muscle Relief Tablets, a traditional herbal medicinal product used for the relief of backache, exclusively based on long-standing uses of traditional remedy. Find it in the pain aisle at selected Boots, Lloyd's Pharmacy, Holland & Barrett, and all good independent pharmacies. Finova Joint and Muscle Relief Tablets. Contains Sigisbeckia. Always read the label.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973. 8:35 is the time. More of your conversation about Grenfell in just a moment. Now, the front page when we reviewed the newspapers, I told you the front page of the Times is that Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn is under increasing pressure from MPs and socialist politicians elsewhere in Europe to personally condemn President Maduro's violent regime in Venezuela. MPs in Britain, across all parties, called for Corbyn to speak out after his historical support for the state's leadership. Censure of Maduro grew yesterday following reports 2 opposition leaders have been seized from their homes. Indeed, they were dragged out in their pyjamas. Angela Smith, the Labour MP who's joined a new all-party parliamentary group on Venezuela, declared herself appalled at the willful destruction of democratic structures in the country. Let's speak with Dr. William Booth, who's a historian specialising in Latin America and in communism. For listeners who are coming relatively new to the story and the concerns and the issues in Venezuela, can you give us some context and background, Doctor? Good morning to you.
Sure, good morning, Nick. Well, as with this crisis in Venezuela, as with so many other things, there are long, deep roots to this. This is, Chavez only came to power as a result of deep-seated corruption and managed democracy, as it was in Venezuela. His revolution, which ended in sort of 2013 when he died, was really about sort of moving some of that power downwards, albeit in a somewhat sort of personalist and populist manner. That said, Maduro clearly has not got the charisma of Chavez. He doesn't have the oil revenue of Chavez, and that's caused
I read this in the FT that he has been hit in some sense of justification, although his actions are pretty grim. He has been hit by the falling oil price, I read.
Yeah, that's absolutely crucial. I mean, Chavez had these huge social programs, health, education, transfer of democracy downwards, and so much of that depended on oil revenue. There was no real diversification in Venezuela. And the collapse of oil prices has just meant that it's been very, very difficult for the government to continue with that kind of social spending.
Is it fair to say, then, that this is an economy on the verge of collapse?
It's very hard to know. One of the problems that Maduro has had, and this is a sort of direct failure that you can really point to, is hanging on to currency controls in an attempt to kind of prop up the Venezuelan currency. That's really not worked. So there's shortages in food and other goods. But another reason why the shortages are good is because the opposition have been targeting supply chains as well. I mean, we shouldn't paint the opposition as some kind of, saintly characters here. They are as much to do with the violence as anybody else.
We have certain Labour figures, Jeremy Corbyn, Ken Livingstone in the past, being very close to Venezuela and Venezuelan leaders. Why so? Why is that, Doctor?
Well, the Chavez regime didn't begin necessarily on the left. It was a kind of odd anti-political movement, but it certainly moved to the left in the mid-2000s. And so, groups on the left in Europe have looked to Venezuela.
Thank you for calling the Mansion House Study Group. Please be advised for training and monitoring purposes, calls may...
Hiya. Morning. Can you check an order for me on this London run? I think I got the wrong postcode here.
Oh, let me go and get it. Hang on a sec.
Cheers.
Which one, Paul?
Percy Bass.
Percy Bass.
There's no Quinton Avenue in W1D, but there is one in W10, which is bloody miles away from where I've come to.
Let's have a look, see what they have given us. W1D6PA.
Yeah, W1D6PA does exist, but that's
right.
Not St Quintin's Avenue. That is right in the centre. Rudolph. It's like West End Rudolph Street now. So if you put the road in, it comes up as there is one in W10, but not W106. It's W106, but not PA.
Right, okay. Let's see what I can find. I want to tick. 70, W10, oh, I see what it is, 72. Right, let's find where this is in. W1D6. Ah, near M&M World.
Yeah, that, like, I really can't see it, you know, that road isn't anywhere near there.
Right, I think I'll have to give them a ring. I'm not sure if they're going to be there yet, in all honesty, but I'll try. I'll give them a ring, see what they say.
Okay, alright.
So if it is W10, is that too far out for you?
No problem. No problem. I can still go there. It's just
right.
Just quite a way. I've already been there this morning. That way.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. I'll give you a call back as soon as I get them.
Cheers, Vidya. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Indeed, with some of the leaders in the past, what should he be saying?
Well, funnily enough, I was out back in America with Jeremy for a couple of years ago, in a neighbouring narco state, want to raise this issue, in Honduras, because that's one of the issues that people are happening to. We had a long chat with it. Jeremy has a long-standing concern about human rights. I noticed this morning, the Labour Party's put out a statement which is concerned about the increasingly authoritarian nature of the rule of Maduro and the Chavistas in Venezuela and the impact it's having on the people of Venezuela. So, I think Jeremy's got real concerns for ordinary people.
Do you think the election was fair?
Well, the opposition boycotted it, so, I don't think you can have it's certainly not a mandate when the opposition boycotts it. So whether it's fair or not, I don't think that's the right question. I think whether it stands is a better question as a democratic result. And it certainly doesn't, when only some people say 2 million, some people say 3.6 million voted. The government claims 8 million people voted. But there was a boycott by the opposition. And the fact that the National Assembly's been abolished, the PSUV only had 2 seats out of the 112. The opposition had the majority, that's why it was abolished.
And just coming back, I hear what you say from the Labour Party, but shouldn't we be hearing something from Mr. Corbyn personally?
I'm sure we will. I'm sure he'll come out and confirm that.
Well, it's been going on for quite a while. It's not as if this just happened this morning, is it? In fact, Mr. Jones.
No, and at least every person can count for themselves.
Hiya.
Yeah, you're right. W10. Looks like they gave us the wrong postcode.
Right. Okay. Right.
If it helps, I don't know if you've got on your copy, but on our copy it says after 11 o'clock.
Well, it's been asked delivery, so...
Be around about that time anyway, won't it?
I'll be there a bit early, but no...
okay.
A little bit early, but not too early.
All right. Okay.
All right. Cheers.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Bye.
Narco states and about failed states and about places like Venezuela. It's up to him to come out and say what he thinks, and I will speak likewise for myself.
Graham Jones, thank you for your time. Your Labour MP for Hassington Highbourne, and you chair the all-party parliamentary group on Venezuela. This is a story, I think, if you've seen the TV footage, it's truly horrendous. We were talking about these moped crimes, weren't we, in the first hour, with mostly young men racing around city centres, sometimes throwing acid at people. Well, I don't know if you've seen it, but they have squads of, I'm not sure if they're police or army, that have 2 men on board, one of whom is obviously riding the bike, and the other one goes around launching smoke bombs or tear gas or whatever it might be, or even sometimes just shooting over the heads of the demonstrators. That's what's happening in Venezuela. From Venezuela back to Grenfell, we'll come back to the scandal of all those empty properties in just a moment. 8:45, LBC News headlines, Simon Conway.
Foreign royalty and oligarchs are reported to be among the owners of more than 1,600 empty properties near Grenfell Tower. Documents seen by LBC claim the government has underestimated how many homes will have to be demolished to make way for HS2. And Prince Philip will carry out his final solo royal engagement this afternoon before he retires. The LBC Travel News is next.
Imagine if right now you were on your way to a job you love, a career you feel passionate about. With the right qualification, you can get there, and the Open University can help make it happen. Our flexible approach to learning lets you fit study around your job, your family, your life, with course materials you can access anywhere, anytime. So stop imagining what you could be doing and start getting closer to the job you really want. Learn anywhere, achieve anything. Search OU Commute to see how.
Welcome to the LBC Travel Desk and to Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning. In West Sussex, still very busy on the M23 northbound at junction 10 at Crawley after an accident that happened earlier. A couple of problems in Kent. There's been an accident on the A2 westbound. It's just before the M25 and it's very slow from the Bean interchange. And then on the M25, still slow anti-clockwise into the Dartford Tunnel after an accident much earlier on. On the M3 in Surrey at Lightwater, a van has overturned southbound at junction 3. Only one lane is open and it's extremely slow. And in Lancashire, there are queues on the M6 southbound to junction 28 at Leyland because of an accident. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC.
With breakdown cover from the AA, we'll do whatever it takes to make sure your big wheels keep on turning. Our mechanics usually get you going again in 30 minutes. Breakdown cover from the AA, because anything can happen.
We've been thinking about pruning, not your peonies or your privet, but your cost of living, and how, from broadband to mobile phones, these days we're all looking for ways to trim our spending. And then we thought, couldn't we help you cut back on your biggest outgoing? And we thought, yes, we could. So we'll always try to help you remortgage to a better rate and save on your monthly repayments. Mortgages for how life is now. NatWest, we are what we do.
Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
New Sky Sports is here. So now all our Sky TV customers can get our brand new channel dedicated to the Premier League for £18 a month. With 126 live games and a new weeknight debate show. Exciting, eh, Gary? If you don't have Sky TV, bundles start from £22 a month. Search New Sky Sports today to get our new Premier League channel.
Unbelievable!
Installation requires 31 days notice. New Sky TV customers, £20 setup fee, 18-month contract.
Does your career need a kickstart? If so, Saturday the 12th of August could be the most important business meeting you ever go to. Henley Business School is holding its final MBA preview day for programs starting this autumn. It's your chance to get a taste of studying at a highly respected, triple-accredited business school right on your doorstep. Join us on the 12th of August to find out how the Henley MBA can give you the skills, knowledge and experience to be the leader you know you can be. Search Henley MBA and book your place today.
With online connectivity, smartphone integration and real-time traffic information, the new BMW 1 Series connects you to the road beneath you and the world around you. Now the new 5-door BMW 160 Sport is available with monthly rentals from just £199. Visit your local BMW centre. The BMW 1 Series. Feel connected. £4,465 initial rental BMW finance, 48-month hire agreement subject to status and availability for new vehicles ordered by the 30th of September and registered by the 31st of December. UK only guarantees may be required. Excess mileage and other conditions apply when you return the vehicle. BMW UK Limited is a credit broker.
Your future is here. The Global Academy in Hayes is a state school for 14 to 19-year-olds interested in a media career. Find out more at globalacademy.com.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Lots of your text, tweets and emails to read on Grenfell and indeed on other subjects. Let's go to Dave in Ilford. They've been hanging on the line to talk about the Grenfell story, which you've heard, of course, you've heard again in the LBC News Bulletin. What's your reaction to it? Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. This is a problem that's gone on all over. I'm working in London Borough Newham.
All right.
And we've got a similar problem on the new Olympic Park.
A lot of properties are embanked, effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is. A lot of the high-profile places now that are popping up are in some of the poorer places. They're trying to rejuvenate the areas, make them more quirky. Of course, this is where the foreign investors are sweeping in and buying them.
What's the solution?
As much as it seems a bit sort of harsh, I think if they're going to sit empty over 1 year, they need to be taxed extortionately, and the tax that's gained put into affordable housing.
But perhaps not Newham, but if we go back to the borough of Kensington and Chelsea, if I've got the sort of money that I can buy a house for 5 million quid, and I'm looking for it to grow to, what should we say, 8 million quid over 3 years, well, it's not going to hurt me that I pay an extra few £1,000s. It won't even be a round of drinks to me.
No, but it won't be a few £1,000s. It's got to be something that is really despicable that can be invested back into social housing.
Well, like what? Well, what are you interested in?
Well, I would say it's got to be based on the property value and quite a hefty percentage. I know it sounds a bit harsh, but we've got two options. We do nothing or we do something. And if we do nothing, there's been a housing crisis before Grenfell, and as dreadful as it was, that was the lid that come off the box. Now, you can take this back as far as you want beyond local government, the main country's government, the EU. We've got freedom of movement of people. We're a country that's growing at a colossal rate. And, these houses just can't be magicked out of the air.
And lastly, what do you understand to be happening directly in Newham?
Well, certainly on the Olympic Park with the investment there, I mean, properties are extortionately dear, but there are properties that are sitting empty, which have been bought by overseas investors.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine it's across many boroughs, and you're just, again, highlighting one of them. Thank you for that. We talked earlier, we took a call from someone who said he was rather surprised when he lost his mum. He and his sister were continually called to see what was going on at the house. I'm grateful to John in Hertfordshire, who says, his caller was Stuart, says the council's constantly checked because of council tax. If uninhabitable or uninhabited, council tax paid is lower, so they're desperate to check when they can go back to 100% tax. Had the same when doing my house, no roofs, no windows, no roof, no windows, but council representative drove past every few days to check up. John, thank you for that. Francis, I'll talk to you about Grenfell in a moment. To other matters, global affairs, the US Secretary of State says the US is willing to sit down for talks with North Korea, but only if it stops its pursuit of nuclear and development of nuclear weapons. Rex Tillerson says the US is not looking to send in the military, but this comes after a Republican senator has claimed President Trump told him he was prepared to go to war. Well, LBC's Washington correspondent Simon Marks has this.
On Monday, President Trump asserted on Twitter that there is no chaos inside his White House, an administration that he's previously called a fine-tuned machine. But there is at least dysfunction on display between the White House and the State Department over the crucial foreign policy issue of North Korea. With Kim Jong-un now testing ballistic missiles capable of reaching U.S. shores, Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, in a rare appearance before reporters at the State Department, appeared to offer an olive branch to Pyongyang.
We do not seek a regime change. We do not seek the collapse of the regime. We do not seek an accelerated reunification of the peninsula. We do not seek an excuse to send our military north of the 38th parallel. And we're trying to convey to the North Koreans, we are not your enemy.
He said the U.S. would be willing to engage in talks with the North Korean government, and lest anyone had missed the point, he underscored that the crisis on the peninsula presents the U.S. with only limited choices.
We initiated a sustained and continued intensified campaign on what I like to call peaceful pressure, because the options available to us, I think, as all of you well understand, are limited.
But over at the White House, just a matter of minutes later, Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders was singing from a different and much more aggressive song sheet.
If they want to stop their nuclear program, stop the games, stop the missiles, stop the aggression, then I think we may be able to find ways to move forward. But those are the priorities of this administration.
She insisted all options remain on the table and refused to be drawn on whether the president is considering, as he's suggested in the past, going it alone militarily against Kim Jong-un. This administration, she says, will not broadcast the decisions it reaches.
We're going to continue looking at the best options and ways to accomplish that. Not at this time.
But adding to the confusion, the testimony of a top Republican senator who says he spoke to President Trump about North Korea on Monday. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina says the president told him he will go to war with Pyongyang unless the North Koreans abandon their nuclear military aspirations.
There will be a war with North Korea over their missile program if they continue to try to hit America with an ICBM. He has told me that. I believe him, and if I were China, I would believe him too.
He spoke there to NBC News. So either the U.S. has only limited options in North Korea, doesn't seek regime change, and isn't a threat to Kim Jong-un, or the president is gearing up to deploy U.S. troops to derail the country's nuclear program. In earlier administrations, foreign policy analysts might have argued this is all psychological warfare by the White House and the State Department to keep the North Koreans on their toes. But this looks more like a president failing to harmonise his message with his Secretary of State. Rex Tillerson heads to Manila, Bangkok and Kuala Lumpur later this week, where he can expect questions about a US policy towards the Korean peninsula that is at least opaque.
Simon Marks reporting from Washington. Coming to you, Francis, you're the next caller on Grenfell. A couple of emails, not a lot of sympathy coming on the emails, texts and tweets here. Faye says LBC is reporting hundreds of properties remain empty near Grenfell. It's about 1,650 actually. While residents have no housing, but these are private properties. And this from Liam, telling us that rich have empty properties in the Grenfell area is just jealousy from people. You could have bought the property, you didn't. Liam, buying property in London is tough anyway, right? Buying property where the price tags are like 5, 6, 10 million pounds is out of the reach, except for a very, very small percentage of this population. Buying property when you're possibly not even in a job, you might have arrived fairly new in this country, and perhaps, and I don't say this in a demeaning way at all, but the only employment you can get at the moment is working for like a hotel or coffee shop or driving a cab. I don't see them owning a £10 million house in Notting Hill. Francis in South Kensington on this story. You're on the radio, Francis. What are you going to tell me? Good morning.
Yes, I mean, Nick, what we also have to look at is, until I think the government needs to start investing in upping a lot of our major cities in the UK, because most people gravitate towards London for work and for prospects, job-wise. And, you know, I mean, you look at a country like Germany, you have several major cities in Germany.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in this country, apart from London, when you have Birmingham and Manchester back, they do not have that sort of the job prospect to facilitate a growing young, you know, generation. And so London is always going to have this problem regarding, I mean, accommodation, and, you know, it's just, so we need to start investing in major cities throughout the UK.
Well, we have. I mean, the money that's poured into Manchester, and bear in mind, we're doing HS2 for Birmingham and Sheffield. How much more can we do, Francis?
Yes, that's one thing, yes, but really, you need to also attract foreign investors. The main thing is that, unfortunately, a lot of foreign investors only gravitate towards London. We need to hype up a lot of the major cities in the UK.
But we are. We put billions into Manchester. We're putting billions into a railway line for Sheffield. Come on, man.
Yeah, but we are not attracting major investors. All the major investors from all over the world only want to gravitate towards London.
Francis, you made your point. Thank you. This conversation might continue. We'll certainly move on to other matters. Coming up after the news, another night of riot. Crisis in our jails. Meanwhile, the suggestion we should renationalise the probation service. More details on that story. Plus, have you been a victim to an Uber scam? Drivers secretly collude to cause price surges, allowing them to charge us more. And there'll be more details on that story after the 9 o'clock news.
On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. From Global's newsroom at 9 o'clock.
I wasn't going to let him in, but someone else always did. He was up the side of me trying to squeeze in. Thought, he ain't getting in front of me. He did though, didn't he? One car away.
Of a foreign billionaire, an American politician and a luxury property developer. These people live in the area around Grenfell and say something should be done to make them available for the survivors.
When something like this happens, it doesn't matter what the situation, we should find these people somewhere to stay. They should open the door and just let them in.
Why not the government use some sort of initiative to negotiate with some of these homeowners if the properties are unused, maybe to have them on loan just for a little while? But the council say it can't force owners of empty properties to live in them or give them up to let other people move in. Rachel Venables, LBC.
Do you know what? If you had a £10 million house that you used as a holiday residence every now and then, would you be happy to have some council tenants in there? to rip it to pieces. Like, fuck would you? I don't know what people expect. You start taking houses off people that spend millions on buying them in London, they'll stop bloody buying them, wouldn't they? People won't buy these holiday homes anymore. Because the average Joe public can't afford to spend.
After meeting Royal Marines at a charity parade this afternoon, but Royal author Phil Dampier said he doubts it'll be the last we see of the Duke.
I don't think he's going to disappear completely. I'm sure he'll turn up for various jobs with the Queen here and there, but the nice thing is now that he can pick and choose them and relax when he wants to, and that's good for the nation, I think.
The LBC Markets report a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was down 18 points at 74.05. The pound buys you $1.32 and €1.11. LBC weather, rain moving across much of the country through the day. Some heavy downpours in the south, a high of 19 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
If the phrase PPI claim makes you want to lie down and go to sleep, congratulations, you're perfectly normal. If it fills you full of excitement at the prospect of winning back money for other people, then you probably work at the Money Hotline. Because we love getting our clients back what they're rightfully owed. Our dedicated team of experts will handle your claim for you and make the whole thing hassle-free. Call us free from your mobile on 87878 or go to moneyhotline.co.uk.
LBC. Well, good morning, I'm Joanne Webb. On the North Circular Road in London, there's just been an accident. It's between Ealing Common and Gunnersbury Park, and that's causing delays in both directions. Also in London on the M4, a van's broken down on the westbound exit slip road at Junction 4 at Heathrow, and there are queues back onto the main carriageway, so if you're heading that way to the airport, do allow yourself extra time. Still very busy northbound on the M23 to Gatwick Airport at Junction 9 after an accident, but all the lanes are now back open. In Kent, there's been an accident on the A2 westbound just before the M25 junction, queues that past the Bean interchange, and on the M25 in Kent, still very busy anti-clockwise into the Dartford Tunnel after an accident that happened earlier. And in Glasgow, there are delays of about half an hour on the M8 eastbound to junction 16 at Craighall, where a bus has broken down. LBC Travel.
This is LBC Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Words missing there as I'm Joanne Webb. I'm Nick Ferrari. Good morning, 4 minutes after 9 on Wednesday, August the 2nd. Coming up in this hour, have you fallen victim to an Uber scam? Drivers secretly colluding to cause price surges, allowing them to charge customers more. Plus the story on the front pages of two of your newspapers this morning. British holidaymakers left fuming after new EU security measures kept them trapped for up to 4 hours at some foreign airports, particularly problems in Malaga, Munich and Palma. We'll look at that story in more detail later in the hour.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 60 60 973. Text 84850. Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. I know this is a headline that I've used on a number of occasions in the past, but I have to repeat it. Crisis in our jails. Rioters took over a prison twice in 2 days. This reportedly amid an epidemic of the zombie drug spice. You may recall this is the one particularly prevalent. I have no idea why, but I recall the pictures that accompanied this story in northern cities such as Manchester and Leeds, where people, when you take the drug, you are effectively like, out of the TV shows or the movies, a zombie. You just effectively, you can still stand. Sometimes you can't slump to the ground, but you can stand stock still with your head just really resting on your chest, just completely out of it, this drug spice. Around 100 inmates seized 2 wings of the jail that's failed to tackle what's called a massive influx of this synthetic cannabis. Anti-riot squads were sent into the Mount Jail in Hertfordshire on Monday. Prisoners took control of H and L wings, the pharmacy, the gym, the pharmacy, that's handy, the gym and the security equipment store. The teams are called Tornadoes. They had to redeploy yesterday when trouble broke out in another wing, 50 inmates smashing windows. Prisoners at the 1,000 capacity jail, it's built on a former RAF base in Bobington, were said to have been on extended lockdown and restricted regime in recent weeks because of staff shortages, which meant that food was delivered cold to their cells. I'm not for wanton discrimination or foul treatment to prisoners, but they're getting a bed, they're getting food, they're not paying for it. There are many listeners here who would love food delivered, whether it's cold or not. They would love food delivered to their houses. It would be sensational, particularly some of my older listeners. So that's what's going on in the jail. A report released
On the day inmates rioted earlier this week, prison watchdog warned of the rise of spice at the jail, including one type of spice called death. Dear oh dear. Now, this comes as the president of the Prison Governors Association attacks the government's management of prisons in England and Wales. Andrea Albert wrote an open letter after violence at the prison I've mentioned in Hertfordshire and another in Wiltshire. She says it's a cause for grave concern and that governors face unacceptable stress and anxiety. The MOJ, that's the Ministry of Justice, says action has been taken to increase prison officer numbers and points to the fact that there are thousands being recruited. But of course, I'm sure that's very welcome, but they're not in place now. And the sense is that they really need them now. And in a related story, there's a lot about jails on the news agenda today. Ministers have been urged to renationalise probation services, following an extremely worrying rise in the number of supervised offenders charged with serious crimes. There's a total of 517 reviews were triggered last year or through this year after an offender under statutory probation supervision was charged with murder, manslaughter, rape.
Now there's a truck parked up there, but them taxis are still coming down the inside, and they're going to go right to the back of that truck and going to want to come out. Well, I ain't freaking letting none in front of me. That's why the traffic's so bad down here. Yeah, right up to the back door. We'd get any fucking closer to it if they tried. Chickens.
And you won't solve the problems in prison without doing something drastic to reshape the probation service and bring it back from the disaster. It's failed in terms of the models that the private companies have introduced in terms of how they supervise offenders. These have been massively criticised by the Majesty's Inspector of Probation as being unsafe in many areas. The through the gate prison support regime was an absolute failure. And if it was scrapped tomorrow, the inspectorate says wouldn't make any discernible difference. Millions and millions of pounds of taxpayers' money has been spent on that scheme, and it's an abject failure.
If we go inside the jails now, and this is a headline that I've sadly had to read on a number of occasions over the last few months, crisis in our jails, is that a fair description, or is that rather a tabloid treatment of it?
No, it is a crisis. Talking to my colleagues in the prison service, they are worried about personal safety of staff, self-harm on prisoners, drugs, alcohol abuse even, smuggling and contraband, a whole range of issues that means the reforms, which we broadly welcome to the prison system, can't be properly enacted. And the other thing that has to happen is you've got to have a rehabilitation at the heart of any reform in the prison service, which means proper support services for offenders, short-term offenders, so that when they come out into society, they're in a much better place. Otherwise, you'll just see recidivism and reoffending increase.
What do you know about what seems to be the increasing use of this drug, spice, and possibly even the death type of spice?
Anecdotally from colleagues in the prison union, and I sympathise with what they're going through, and having seen the impact of this in terms of behaviour in the prisons, I can just imagine how desperate it is. And, you know, we keep hearing stories about more resources going into prison. My colleagues tell me that as soon as new prison officers get on the floor, many leave because they can't take the pressure, and I can understand that.
And walk me through, I appreciate you're with the probation officer, but for prison officers, and I'm sure for probation officers as well, what is that sort of stress? How does it manifest itself, Mr. Lawrence?
Well, in terms of the prison and probation system, the huge workload pressure, the safety issues, and in probation terms, massive workload, 60% increases in some cases since privatisation, is causing huge levels of sickness. Absences are at an all-time high in some of these private providers, up to 30 days annual average in one of them. And that's absolutely appalling. There needs to be some inquiries made about that as well.
Do you think the government's on top of this?
No. And despite the good intentions, we've seen numerous changes in the Secretary of State for Justice. By the time we think we've built up a working relationship, it's a merry-go-round and all change. So we are looking now to Stan Gima and David Lim to get around the table with us urgently to map out some possible solutions that we can see put into place.
That Glenfell Towers will be coming up shortly on the left-hand side, about a mile and a half away. That's about a mile away, actually. It's on the left of us.
It's not really going to achieve much, is it?
No, it's not. And whilst you're on the issue of prison pay, what about probation pay?
Talk me through that. I don't know what the situation is.
Well, we've seen a reduction in the real value of the probation officers' pay of 21%, minus 21% over the last 7 years. And no one seems to be talking to us about the need to inject some cash into probation. They've just given 22 million of taxpayers' money to these failing CRC contractors. Some of that could have done a decent pay rise to my members and with plenty to spare. And we are not happy about it. And members will be, I think, demanding some action.
And lastly, where are we on the recruitment of probation officers? Is it fairly healthy, or is it difficult to get men and women to sign up?
No, there are signs that people are looking to take it on as a career in the National Probation Service. There are a number of new recruits coming on stream for training, but it's still slow. There are still vacancies. And again, it's very off-putting to people when they see the conditions that they're likely to be coming into. And pay is a huge issue in the National Service and the private 21 companies. And something needs to be done there as well.
It's just off to the left of me at the moment. You won't be able to see it on camera. Someone said they were going to cover it up, but they haven't started covering it up yet. It's just still a black tower block. There was talk about covering it. But that wrap they do now on the buildings.
Anxiety, in the words of the president.
There it is, just coming up on the left. It'll be nearly straight ahead of us in a minute as I turn this corner. There it is, straight ahead of us. Eerie feeling, isn't it, looking at that? There's still about 50 bodies still in there that they haven't been able to get out yet.
And in other news, the front page of a couple of your papers, British holidaymakers left fuming after new EU security measures kept them trapped for up to 4 hours at foreign airports. Dozens of victims fainted after getting stuck at understaffed passport control checkpoints on arrival or waiting to fly home. These are airports such as Palma, Malaga and Mallorca. But since the Brexit vote, because of course Britain hasn't Brexited, but since the Brexit vote, if you've been in and out of Europe, whichever major part it might be, it doesn't have to be Spain, anywhere else, Italy, France, have you noticed a change, or has it been pretty much as it always was? We'll get into that in more detail as well. 9:15, we're up. We see Travelers, Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning in London. Very busy on the North Circular Road in both directions between Ealing Common and Gunnersbury Park after an accident. All the lanes are now back open. Also in London, very busy on the M4 westbound to Junction 4 at Heathrow, where a van has broken down on the exit slip road. In Kent, there's been an accident on the A2 westbound. It's just before the M25 junction. There are queues from Bean. And better news now on the M3 in Surrey. All the lanes are back open southbound at Junction 3 at Lightwater, but it's still very busy on the approach.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? There ain't going to be much left in there. I think that's the problem, isn't it? Blimey. Sends shivers down you.
Happy that her friend is on its way to Preston without her, and with it 86.
Well, nearly at my next delivery. Only a mile to go. What time is it? Let's have a look. 9:20. So in an hour and 40 minutes I can do the delivery, but I will knock on the door, plead ignorance to it.
It's on the stage on 17th of August. Search Talk Talk TV now. Talk Talk.
30 minutes. Breakdown cover from the AA. Because anything can happen. Moving office, it can be one of the most stressful, costly, disruptive experiences of your business life. But not with Humorous Interiors, who've been designing, fitting out, and transforming workplaces for over 3 decades. To get your free guidebook, attend a free seminar, or book a free consultation, go to officerelocation.co.uk. Humorous. Workplace Design Experts.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 60 Come to your calls on the crisis in Britain's, England and Welsh jails. So what is actually how they break down? I'm sure there are problems in Scottish jails as regards spice, but we don't seem to hear about those. Come to that in just a moment. We've got a guest who want to come to you on a story that's the second lead on the Times this morning. And an Uber racket you may well have fallen foul of. This is an investigation by the Times. Uber drivers, they say, secretly collude to cause price surges that allow them to charge the customers more. Academics interviewed Uber drivers in London and in New York and analysed over 1,000 posts on the independent uberpeople.net site. Finding drivers were playing...
They're bloody pain in the arse, these bloody cyclists. Got his camera on his head, just in case someone cuts him up. Like here. Yeah, record that. Windows. Give me a dirty look. Number 70.
You have reached your destination.
$76. Oh, look, there's no freaking parking spaces. 70. No cars outside either. Come on, get past me then. Go on then. Thank you very much. Don't look like anyone lives in the house.
and parcel of what drivers are putting up with. And the reality is, most car services in the past haven't relied on this surge phenomena. Most people would like to know what the price is they can pay and expect that, and that's how it should be. In my view, if the rates were at a reasonable level, we wouldn't have to see surge.
Well, if I go in, and I'm not, but if I plan to go and buy a pair of shoes later today, I'll go in and I'll know that the shoes are going to cost me £90 or £70 or £60. I won't suddenly, as I present them at the till, we say, oh, guess what, these are 120 quid. It doesn't work in anything else, really, does it?
No, but there's other situations. I had a call yesterday from a driver who'd done a 100-mile journey only to be told to kick the passengers out, and then he still wasn't paid for the journey by this.
Sorry, why did he have to kick the passengers out? For goodness sake?
Because they obviously thought the journey might be fraudulent, and they didn't want it to continue. So basically, the driver ended up out of pocket. And in the meantime, these people then, exerted their anger onto the driver.
I bet they did.
Imagine it's not safe.
No, of course it's not. What are your members saying about this problem? Is there room for you all to live together in harmony?
Well, I mean, we represent both private hire and taxis within our branch, and our members are all over United Kingdom. So, whether it's Aylesbury, where we've got taxi drivers and we're dealing with rank situations, Southend, where there's just a blight of drivers coming in from London, taking away work from the licensees there, it's a problem. And frankly, law needs to change. The setup as it is now, it's like the Wild West. It's not good. It's not fair on anyone, especially those who want to make this a profession. The people who have taken years out to become taxi drivers have been basically left behind and let down. And in the meantime, we also have really major problems with mischief made by TfL and also misleading things that have just come out this weekend. I think you may have heard about.
You're going to have to help me with that. What came out this weekend?
Use of assault figures that TfL wanted to obfuscate from the press. So there's two.
Well, tell me what you understand them to be. This is assault in minicabs, is it? Or what is it?
Well, I don't really want to talk about the case too much because I don't know how far.
Is it before the courts then?
Well, no, it hasn't got as far as the courts, but I have a feeling it may turn into something with the mayor due to the fact that there's internal emails discussing how to avoid getting the figures out there because it doesn't look good for the private hire trade.
Okay.
Or for a particular company.
That company that you don't wish to name, which has 4 letters in it, why is it so popular, lastly?
Because it is dirt cheap, for one thing. And let's be honest, whether people like it or not, it offers a service that people didn't get before. It's none of this, your driver's round the corner, sir, he's just getting to the lights, lock your door. And people like
it's just coming to the top of your road.
Exactly, and people love the immediacy. There are taxi apps and private hire apps from lots of different companies that offer the same. But they were pretty much the first to make traction, and a lot of it is based on discount. And that is the problem. High heavily discounted journeys, giving freebies away, giving discounts away, can only cost. And it's also costing the investors, in honesty, with all of their past misdeeds. I don't know that it's necessarily what it should be as a company.
Steve, thank you. Steve Garrick is Secretary of the GMB Union's Professional Drivers Branch. This is what you're saying on your emails, texts and tweets about Uber. Fiona in Clapham says, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I never thought I would take to them, but I am using them now, and I'm using them regularly. I'm a woman who has to get around London, sometimes late at night, sometimes to catch up with friends, and I never feel any problems. You see, many people would dispute that, Fiona, but I will read on. And remember, you can rate the drivers. I think it's a service that works very well. Meanwhile, Kenneth and Dale said, I had a nightmare in an Uber. I went somewhere with my girlfriend. After I dropped her off, I said if he could literally take me across the road to a railway station as it was pouring with rain, he refused to do it. Would that ever happen with a black cab? Well, no, it wouldn't, because the meter would be running, and I suppose in this instance, I mean, it sounds extraordinary that he wouldn't do it, but I guess he's just been paid to go to wherever you drop your girlfriend off, and if you literally wouldn't drop across the road, it does seem strange. Kenneth, thank you.
Well, there's no one in the home. There's no furniture in there, so they haven't moved in yet. No workers there. Rung the bell. So, stuck here till, well, it says after 11 on my paperwork, so I'm hoping they get here a little bit before that. So I might as well go for a little bit of a wander. See if I can get a parking ticket in the deal.
My listeners don't know. Just back up a little. What exactly are we talking about? And don't say anything that could be illegal or get us all in trouble. I fancy working for a few more weeks.
Okay, Steve just spoke to you about 2 emails that are floating around. I have, there's 58, I hold all 58.
What are they about,
emails.
Martin?
They're internal emails at TfL, yeah, and they are to do with rape and sexual assaults in Uber.
Right, okay.
And it's damning. It's really damning.
Right, so this is a report that's been commissioned by TfL, is it, or something?
No, these are internal emails.
Right, so this is one person within TfL writing to another person.
Several people.
Right, saying the lines of, we're very concerned about the incidences of sexual assaults. Is that right?
No, there's nothing there about.
Well, what help me, this is like a guessing game. Without naming names, what is in it?
Okay, it's how to deal with the media rather than how to deal with the problem.
Why haven't I read this in a newspaper?
Right, because we've got other journalists and we try to email people like you. I've got emailed you. So
I'm sorry, I get a lot. I apologise. There will be a full two-part inquiry as to why this hasn't been put in front of me.
Do you get your team to contact me?
Right.
Yeah? I hold a lot of
58,
information.
I think. Yes.
Yeah, no, I've got information on so much stuff.
What do you mean regarding this cab firm, right? Not yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I sense probably not least for journalistic and possibly legal reasons, we'll park it there. Martin, you will be called by someone later today, one of the team, and we will try and find out exactly what happened to those. We'll come back to that conversation concerning, if you are a driver, of course, it's always good to hear it from the other side of the fence. We'll also talk about the crisis in Britain's jails. How many times have you heard that? And this story. British holidaymakers left fuming yesterday. New EU security measures kept them trapped for up to 4 hours at foreign airports. Dozens of victims fainted after getting stuck at understaffed passport control checkpoints in airports such as Malaga, Palma and Mallorca, if that's how you pronounce it. Have you been through an airport or even a port since that Brexit vote? Remember, we haven't actually Brexited. And have you noted a distinct change in attitude? We'll come to that after this. 9:30. You're listening to Breakfast with me, Nick Ferrari, here on LBC. It's time for the news with Simon Conway.
Kensington and Chelsea Council says it can't force the owners of 1,600 empty properties in the borough to live in them. Some are just a few hundred metres away from Grenfell Tower, where hundreds of homes were destroyed in the fire. LBC has seen documents which suggest the government has understated how many homes will need to be demolished in South Yorkshire for the HS2 project. Local campaigners say in their area the number will be far higher than 35. British Airways passengers have been facing long queues at airports this morning following a glitch with the airline's check-in system. Disruptions have been reported at Heathrow, Gatwick and London City. BA says the issue has now been resolved. LBC weather, rain moving across much of the country through the day. Some heavy downpours in the south, a high of 19 degrees.
LBC travel in West Sussex in 23 was blocked northbound at Junction 9 at Gatwick Airport much earlier on this morning. It's been reopened for a while, but it's still very slow from Junction 10 at Crawley. In Kent, there's been an accident on the A2 westbound just before the M25 junction. It's very slow from Bean. And in Surrey, there were still some delays on the M3 southbound at Junction 3 at Lightwater after that van overturned much earlier. In Barking in London, the Ripple Road, that's the A123, remains closed both ways because of the ongoing police investigation. In Lancashire, long delays on the M6 southbound at Junction 27 at Standish, where there's been an accident, and there are severe delays on London Overground services between Richmond and Stratford, and also between Wilson Junction and Clapham Junction. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC. Ask the price of a Ford Motorcraft service and you won't hear, or simply hear £149 all-inclusive. Yes, £149 all-inclusive. You heard it right. Book your service online at ford.co.uk.
All prices are recommended retail prices and include parts, labour and VAT. Available at participating dealers only. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you confused about PPI? At PPI Hotline, we want to give you the facts. There is absolutely every reason to check you had PPI. Even if you think you never have, we can help you find out, as you could be owed thousands. And now there's a deadline. We just need the name of the bank you've had loans or credit cards with, and we'll check for free. So find out now if you're owed by texting WIN to 82222.
PPI Hotline. Text WIN to 82222.
Today I'm going to do a skinny dip with 100 other women. My own husband isn't even allowed to see me naked. Couldn't be more natural if we tried. It's not anything to do with what you look like. It's totally how you feel. It felt so good. Liberated is definitely how everyone feels. That was absolutely awesome. I want to get back in.
See how good this feels. Search Feel Good Drinks. Feel Good Drinks.
100% natural, 100% feel good.
Hi, I'm Michael Owen, and I know what it's like to be injured. If you've been injured and it's not your fault, you need to speak to Gowing Law. Text WIN to 80800, and Gowing Law will do the rest.
Thanks, Michael. If you've been injured on the road or at work, Gowing Law could help you win thousands in compensation. We can tell you instantly what you might be owed. Find out right now and text WIN to 80800.
Breakdown cover from the AA. We'll do whatever it takes to make sure your big wheels keep on turning. Our mechanics usually get you going again in 30 minutes. Breakdown cover from the AA. Because anything can happen.
I wish I could create content like videos and music.
I need the skills to bring my ideas to life.
I wish I could write apps, but I need to learn how to code.
Not just do songs. I wish I could get trained up for a media career.
While studying for my GCSEs and A-levels. Do you mean I can? Really?
Your future is here. The Global Academy in Hayes is a state school for 14 to 19-year-olds interested in a media career. Find out more and register now at globalacademy.com.
Prefer to get your car serviced on a Saturday? Then bring it to one of our participating Ford dealers. They're open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. To book online, go to ford.co.uk.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973.
Can I just share something which is mildly amusing, seeing as we've got all this terrible news about prisons and Grenfell and people having acid thrown in their faces? You've been aware that I don't give out the phone number here, right? And I haven't done for, more than 10 years, I think. I'm the only person in the world who expects to get phone calls and doesn't give out the phone number. Well, this has served me quite well until just now, where you might be surprised here, but I just needed a rest. You know, toilet break, as we call it. Well, a comfort break. I needed a comfort break. And quite rightly, as you get in most radio and TV studios, there are locked doors. This is to stop people, you know, taking over the radio station and start, I don't know, putting out terror messages or whatever it might be. So there's fairly hefty security doors here. So I announced to the team I shall be visiting the men's room during the news, and I marched off with what I thought was my security card, and it was my Oyster card. And they can't see me, right? So I've only just got back in, and I'm banging on the door and shouting and hurrying. And I thought, well, that's all right, I'll ring them. I will ring as a caller. Although I'd be lucky, because I'll get one in now, okay. I'll ring as a caller and say I'm stuck at the door. And of course I don't know the phone number. I have no idea. I have no idea. So fortunately, they finally tumbled it, which is why, in future, I'll learn that the Oyster card does not open security doors at this radio station. On to other matters. Nothing compared to the frustration that many experience at some European airports. British tourists queuing for up to 4 hours at airports because of what's called the botched introduction of tougher EU border checks. Travellers from outside the Schengen free movement zone, and of course that is us, are being subjected to stricter vetting at some passport controls. Instead of a few seconds, the process can take several minutes, and of course that means a backup, particularly if a couple or 3 planes arrive at the same time. Brussels now, it emerges that Brussels terrorists may have used EU passports for atrocities in Paris that claimed 142 lives in a related story. Frank Barrett, travel editor for the Mail on Sunday, joins me now. How big a problem is this, or is it just unfortunate that a number of planes arrived at a busy holiday period, Frank? Morning.
I think it's more the latter, really. Because it's summer, you know, there are queues. Yeah. I've been in and out of it. I was in Malaga last week, I was in Sicily the week before, and I was somewhere else before that. And you can see they are trying to scrutinise the passports a bit more. Sometimes they look at the passport, and sometimes they run them through the machine, and sometimes they don't. And I think they sort of tend to divert them at the time, judging how long the queue is. But I mean, there have been some spectacularly big queues in Palma and Mallorca, but I've been stuck in spectacularly big, queues in Palma and Mallorca at other times.
Yes.
And generally, it's because they don't have enough staff there checking passports. You go into these huge areas where there are 12 booths, and 2 booths are occupied, and one is for outside the EU, and one is for an EU passport holder. And, so it tends to get incredibly chaotic, but that's because they're not running their system properly, as they don't run the security systems properly in most airports. So,
sorry, what do you mean they don't run the security? That's a concerning thing to hear.
They don't provide big enough areas,
Oh, I see.
You need about 3 or 4 tables in front of the scanning machine, so people have time, to sort through their bags and stuff, and so everybody's ready to go through. Sometimes those places, they don't have that. So, you know, the queues snake out of the airport. You think, have they not been to other airports and see how they do security? Or have they not been to other airports and see how quickly you can do passport checks? It's as if nobody ever goes to another airport to see what the best way of doing it really is. And it drives me mad.
Frank, airlines are warning the delays could get worse. That might be an easy cop-out for them for services deteriorating, mightn't it?
Well, you're not going to go wrong warning people it might be a delay, because there's probably no good saying, oh, all our services are going on time, because that would just be, you know, asking for trouble. I mean, you know, this is the peak season, a lot of people travelling, and there's a tendency for there to be problems. But I can say, I'll put my hand on my heart and say, I haven't noticed anything significant where I've been. You get 3 or 4 videos up on Twitter, you know, you think the world's ending. You know, we're looking at things down a microscope. Where oh, my God, you know, how are we ever going to travel again? And it may have been just one bad day at Palmer Airport, which is a pretty horrible airport anyway. I don't know if you've ever been there.
I have, and you and I belong to a generation where we used to travel before Britain was in the European Union, and there are many, of course, who've never done that. They can't imagine they're ever going to be able to get into Paris again. I think they'll be satisfied. I think they'll be suitably relieved. Frank Barrett, travel editor for the Mail on Sunday. Ina is in Gravesend. Problems, Ina, at airports, but here, I understand. Good morning.
Good morning. Actually, this is Eve, her daughter, the person that did the travelling.
Oh, sorry. Your name is Eva.
Eve, yes.
Oh, Eve. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I don't know how we got Ina. My apologies. Eve, you're on the radio. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, Eve. What are you going to tell me?
Well, actually, we came into Heathrow on Monday evening from Toronto in Canada.
Oh, yeah.
And our wait was 2.5 hours in the line.
No.
Control. Yes. And
how long was the flight?
Flight was 6 hours.
So almost half as much time again as it took.
That's right.
So you get across the Atlantic in 6, and then it's 2.5 to get through the threshold at Heathrow.
That's right.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, we had somebody waiting for us, which, you know, we were a little anxious about. But if we had gone with the train travel as we had originally planned, we would have missed the train, and we didn't get out until 1:45 midnight.
And was this just unlucky that a load of planes arrived? Were there not enough staff? What was the situation? What did you see?
It was a combination of both, I would say. There was a plane from, I think, somewhere in Asia, an airplane with a Dreamliner, so there was a lot of people on it. But there was only maybe 6 or 7 agents open. And the people with EU passports just walked right through, obviously. But we're from outside of the country, although I'm originally from here. I now hold a Canadian passport.
Oh, okay. Where did you live when you were over here, Eve?
Gravesend.
You lived in Gravesend, and where do you live now? Toronto?
No, I actually live in St. John, New Brunswick, which is on the East Coast. So we had another stretch to go before Toronto.
Right.
So it was quite a long day, but and I will say that the agents were very polite, and and they were taking people out of
what
the
do you
line
miss?
With children.
You're in New Brunswick, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you miss about life in Gravesend?
My family.
Right.
All my family are here, and
how long are you over for, Eve?
How long? It's 3 weeks.
Okay. You're going to check out Blue Water.
Well, actually, I went yesterday.
It's not bad, is it, Blue Water? It's a big shopping mall for those who don't.
It's amazing, yeah.
All right. Hey, Eve, have a great... Enjoy the wedding. Family wedding, I'm guessing, right?
That's right, yes.
Have a great one. Eve, thank you. And I wish you happy landings as and when you go back, and have a good time with the family in Kent. Let's talk Uber with Eric in Chelsea. What do you do for a living? Good morning.
Well, I work for Uber. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning.
Very good to talk to you, and great program.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. What's it like working for them?
Well, you need to put in a lot of hours to make reasonable money.
What's a lot of hours? How many hours a day do you work, and how many hours a day do you work, and how many days a week is what I was trying to say.
I think minimum of 12 hours, sometimes 16 or 18.
You work 18 hours a day?
Yes.
Man, I do 3, and I thought that was a lot.
Money to pay for your insurance and all other things because your car.
Yeah. And how many of those days a week would you do?
Well, at least you have to do about 5 days.
You're doing 5, 16 or 18 hours a day?
Yes, some you can do 7 days to actually make a decent money because of the way the fares are very low.
Now, we're talking because of this suggestion in the paper, in one of the papers, that there's this, not when I say you, I don't mean you personally, but folk like you collude to rig the prices. Do you recognise that?
No, not at all. I totally disagree with that, and I think people are misinformed because it's not possible to actually connive with other drivers. I don't even know any other driver who works for me, and I've done it for 1 year now.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing on the app or anything.
Well, there's an online forum, isn't there? You could have your own online forum. Might it be uberpeople.net? I don't know, is it?
Well, you see, the way the system works, you cannot choose which area you want to work.
Right.
So, for example, if I pick somebody from Chelsea and he takes me to Heathrow, and my next job takes me to, let's say, Oxford, then I'll have to pick another one from there and there and there. So it's not possible. And if you look at how the search prices work, it works in particular areas at particular times.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for example, after the normal rush hours, the search price goes up. It goes on temporarily, not even for 5 minutes sometimes.
Yeah, but
so it's not possible to drive
No,
into
I've
the
got.
area.
What time you got you here today?
Drive to Central London.
Okay.
You're talking
Well,
about
when you go, put the note on the door.
Let's say that you're on the King's Road. All you do is get on the forum and you find out whoever the other blokes are on the King's Road, and you say, right, let's all switch off for half an hour, and then when we switch on again, the price will be considerably higher.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah.
It's not
when was that?
To do that practically. Because the search prices are not work in every area. It's in particular areas at particular times. And because of the
I didn't look in there. I didn't even look in there.
The search prices go up.
Yeah.
But that is
No.
and in actual fact,
What time did I fall asleep last night?
The riders, the clients, when they book they are advised that is a search price, and if they want to go ahead, it's not that they are forced to pay the amount. I sometimes wait for 10 months and I've not had even one search.
Nor do I.
Last, did you enjoy it?
I don't want to wake myself up properly.
Really,
Are you coming back today or again straight off?
Credit to you for doing that. We'll have more of this, and we will come back to the problems at some European airports. And
no, it doesn't matter. You said you might.
It's 9:45. Good afternoon, Jan Webb at the LBC Travel Exchange.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning. In West Sussex, the M23 was blocked and northbound.
Oh, yeah, it's
this
down.
morning at Junction 9 at Gatwick Airport. It's been open, but still slow around Junction 10 at Crawley. In London, embarking the Ripple Road,
that's right. No, you said you might be at home tonight. That doesn't matter.
And also, London very busy around Kennington, with the A23 being closed northbound at the A3 junction for the emergency repair works. In Lancashire, there were delays on the M6 southbound to Junction 28 at Leyland, where there's been an accident.
Don't worry about it.
There are severe delays on London Overground services between Richmond and Stratford, and between Wilson Junction and Clapham Junction. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC.
Yeah, I didn't tell.
Is no ordinary law firm. Finding creative, long-lasting solutions to the legal problems faced by our clients is what we do best.
No, it's the same one.
In central London, our team of experienced solicitors take the
I think so.
to understand your needs. If you're looking for bright and creative lawyers to help you maximize business opportunities,
I feel what
legal problems,
I'm only going to buy some stuff on the way, just bread and that, so it's not a problem. It's not a big problem. There.
You can earn more with a degree.
Yeah, no, but I think I'm going to take it on the boat with me, so it needs to last all weekend. So I'm going to buy. Oh yeah, no, I'm going to buy something, and then I'll walk to Humorous in the morning. Get some bread and bits. You have a safe show. I'll bring you tonight, yeah? Alright, don't forget putting that on the door though, yeah? Love you. Bye.
Score the biggest deal of the Premier League and save an unbeatable £900 versus Sky over 18 months with Britain's lowest price Sky Sports bundle from TalkTalk. For just £28.45 a month, get award-winning TV, all 8 Sky Sports channels, and unlimited broadband including line rate. But hurry, the big summer save ends 17th of August. Search TalkTalk TV now. TalkTalk, for everyone.
Based on slow broadband speeds from BT and Virgin, competitive contract for 12 months. Sky has more channels. Contract and conditions apply.
At Express Solicitors, we help people that have been in accidents that weren't their fault claim compensation. No win, no fee. On average, we helped our clients recover over £4,000. We cover every area of personal injury. So if you've been injured at work, on the road, as a result of medical treatment or any other injury, find out if you have a valid claim. Text LAW to 81156. That's LAW to 81156.
Want a brand new apartment starting from just a £7,500 deposit? Come to Galliard Homes and purchase your new home with Help to Buy from just £150,000. Live in dynamic space close to stations that connect you to central London. Plus, we fully furnish your new home free of charge. Call us on 0203 770 6300 to hear about our range of incentives to help you get on the ladder. Visit galliardhomes.com. That's galliardhomes.com. Live the lifestyle with Galliard.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973.
Re-airport woes. This from Anne in St Albans. This has nothing to do with Brexit. The security applies to the borders of Schengen area countries. We were never in the Schengen zone, so these issues would have happened anyway. This on the conversation about Venezuela. This comes from Yriz. I'm a Venezuelan citizen. I'm sorry to say the comments from your caller are completely untrue. The civil population is unarmed. The government is only with arms. No one boycotted last Sunday's election. They were illegal, unconstitutional. The people simply tried to prevent them from being held. And Maduro never won the election. It was fraudulent. Maduro is Colombian-born. It's illegal to even have him as president. More emails when I can. Let's talk prisons, the problem, the crisis in the jails. Cody is in Manchester. Cody, you worked in this particular profession. Good morning.
No, I didn't work in a profession. No, I was a prisoner.
Oh, I'm sorry. How long ago did you come out?
I got out in February this year, Nick, after my third stretch.
What do you go to jail for?
I've been in a couple of times, witness intimidation, which carries up to 10 years, assault on police, and then I threatened to kill my sister's ex-boyfriend after he beat her up.
You're a bit of a violent individual. You're a bit of a violent individual, aren't you?
I'll be honest. When I was active, Nick, I was involved with crime for a long time. Firearms and other things that I say to my detriment and stuff.
And have you stopped now?
Absolutely, yeah. What it was, prison didn't. People think that you go to prison and you get reform and rehabilitation. Absolutely rubbish. Reform is a word made up so people like the Justice Secretary, David Lidington, and the Prison and Probation Minister, Sam Geyer, can walk around and wear suits. The only reason I came away from crime, Nick, is because I saw what it was doing to my family and to my mum especially.
What was it doing?
It took for prisoners' families, right? They suffer in silence and they suffer immeasurably. They live the roller coaster life, ride off prison, emotionally, mentally, psychologically, and definitely financially in a massive way.
And what was it you saw in your mum that made you think, I can't put up with this anymore? I just can't put up with it.
She's getting older and stuff. She's got a heart condition, and she wasn't sleeping, she wasn't eating, and she reads all these statistics about what goes on in prison and stuff. And even though I'm a big 6'4" lad, to her I'm still a little boy and stuff. So she thought that I was going to become a statistic, so to speak.
And so you're working now?
No, what I'm actually working with, and I'm trying to gain, I'm trying to get into working as a prison reformer.
Right.
I'm going to conferences to speak, and I'm speaking to the MP for Feltham. And I'm
sorry, remind me who the MP for Feltham. Who is the MP for Feltham? Sorry,
she's called Seema Churlata.
Okay.
I saw something that she did in the House of Parliament.
And is this because of the YOI in Feltham? Is that why she's interested?
Yeah. That, and I use that as a pawn, but also to come at it from my perspective. Because even though I'm a prisoner, Nick, former prisoner, I actually can save the taxpayer money and also reduce reoffending, reduce violence within prisons. But the MOJ, all these statistics, and there's been 2 riots over 2 days at the Mount Prison, and Sam Geyer, the Prison and Probation Acting Minister, as he states on his Twitter account, is the silence from the MOJ is absolutely deafening. It's beyond words, Nick. They're failing prisoners, prisoners' families, prison officers, and today the prisoners' governors associations come out and actually slammed the Ministry of Justice. And do you know what? We're all seeing off the same image. You've got prisoners supporting prison officers showing compassion to prisoners, and we're all seeing off the same image sheet. And yet the MOJ, the silence from them is absolutely deafening, Nick.
What is life like inside a jail?
Well, put it like this, Nick. I've recently been diagnosed with PTSD, and in my honest opinion, it's because of what I saw when I was in prison. I saw suicide attempts. I saw somebody physically throw themselves off a landing and land head first. I've seen someone sever like an artery. I've seen people trying to string up. There was a guy that died of a drug overdose while I was inside. The thing is, Nick, I was a cleaner on my last stretch, so I was out from 6 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. And I've seen cell fires as well, where they actually leave you in the cell until the fire's extinguished and stuff. They don't let you out of the cell while the fire's in place because it could spread. And the serious failings, prisons for profits, Nick, right? But these private prisons or prisons for profits are putting staff safety at risk, prisoners things at risk in the name of profit. They're laughing all the way to the bank, and people are going to visit their loved one that served a prison sentence in a morgue.
Have you seen people using this drug?
Spice, yeah. Do you know what, Nick? I can't even. It's beyond words how scary the effects are. People go into these catatonic states. They can't get about, and then become addicted to the drug. And just like last week, the highest number of assaults ever recorded, 26,643 assaults in a year. And Spice is a big part of that because obviously you've got drug debts within prison, the understaffing within the prison. The prison officers do a very difficult job, and I support them and I show them a lot of compassion and stuff. The attitude used to be, Nick, over the years gone by, us versus them. It's not. It's now that we're singing off the same hymn sheet. We show compassion to each other. They do a very difficult job, and they understand that the lad's been locked up for 23 hours a day. Some of them with severe mental health problems and stuff like that. Cell fires, commonplace. People covering their own excrement. It's true, Nick. Honest to God, it's all part of prison life. Drugs are part of prison life.
How do the drugs get in?
Honestly, they come drones. Has been used in recent time, over the last 2.5 years. Drones have been used. Prison officers are bringing it in. It's coming in through visits. The thing is, Nick, right, if they actually give prison officers who do an absolutely exceptional job in very difficult circumstances with an ever-decreasing budget, right, them people, they need a pay rise. If you give them a pay rise, Nick, I think it would definitely reduce the number of corrupt officers within the system because they're substituting their wages and topping their wages.
It's still illegal. I mean, you can't justify illegal behaviour just saying I don't get not much money, can you?
No. But the thing is, if you work somebody into the ground and stuff, just last week, Nick, right, the Ministry of Justice took the prison officers to court to say you cannot carry out industrial action. They're trying to put a gagging order on the Prison Officers Association, Nick, to stop them speaking out. So when things like that happen and stuff like that, I know it's a criminal act and stuff like that, but people do what they've got to do, Nick, whether to survive and stuff. Now, like I say, the criminality and stuff like that and the crime that goes. There's more drugs in prison. You get anything you can get on the streets, Nick, you can get in prison. It's as simple as that.
Do you regret your previous actions that led you?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, Nick. Did you know what, right? I was a thug. I was involved with very serious like gangsters and gangs and stuff. I've been there and I've done it, Nick, right? And like I say, I'm not proud of any of them things. But the thing is, Nick, now, by me changing my life and me focusing on prison reform for other prisoners, honestly, there's me and a hell of a lot of people on social media that are fighting tooth and nail with the Ministry of Justice. And rather than just tweeting about it, we're doing conferences, and I'm trying to work directly now with the government because the simple fact is, they're overeducated, overpaid, and they don't do nothing. If you contact the Ministry of Justice for a statement on something I've said, or this Prison Governors Association coming out slamming them, Nick, they batten down the hatches because they don't like stories getting out. That's why I do my interviews, and that's why anyone that's got somebody in prison needs to get the information about a death in custody or a riot and run straight to the media to keep it in the headlines and keep the pressure on the MOJ, but yet they still do nothing, and it frustrates me and it angers me, Nick.
Cody, stay in touch. Thank you. I'm glad to see that you have, although it took your mum, of course, I'm glad to see that you have found the straight and narrow. A couple of emails on the travel situation. Andy in Tyne and Weir. Passport issues in Mallorca are pretty simple. They used to not check passengers way through. Now, due to changes in Schengen, they have to physically scan every passport in and out, and they haven't increased the staff. Jerry in Burnham, it's ironic the EU stopped a multi-million-pound computer system to check all passengers coming through our ports because they said the UK was not allowed to hold details of EU citizens. Quick word on that Uber story. Peter's in the City of London. Peter, you're on the radio. What can you tell me? Good morning.
Morning, Nick. Thanks for taking the call.
Not at all.
First of all, what you were saying about Uber drivers actually congregating is absolutely true.
Right.
I'm a London taxi driver in the United Union Capital Red, and this is what our members are reporting all the time. Is that we're finding clumps of the Uber drivers in kind of honeypot locations.
Eric, the driver, said it wouldn't work like that, though.
It works exactly like that. There's even a second app, which isn't run by Uber. There's a second app which actually tells drivers where work is going to be coming from at any given time.
Right.
To allow them to congregate in those areas to create the situations that ensue. So once they get to a location, they can actually switch the Uber app off, wait until Uber surges.
How common is it? Lastly, how common is it?
It's actually very common. It's actually very common. I mean, what United is putting forward is actually should be exclusion zones from certain areas for private hire drives unless they have a booking.
That destroys the whole principle. That's never going to fly.
Well, of course it destroys the whole principle. The other way to protect passengers...
In a sentence.
And more importantly, is the TfL should actually make Uber do as the regulations require and give people a set price for this.
So you know, as I use the analogy of buying a shirt or a pair of shoes. I'm done for another day. Thank you. You were the last caller. James O'Brien's waiting the other side of the news here on LBC. I'm with you tomorrow morning from 7. Meantime, stay safe.
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. We will return to the question of what should be done with all these empty homes in the environs of Grenfell Tower, and the reminder for anyone thinking of suggesting that you shouldn't have the right to take anybody's home away from anyone, that lots and lots and lots of people living in former social housing in that borough are currently in receipt of compulsory purchase orders designed to help developers turn their old homes into much more valuable homes for much richer people. But I want to begin with that finding yesterday about the percentage of over 65s who voted to leave the European Union, who will be comfortable if it means themselves, or perhaps more pertinently, a younger family member actually losing their job. I don't want to have a debate about Brexit. I want to know whether or not the debates about Brexit have torn your family asunder.
On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Virgil's newsroom at 10 o'clock, Kensington and Chelsea Council says it can't compel the owners of 1,600 empty properties in the borough to live in them. Some are close to Grenfell Tower, where hundreds of homes were destroyed in the fire in June. The unoccupied houses are reported to be owned by oligarchs and foreign royals. Speaking to LBC, the Labour leader on the council, Robert Atkinson, has suggested in some cases they should be seized.
I really do think that it's time we got to move on. 6 weeks after the fire, people are still living in unsuitable hotels, and if it's necessary to take over private property when all else has failed, then we should be prepared to do so.
LBC has seen documents suggesting the government is understating how many properties will need to be bought and demolished for HS2. It's projected 35 homes and 16 businesses will have to make way for the route through South Yorkshire. But Chris Matthewman from the Stop HS2 Bramley campaign group has told LBC the number will be far higher than that.
There will be hundreds of homes demolished on this route. There's one estate in Mexborough where there's 220 properties safeguarded. HS2 are trying to claim there's only going to be 16 demolitions on that route. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. There'll be far more than that.
The Department for Transport insists the figures are correct. Deaths from drug poisoning have reached a new record level. Official figures show more than 3,700 deaths involving both legal and illegal drugs were registered in England and Wales last year. The head of the Prison Governors Association says her members have been devastated by what she says is a complete decline of the prison service. Andrea Olbutt's comments come after riot police had to be called to HMP The Mount in Hertfordshire for the second day in a row. British Airways passengers have been facing long queues at airports this morning following a glitch with the airline's check-in system. Disruptions been reported at Gatwick and London City and at Heathrow Terminal 5, where one passenger has described the bag drop area as almost at a standstill. BA says the issue is now resolved. And after more than 22,000 official engagements, Prince Philip will carry out his final solo royal event later before he retires. The Duke of Edinburgh, who's 96, will be meeting Royal Marines who've completed a 1,600-mile trek. The LBC Markets report: a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was down 16 points at 74.06. The pound buys you $1.32 and €1.11. LBC weather: rain moving across much of the country through the day. Some heavy downpours in the south, a high of 19 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
The home-based end-of-season clearance is on now. Hurry in for huge savings across the store. Like this Austin wooden 4-seater garden furniture set, only £99. This Sovereign push petrol mower, just £99.99. And this Qualcast 600-watt hedge trimmer was £39.99. Now only £33. Home-based, always low prices.
LBC. In London, embarking, the A123, which is the Riffle Road, is closed in both directions between Devon Road and King Edward's Road because of an ongoing police investigation, so very busy in the area. Also, long delays in London and Kennington, with the A23 being closed northbound to the A3 junction for the emergency repair works. In Lancashire, there are delays on the M6 southbound from junction 28 at Leyland to 27 at Standish after an accident that happened earlier, but all the lanes are now back open. And on the trains, there are severe delays on London Overground services between Richmond and Stratford, and between Wilton Junction and Clapham Junction, and also Hotfield Station is closed. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James O'Brien.
4 minutes after 10 is the time. How big a deal is the acreage of empty homes owned by foreign oligarchs and tycoons in Kensington and Chelsea? How big a story is that when laid against the continuing homelessness of so many survivors of that tragedy? Later in the programme, I'm keen to look at the pension age rise that has left 1 million women £32 a week worse off. It's a story we haven't spent enough time on. I don't know if we will be able to get around to it today, because there's another story that chills me to my very core. I was interviewed in January. I think it was a New Statesman, and because I'd sort of called a lot right in the last couple of years, they said, what do you think is going to happen next about the rise of the alt-right, the post-truth kind of mood that swept the social media and moved into the mainstream media? And I thought long and hard before I said, I think Holocaust denial might be the next thing to move back into the sort of mainstream. Well, someone's agreeing with me today, and they deserve to be heard. That's a pretty grim development, yet more evidence of that strange position I find myself in politically, where I predict things are going to happen while desperately praying that they don't. And similarly, I predicted about 6 months ago what would be the chapter of the Brexit saga that unfolded yesterday. You remember when people said no one voted to be poorer, no one voted to be poorer. I said, just sit still. Just sit still and give it a few months and people will start claiming that they did in fact vote to be poorer. Don't be silly, James. No one's going to be that dumb. No, I promise you, sit still. Stay where you are and give it a few months. As reality begins to bite, as the truth begins to emerge, people will start to claim that they absolutely and categorically did vote to be poorer. So it started as one of my little tactics with on the phones. So people would start listing all the things, and you'd say, did you vote to be poor? Don't be ridiculous, we're not going to be poorer. Andrew Leadsom said the pound won't be remotely affected by leaving the European Union. The list was almost endless. No, absolutely not. We will not be poorer. Then very slowly it began to segue into, there might be a very short-term economic impact, which we didn't mention at all in the run-up in the campaign in any way, shape or form, but that's because, Project Fear or something, fish, passports, borders, and after that short period of economic difficulty, everything will be hunky-dory, it'll be wonderful, and that sort of began to get a little bit of traction. And I sat here and I said to you, they will claim that they voted to be poorer. People will soon be putting their hands up and saying, we definitely voted to be poorer. Because it is a hell of a lot easier to process the idea that you've been betrayed rather than the idea that you've been fooled. That is where Britain is at the moment. And where was it yesterday? This remarkable finding. And listen, there's no monopoly on idiots. I have to make it clear. There was about 18% of Remain voters who said they'd be pleased to see they'd be pleased to suffer economically because of the sort of schadenfreude it would give them for Leave voters, the absolute melts, as if the idea that you losing your job or your son losing your job is going to be a price worth paying to see the look of shock upon the face of a Leave voter who's probably in denial anyway. But it's about, was it 39%? I'll dig the numbers out for you in a minute. About 39% of people who voted to Leave and are over the age of 65 apparently recorded that they would consider losing their own job, which is unlikely to occur given that they are clearly of an age where most of them will be retired, or, and this was the thing that really, even by the standards of Brexit commentary, stopped me in my tracks yesterday, they would consider that a family member losing their job was a price worth paying for ... insert whatever ludicrous post-imperial fantasy you want in that little slot there. Have you seen the other thing that started happening then? People that told us it was going to be easy and enriching and the most natural and liberating thing in history are now saying you need the spirit of Dunkirk to get through it. Dunkirk, described by Churchill as a disaster. And you have now the idea that we have to invoke the spirit of Dunkirk to get through something that was supposed to be really easy and make us richer. But again, I'm just the lonely weather vane pointing at reality while everybody else is chomping on nonsense. So think about that for a minute. Why would you need to invoke the spirit of Dunkirk, the evacuation of French beaches undertaken as a result of incredibly chaotic scenes and small boats across the idea that you have to invoke the spirit of Dunkirk to get through something that they told the same people told you would be brilliant. That surely, of all that, I hadn't really clocked that completely before. Set aside the historical ignorance involved in any sort of attempt to describe Dunkirk as a victory. But the idea that the same people who told you that this thing was going to be brilliant are now telling you that actually we need to be a bit like we were when we undertook the biggest military evacuation in the history of Britain. Hey? Well, hang on, either it's brilliant or it's a bit like the biggest military evacuation in the history of the United Kingdom. Which one is it? Because we need to invoke the spirit of Dunkirk. That's about retreating. That's about stepping away from a mess. That is about fleeing, hopefully to return. So what's that got to do with Brexit? Yeah, I don't really expect an answer to that, but bear in mind, next time you hear somebody telling you that we need to invoke the spirit of Dunkirk to get through Brexit, they're the same people that told you Brexit was going to be a pile of chips. But I don't want to talk about that. I don't really want to... I mean, I know they all go viral, but I don't really want today to indulge in another exercise in sort of pulling down the pants of some poor soul who hasn't really thought things through, but is absolutely convinced that the front page of the Daily Express is akin to the Governor of the Bank of England when it comes to economic acuity and insight. So I do want to talk about your family. And the strange thing that statistic there, and it's only a bit of opinion polling, and as I say, there was 18 or 19% on the Remain side who'd be happy to lose their jobs in order to wipe the smirk off the face of a Leaver. I don't quite get that, but it's the 39% of people over the age of 65 who, when polled privately, said, presumably it's not something they've said to their sons and daughters or their grandchildren, that if a family member loses their job, that would be a price worth paying for it, for Brexit. Can't really tell us what Brexit is, because the same people that told us it was going to be brilliant are now comparing it to the biggest evacuation of the British military in the history of the United Kingdom. The same people. That's how surreal things have become. So you're not going to have a conversation with your son, are you? Where you say, son, if you lose your job, it'll all be worth it because... And then list a bunch of reasons that were given to you a year ago by people who are now comparing it to Dunkirk. You just begin to despair, don't you? After a while. Wry smile, roll eyes, I don't know, gulp. And I remember about, was it 8 or 9 months ago, we took a call, I think it was from Newcastle, from a fellow that was very much going down the sovereignty line, but hadn't read that white paper in Parliament that said the British Parliament had always been sovereign. And then about 20 minutes later his daughter rang in, and it was nice because there was clearly no lasting enmity between them, but there was a real tension between them, and it's something I was reminded of last week when we were talking about Jeremy Corbyn. If you want to ring in early and book your berth, I want to know whether or not the continuing Brexit confusions and controversies, arguments and debates have caused problems in your family. That's all I want to ask, because that figure of 39% of voters over the age of 65, Leave voters over the age of 65, genuinely thinking that it would be a price worth paying for a family member to lose their job? I actually can't get my head around that. I find that incredible. My dad got made redundant once, and to see a family, admittedly my dad belonged to a generation where you did expect a job for life. I think redundancy and moving between jobs now is becoming a fact of life, but the idea that you would wish unemployment upon a family member because you believe that the baubles that are coming our way as a country as a result of a process which its champions are now comparing to Dunkirk, it's almost beyond belief. I don't know quite what a brain would need to do to arrive in that. Yes, it'd be absolutely fine if my son loses her job, because everything's going to be great. It's a bit like Dunkirk. What? So if it's happening in your family, give me a quick buzz and talk me through it. From either side, I don't want to argue with you about Brexit. I want you to tell me what's going on in your family, behind your front door. 0345 6060 973 is the number that you need. And you will get through, because I'm looking for personal stories rather than opinions, which always makes it a little easier to get on early. The parallels with Corbyn really struck me when we talked about that Momentum video last week. I started the programme thinking it was a bit daft. I ended the programme thinking, well, it's not daft, but it's quite dodgy. It's a dodgy illustration of where we are as a country. The next big political battles in this country are going to be generational, not ideological. It is the thing that was best distilled in that Momentum video that I hadn't clocked before. Not even to pick a side on this one, but the three lines, the university tuition fees, the access to a housing market, and the possibility of getting a job that had, advancement built into it in terms of income and in terms of promotion. Everybody in my generation had that. We had a free university education, we had access to a housing market, and we had an employment situation when we left college or school that was considerably better than people who are leaving college and schools today. So when the younger people turn around, or older people who've got the wit to understand the world around them, turn around and say, why can't we have that? And Jeremy Corbyn says, yeah, I think you should have that. It's hardly surprising that they cheer him. I'm personally not persuaded that he's the man necessarily to deliver it, but that's a conversation for a different day. That generational divide fascinated me. After the programme, the number of people who got in touch to say that they didn't like the kind of characterisation of some of the characters in the Momentum video. So they were a little bit central casting, and no one wants to think of their own parents as being sort of, pinched-lipped and unthoughtful and unkind. But the opinions they were coming out with, albeit in a softer way, so many people got in touch to say, that's just like my home. That is just like me. My dad, he loves me to pieces, but he doesn't think... This was one woman got in touch with a succession of tweets, actually. She listened to the podcast, and it touched her quite a lot. She said, he doesn't think I'm an adult with agency. He still thinks I'm his little girl in a school uniform. So when I start telling him about Jeremy Corbyn, he sort of pats me on the head and goes, oh, sweet. And she's in her early 40s. And then if you're in your early 20s, I can imagine it's 100 times worse. And I think that's kind of where we are with Brexit, except perhaps it's the other way round. So what you actually have is the younger generation patronising the older generation on this, because the younger generation are looking at the numbers, and they've got friends who enjoy freedom and movement, and they live in the modern workplace, which is multifaceted, multicoloured, multicultural, multinational, and they're not frightened by it. But then they go home, possibly outside of a city and into the countryside, into the provinces, and they see the epic effort that has been put into frightening their parents. Today, and you'll think that irony has died, today the Daily Mail is trying to frighten their parents by complaining about border controls in the European Union. This is, again, it's up there with Dunkirk when it comes to surrealism. Daily Mail has spent the last, 5 years opining almost daily about the inadequacy of border controls. So now, on the front page of the Daily Mail, they're complaining about border controls being imposed. What did you think would happen if border controls were enhanced? Did you think you would go through those borders more quickly than you did before, or more slowly? Anyway, they go home and they see their families have been put in positions of fear by all of this scaremongering, all of these sort of lies with that horribly xenophobic undertone. And they're the ones that then do the patronising. They do the pat on the head. They say, no, Dad, I promise you, there's no army of Turkish people waiting to arrive in Basingstoke or in Gibraltar. I promise it's just people looking for jobs. They're not coming here to steal anything or... And then, final part, 10:16, I know I've got to go to the break. Final bit, Fox News. I told you, when Roger Ailes died, some of the stuff that was written by American journalists about the fractures and divisions that had been visited upon American families by the horribly divisive and racist rhetoric pumped out daily on Donald Trump's favourite television station, it broke people's hearts. People were describing cleaning out their grandfather's house and finding that he'd hidden cash and guns in a secret compartment in his cellar because he believed Fox News when they told him that Barack Obama was going to personally come round and steal all his money. That kind of thing. Wonder if... hope we're not seeing similar with Brexit, but the generational divide fascinates me. Here are the numbers now, you will get through. You can be first up if you're quick. 03456060973. What has Brexit done to your family? We're not here to have an argument today. We're here just to swap some stories. I don't really have any. If my dad had still been alive, I still don't know which way he would have gone, but I know which way the other members of my close family went, and there is no real divide. 10:17 is the time, and your stories will be up after this.
This is LBC. If your property investment portfolio is growing, you might find here some questions, like whether to operate the business through a limited company. And if you do, then what about the accounting and tax issues? Or you might want to know about the legal issues under landlord and tenant or inheritance tax. So who can help you with this? Barnes Roach. Clever accountants for property businesses. Visit barnesroach.com/radio.
Fletcher Day is no ordinary law firm. Finding creative and long-lasting solutions to the legal problems faced by our clients is what we do best. With offices in central London, our team of experienced solicitors take the time to understand your needs. If you're looking for bright and creative lawyers to help you maximize business opportunities or solve complex legal problems, contact Fletcher Day Solicitors at fletcherday.co.uk. Fletcher Day, passionate about law.
Love your skin, love your hair, love your nails. Perfectil delivers nutritional support from within, including zinc, to help you maintain normal skin, hair and nails. Perfectil, the science of beauty, from Vitibiotics, the UK's #1 vitamin company, from Boots, pharmacies and vitibiotics.com.
You can learn more with a degree.
And you can get a degree in just 2 years with a course at GSM London.
Degrees are awarded by Plymouth University, and if you don't have a formal qualification, you can start on our foundation year.
Places are available for September at our Greenford and Greenwich campuses.
Enroll now. Text GSM to 66777
or visit gsmlondon.ac.uk.
GSM London.
Have bold dreams.
Score the biggest deal of the Premier League and save an unbeatable £900 versus Sky over 18 months with Britain's lowest price Sky Sports Bundle from TalkTalk. For just £28.45 a month, get award-winning TV, all 8 Sky Sports channels and unlimited broadband including line rental. But hurry, the big summer save ends 17th of August. Search TalkTalk TV now. TalkTalk. For everyone. Based on credit profile fees for BT and Virgin. Competitive contract for 12 months. Sky has more channels. Contract and conditions apply.
We've been thinking about the nuclear family, that vision of mum, dad and their 2.4 children, and how times have changed. How we're now living longer and our kids are leaving home later. So we thought, with all this change, shouldn't we change the way we think about mortgages? So we now cater for all types of family and are trying to turn Generation Rent into Generation Buy. Mortgages for how life is now. NatWest. We are what we do.
Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with James O'Brien.
20 minutes after 10, the generational divides that I think are going to define the next big political battles in this country. You can see that my friends and colleagues in what has become somewhat unfortunately known as the mainstream media are struggling still with the Jeremy Corbyn story, as we did for months, years actually. It was the best part of 18 months on this programme. Utterly struggled to understand what was going on. Utterly failed. That's the most important word. Failed to understand what was going on. Beginning to get a better idea of it now. And it is fundamentally generational rather than political or ideological. And I want to bring it to the Brexit question, and I want to know what's going on in your family, okay? The discussions or the debates, or indeed the problems. I've got a good friend, and a few people ringing in to share their thoughts on my Dunkirk analogies. I may do that if I have to, but I in the first instance, I really want to hear about what's going on in your house, because well, that just saddens me, and I don't know where the clarity is going to come from. I don't know where the resolution is going to come from. I got a friend, three boys. Mum was about to vote leave. One of the sons works as a translator in Brussels for the European Union. The three lads are sitting around the dinner table in a undisclosed northwest town, sitting around the dinner table and saying, Mum, saying, Mum, please, come on, our kid's going to lose his job. and Mum is going, no, we need to do this and we need to do that, but our kid is actually going to lose his job. He works for the European Union as a translator. He's married to a French girl. Your grandchild is a child of the European Union. How can you be thinking of voting in the way that you are? And she came out with lines about, the grown-up, cleverish lines about sovereignty and things like that, things that didn't look daft before the vote happened. I think they persuaded her in the end to go the other way, but of course the lad's still looking for a job now. I just want to know what's going on in your family. 0345 6060 973. Anders is in Vienna. Anders, what would you like to say?
Well, obviously this directly affects me because I'm a British citizen who lives within the European Union, and as of right now, the British stance means I will no longer have my right of freedom of movement, or, of course, probably will lose a lot of the rights that I already possess here. The only reason I'm able to stay here is because my wife happens to be Irish, and so I have the ability to stay through her after the fact. Many British people that I know who are not married to EU citizens have left. A lot of them have gone to Australia, and a few have gone to Canada. Tellingly, none have returned to the United Kingdom. The reason for that, of course, is that their wives simply will not have the ability to stay there, because the only reason their wives are able to stay with them is because being British or an EU citizen.
Did any of your friends or family vote for you to be put into this situation?
Many of my friends did. My mother didn't.
What sort of conversations do you have with those friends now?
Right now, I laugh at them, to be honest with you. I mean, I laugh at them because it's such a ridiculous position for them to be taking, and they're still taking it. The thing of it is that I've always been more pro-EU than anti-Brexit, and that's hardened right now, especially with regards to the way the negotiations are going on right now. Remember, there's a supreme amount of authority coming from the European Union, but because Brexit was a form of revolution, you have this always, if you're student of British history, and you're always told in this patriotic British way that the tyranny always follows the revolution. There's a period of chaos, and then a tyranny follows. Well, right now you're in a period of chaos, right?
But you're describing proper history. Unfortunately, the whip hand seems to be held at the moment by people who get their history from Commando comics and Ladybird books.
Well, they get their history from the internet and from this folkloric history.
Yes.
That's why Dunkirk is such an interesting thing to me, because it's at the point where Britain lost the Second World War, is Dunkirk. Where Britain lost the Second World War, retreated to the island, and then basically, I hate to say this, but it's obviously true, even with its vast resources of empire, had to wait in the arsenal of democracy for the United States to come along.
I'm not ready to allow that to pass. Even I occasionally have a little bit of jingoistic drum beating going on inside me, Anders, and I'm going to swiftly move you along from there. But the relationships that you have with people who voted for you to be put into this position, that's what I'm intrigued by, because you can't spend your whole life laughing at them, can you? And eventually, I suppose you're going to be all right with your Irish wife, but eventually...
No, the thing with it is I'm not going to be all right. I'm very lucky. I'm very fortunate in the sense that I have dual citizenship. I also have an American passport, as does my wife. We're both dual citizens. She is Irish. I'm Great Britain. I'm a UK citizen, but we both have American passports. And our plan B is basically to return to the United States should anything.
And you are going to be okay, but you're not going to be able to continue leading the life that you lead now. How do you sustain or rescue relationships with people who most of them, I get worried though, 61% of Leave voters say significant economic damage would be a price worth paying for bringing Britain out of the EU.
That's what I'm trying to tell you right now. It's a revolution, and this is the interesting thing. Here's the thing right now, okay, and this is the one thing I'm surprised and unsettled by in the United Kingdom, is that right now the negotiations are in fact taking place.
Yes.
You're in the middle of negotiating this. Now here's the thing, is that as I said before, the European Union, Michel Barnier has authority. He has the authority behind him. The 27 are basically in a triangle movement with him at the head, okay? He has the absolute authority. Now, opposite him is David Davis. Now, who on earth is David Davis? What does David Davis have authority for? And what's more, who does he have authority? Where does his authority come from? And subsequently, who does the authority come to? Now, if I'm talking about a revolution, think about it this way. If you have a referendum that basically strips Parliament of its authority, which is what the referendum did. The other House of Lords did it cows because of threats of parliamentary sovereignty. If if you have a judiciary that are called the enemies of the people, if you have the only opposition that there is the press, and it's predominantly Tory press, which seems to be less of an opposition and more of like a baiting kind of thing, then where on earth does this authority come from? If David Davis gets a deal, and he will get a deal eventually, I'm sure, and then he takes it back, who does he deliver that deal to? Who has the authority to say, yes, that's the deal we're going to take? That doesn't exist in the United Kingdom right now. And that's what I mean about the chaos after.
And I can't dispute anything you said, and I enjoy your analysis, not for the first time, but I do remind everybody else listening that what I'm really seeking to examine today is the notion of friction within a family and how it can be resolved. I hate the idea of these wounds going unhealed. The majority Stuart is exactly the kind of lad I like. The majority of my wife's family voted leave, even after we told them that it would affect our business. It has affected our business, so I found it very difficult when seeing them. I was so cross. I love my wife, and I know her family are good people, so I have since put it behind me. Brackets, sort of. Brackets. And then when you see this, the thing that I predicted, I apologise for patting myself on the back, and everybody laughed at me when I said it will happen. People will soon be claiming that they deliberately and consciously voted to be poorer. Because people are not going to turn around and say, oh my God, I got conned. They're going to turn around and say, no. I mean, if we do end up poorer, it will be because of Remainers. It will be Lily Allen's fault. It will be Michel Barnier's fault. It will be the fault of the European Union. It won't be the fault of all the people that were told that this was going to happen. So what you have now is 61% of Leave voters saying that they would accept or consider significant economic damage a price worth paying. For what? And that's where Angela's analysis is actually bang on the money, because it's not for anything tangible or cogent in the sense of objectivity.
Right, is that my taxi service? Right. No, I was going to bring the 5100. I said that at the last meeting. Oh yeah. I'm going to bring the 5100, the amplifier. That's the only radio again. Oh, and the DMR. I think Tony said he's got a load of switch mode things that he brings. Yeah. I understood there was one already there. No? Well, I thought we brought it back, but then again we brought everything back and it all seems to be back on the ship again. Yeah. I presume that was with all the characters from last year, so that'd be with all the bundles that are back on the ship again. No, we were going to put it, in the record library, the VHF, UHF. Well, they're working in the studios. One of them got flooded out, didn't it? Or got water damage. As far as I understand it, that's what we said at the meeting. We put that stuff in there, and we presume that the coax would be, because it's on the same level. The coax, if we put the antenna on the back of the Monkey Island instead of on the front, it goes straight into into the record library. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. I was going to bring a tarpaulin to cover it up.
You see travel in London. There are queues on the A40 eastbound to Hale Lane Joe Rotary because a car broke down. It's just been recovered.
The solar panels.
Also London queues through Barking because the Ripon Road, which is the A1C3,
Yeah, so either we need to disconnect the inverter completely, but now mentioned to me about the I thought about the wind generator. Someone said about the solar panels. Someone said, I've got a tarpaulin. I said, well, I'm bringing a tarpaulin, but obviously, yeah. But it will, just before it was on the front of Monkey Island, right looking over it. But if it's going to go down into the record library, it'll be at the back of Monkey Island and then one down the back. So it will be sort of 20 foot away, and it won't be on the same side, where before it was a direct line of sight to it. Well, now they build the metal in the way, hopefully. Oh, do they? Yeah. Because there's people on board, we don't really see us mucking about with things we shouldn't be mucking about with. Yeah. Well, it's alright, but the little ones wouldn't rock it much. Might wake you up, but shouldn't be too much of a problem. No, I'm sitting in my truck waiting for a customer to get here. Should be here at 11. Oh, yeah, I'm off tomorrow, yeah. Can do. What do you want? Yeah, okay. Alright, no problems. Oh yeah, you're in the smokers club, aren't you? Yeah. I'll do that. Hey. Love. What's the matter with him? He's a bit anal at times, isn't he? I think he sits there getting all excited, like that kid going on holiday. I'm going to Butlins next week, and he's been trawling through tweets from last year. You know. I'm still waiting for my card from last year. I'm still waiting for my freaking card from last year. Considering we all paid for them, I didn't even see one of them. Yeah. Well, I said at the meeting, I said we all paid for them. I haven't seen one yet. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's clever. And are we? You're going to take the 11 metre hand Santa and where's that come from? I have no idea where that come from. Yeah. Well, I might bring me Saturn base station if you want. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Nah. 10-4. You know, I might keep on going on about this to wind him up. Anyway, my customer's just arrived. What time you been mine in the morning? Yeah. Well, I've got to go shopping as well, because I was going to wander up in the morning. So, you know, I've only got to get a few bits and pieces. But, so about 10:15, I'll see you. Yeah. Okay, mate. All right. I'll see you in the morning. Cheers, mate. Bye. Bye. The customer's here at last. All sorted. Hi, Doug. Doug. Hello. Yeah. I've got. Yeah, it didn't come out on the hands free, but I just took the phone up. I've just left it. That's what I've done. Yeah. Well, do you know what? That ain't even a two-man job. That looks horrendous to get that downstairs. Yeah. You see, it's out of the way and it's against the sides. But just getting that 6 by 6 foot mat is just a horrendous job, just to get it into the place. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's the caretaker turned up, didn't he? It's the caretaker for the site. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. You know what? I'm gonna take the scenic route home. Head up to me hometown. when I was a lot younger, they used to have fairgrounds down here on the scrubs fields, just on the left of me. And I used to come down here every year and work on there. On the bumper cars and on the flying coaster. Look, police are doing random stops here, look. All vans, mainly vans they're pulling in. Problem is, you come down here, you turn that corner, you can't do nothing about it. They're there and they've got you. This is where Lightning Records used to be, where it says cottage laundry and linen hire. All of it along here on the right was all Lightning. Used to come down here every week. Record wholesaler. Ain't been round here for years. Not this part of it anyway. lot of my mates used to live round here, because I went to a school just up the road here, on the right.
My only exception to that is my dad, who's the vote, so to speak, and he holds quite antiquated views on certain things. But he said the day after I didn't vote, so I didn't feel that I had the information necessary to decide.
He was right, wasn't he? None of us did. None of us.
No, I do think that's an interesting point, and I don't think it's necessarily fair to criticise people voting on the economic concerns, because I don't think anyone had the full information. I mean, I'm curious what you make of the upsurge in investment from things like Amazon and BMW.
Well, the upsurge in investment from BMW isn't really an upsurge in investment. They're just going to carry on making minis in Calvi and fitting them with batteries and drive shafts that have been assembled in Germany. And we've mentioned that on the programme, but this is where we are, you see. The same with Amazon, actually. I'll tell you exactly what I think about that. It's incredible that so quickly things that are actually emblems of stuff staying the same as it was before, they're still going to make minis in Cowley. Amazon are still going to need a big presence in this country because we now shop so much with Amazon that that's not a tide that's ever going to be put into reverse. So people on the pro-leave side of these arguments are now, I don't know whether you're one of them or not, they're now citing stuff staying the same as a positive. It's not a positive. What you need to tell me, Jake, is the stuff that's happening now that would not have happened if we hadn't voted to leave. You have to show me all the people who are thinking, wow, I like the look of post-Brexit Britain, I want a bit of that. Not the people who are saying, look, we're already neck deep in this country. I don't want to pull out unless we absolutely have to. Let's just carry on for the time being and see where we are in 5 years' time. So that side of the argument, amazingly, have already succeeded in bringing, half the public with them when they say, no, look, here's proof it was a great idea. That hasn't fallen apart yet.
No, absolutely. I think that's an important thing to point out. I think it's also important to point out that we're not in post-Brexit Britain yet.
Exactly.
We're still in the process.
You have no idea what post-Brexit Britain is going to be like, but everybody who believed they were going to have £350 million a week more to spend on public services is now telling me that they knew all along we were going to be worse off. Have you explained that?
I mean, I was a lead voter, and the £350 million never convinced me at all, because in a narrative of austerity, that's just unrealistic. We really think that's going to be the case when the main government of the day is pushing such an anti-spending rhetoric.
But if they save that money, you believed that the money existed, did you? You just didn't think they were going to spend it on the NHS?
No, I think the interesting part of the £350 million claim is it was spearheaded by Keith Stewart, who was a member of the Labour Party.
And there is Dominic Cummings, actually, who's Michael Gove's former advisor, who came up with it, put it on the side of the bus.
About 100 yards to the right of me is where I was born, where I lived up until I was 19, 20, just over the back there.
And she's one of, interestingly enough.
Except she's not an MP anymore.
Exactly, that's the point. She jumped ship. She refused to stand in the 2017 election. No, the reason I think the question of economic damage is such an important one now is because I think it's only just being asked. One of the reasons...
What was Project Fear then, do you think?
No, I don't think Project Fear... Here's the reason I think this. Because before the referendum, there were a lot of documentaries on why people were considering it. And one that sort of chimed with me was one in Walsall, where they walked around the streets with all these closed shops and all these derelict buildings and said, people have nothing left. People have nothing to lose. So what is there for them to lose by staying in the same status quo? And I know that now you say status quo staying.
So they've just said, they've answered your question. What is it for them to lose? They've said, my children's jobs, but I'm cool with it. I think we're having slightly different conversations here. I'll just steer you back to where you were before when you said that there was no economic damage involved in the Brexit vote. What do you think Project Fear was?
No, I didn't necessarily say that. I said the economic arguments didn't convince me, and I didn't...
You didn't, mate. You said they weren't really part of the vote. You meant your vote. They weren't really part of your vote.
That's what I said.
Oh, fine. But they were part of everybody else's. The answer to what have we got to lose is, of course, your children and your grandchildren's jobs, but they possibly didn't realise that in Walsall.
I do actually have to contend that I don't think... I've just been looking at Lord Ashcroft's poll from the Thursday after the referendum. The three main concerns are leaving us. One, have decisions made there. Two, to have control over borders, which is sceptical regardless. The last one was, I can't remember the third one, but it was nothing to do with economics.
Well, Dominic Cummings, who ran the Leave EU campaign, is absolutely adamant that without the bus they would never have got over the line. And we don't have to believe him. He's not infallible, but he was the architect of the sort of respectable Leave campaign, and he's described what's happened since in the most unforgiving of terms. I think he described David Davis the other day being as thick as mince, and they're on the same side.
No, I think it would be interesting how economics as an argument against independence worked in 2014 against the Scottish independence referendum, so they thought it would work again. And it didn't. And people weren't concerned about it.
Because they didn't believe it, and now it's coming true. They're saying, no, we knew all along. That's the only thing I'm examining. We can agree on that, can't we?
No, I agree with you there. I think people feigning this benevolent knowledge of, we knew it was going to get worse. Well, no, you didn't. You just didn't listen. I think that's something that needs to be addressed. I'm not in any way arguing to us get it. I'm not saying that Leave is going to make it the best thing in the world. You know,
what's going to be better?
Personally, I'm just parliamentarian. I think sovereignty is standard.
But
people will very skeptical about that. But I do.
As a Brexit white paper stated, our British Parliament has always been a sovereign.
Well, what about things like ECJ, which has
European Court of Justice is nothing to do with the European Union.
No, you have to be signed up to the ECJ to be part of the single market.
Yeah, but we can't sell into the single market without obeying the rules laid down by the European Court of Justice. So you know, and I know, that what they're going to do is come up with an intranational, a supranational body that gets to legislate over trading standards and similar legal situations, but they're just going to call it something else. They've already said that.
Well, maybe they've said that, but that's not necessarily what's going to happen.
Okay, here's the thing. You make something and you want to sell it in France, but if you want to sell it in France, you're selling it in the single market. Who's in charge of the rules and regulations you have to obey if you want to sell something into the single market?
Well, it will be the European Court of Justice.
So we're not going to be out of this legislation which rules.
I don't think it's interesting. And I don't think they have that ability when we're in the European Union.
To say no to what?
To say no to the demands.
To say no to selling stuff in France.
No, because I don't think...
If you want to sell stuff in France, you have to say yes.
No, I don't think people are actually that fussed about where they sell things, as long as they do sell.
Well, I think they probably are more likely to sell stuff just, 20 miles away over the English Channel than they are a couple of thousand miles away in America. My geography is probably a little questionable there. But again, I like speaking to young people who are optimistic, because it just really doesn't hurt, as opposed to all the old people who are comfortable seeing their own children lose their jobs as a price worth paying for not having to obey regulations about selling stuff into the single market.
On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 11 o'clock. The head of the Prison Governors Association says her members have been devastated by a complete decline of the prison service. Andrea Olbart has attacked the government over what she says is perverse reform. It comes after riot police had to be called to a prison in Hertfordshire 2 days in a row. Cody is a former prisoner. He's told LBC the government urgently needs...
We're all seeing up the same issue. You've got prisoners supporting prison officers showing compassion to prisoners, and we're all seeing up the same issue, and yet the MOJ, the silence from them is absolutely deafening.
The government says it's taken immediate action to increase prison officer numbers. New figures show deaths from drugs have reached a record high in England and Wales. There were more than 3,700 last year, involving both legal and illegal substances. Experts say it could be partly down to rising levels in the purity of cocaine. It's reported foreign royalty are among the owners of hundreds of empty properties in the borough surrounding Grenfell Tower. Dozens of families who lost their homes in the fire are still waiting to be given new accommodation. The Labour group on Kensington and Chelsea Council says in some cases those empty homes should be taken over. LBC has seen documents suggesting the government has understated how many properties will need to be demolished for the HS2 project. Campaigners in South Yorkshire say the Transport Secretary's claim of 35 homes in their area is incorrect. Sue bought a house in Mexborough, which will have to make way for the high-speed rail line.
We know for a fact, just looking at the route, there's 16 blocks of houses directly underneath the viaduct. That's without bringing in your cranes and your heavy equipment and your builders. So we reckon it's going to be at least 100 houses go.
The Duke of Edinburgh will carry out his final solo official engagement later before he steps down at the age of 96. Prince Philip has supported the Queen at more than 22,000 events over more than 65 years. He'll retire after meeting Royal Marines at a charity parade at Buckingham Palace this afternoon. Royal author Phil Dampier says he doubts it'll be the last we see of the Duke.
I don't think he's going to dissipate greedy. I'm sure he'll turn up for various jobs with the Queen here and there, but the nice thing is now that he can pick and choose them and relax when he wants to, and that's good for the nation, I think.
The LBC Markets report a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was down 28 points at 73.95, pound $91.30. Through the day, some heavy downpours in the south, a high of 19 degrees. From Global Newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Copley.
Is the phrase PPI claim normal? If it fills you full of excitement at the prospect of winning back money for other people, then you probably work at the money hotline. Because we love getting our clients back what they're rightfully owed. Our dedicated team of experts will handle your claim for you and make the whole thing hassle-free. Call us free from your mobile on 87878 or go to moneyhotline.co.uk.
Because of an ongoing police investigation. And in Kennington, there are delays because the A23 is closed northbound at the A3 junction for emergency repair works. In Warwickshire, it's still quite busy on the M42 southbound towards junction 9 at the M6 toll from junction 10 at Tamworth. There was an accident that happened earlier. All the lanes are open now, but it remains very busy. LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb.
This is LBC Room Global, leading Britain's conversation with James.
It is 4 minutes after 11. I'll take a couple more calls on this. I've got a couple of Simons in the north of England who've been waiting. We haven't had many female voices yet. We heard from Kate, who's Sunderland resident, relocated to Wimbledon and struggling with some of the family members who voted to leave the European Union, with two relatives, a daughter and a husband, both working in the square mile. She's already seeing some of the impacts. And then I just want to show you something quite interesting. Graham says, Project Fear on both sides. Remember the Chancellor and the Prime Minister saying that if we vote to leave the European Union, house prices will go down immediately by 18% or more. I don't, actually. If they did say that, I presume it would have happened after the economic impact of leaving had kicked in. But I'll take your word for it, Graham, because you seem like a stand-up guy. And then I'll read you what Simon says, who contacted earlier about the fact that he'd lost his job but considered it a price worth paying. He did immediately find another job on a bigger salary, so I don't think you really count for someone who thinks it's the price worth paying. You have to actually be unemployed. But the credit side to my job loss is that the UK ultra bubble should now deflate in those 20 years of hyper-house price metropolitan inflation that is accountable for so much anxiety, and which you cite on the programme often have come to an end. So there you go, Graham and Simon. Graham convinced that it was a great thing to do because house prices are going up, and Simon convinced that it's a great thing to do because house prices are going to come down. And you wonder why I sometimes look a bit like a Wimbledon spectator, from one end of the court to the other. Simon didn't leave. Simon, what would you like to say?
Yes, James. Just basically to say I'm not going to go back to the absolute day of the referendum result.
Okay.
As a result of this. Obviously, the relationship is complex, and this is just kind of the final straw. One side of my family is we've got my Tolkien granddad who's Muslim, and then the other side are all born in Yorkshire. And it's that side that any of them, particularly on Facebook, I'm not. We should keep the posts, they're all on the media. And it's just upsetting, really.
Well, it sounds it, and obviously lots and lots of people who voted Leave are just as repulsed by the EDL-type ideology and rhetoric as you and I are, and everybody else listening is. Actually, I always feel I need to say that, but certainly if you were to take social media as a test, then you'd probably be able to argue that I'm wrong when I say that there is a lot more support for those sort of warped, radicalised ideas out there than perhaps anybody realised before last year. But what would have happened? This is a question I really want you to answer. What would have happened if it had gone the other way? If Remain had won, I'm pretty sure that your dad wouldn't have cut you out of his life.
Not because we were voting for a state of court. We'd have got up the next and everything was being said.
Yes.
That's not what's happening. What's happening is, we get an airman or whatnot to the police. And that's the difference in the two sides.
And then they say now, this is what I find so bizarre about this polling yesterday, they say, no, we knew there was going to be a cliff, but it's not going to be a very big one, and anyway, falling off it is a price worth paying for, insert, whatever you want, sovereignty, fish or blue passport.
Lots of people aren't going to pay that price, though. My dad is retired. And the majority of people who work and leave in that age bracket where they're not dependent on jobs. And, I personally won't be.
Police trying to squeeze through in an unmarked car. Who's an Audi? Must be tea break time, mustn't it? Go on, keep up. Get through there a bit quicker. Come on, you stupid old git. Come on, get out of the fucking way. Really don't know what lady wants to do that one. Alright.
Alright, very good morning there.
Hey, what's that?
Oh, robot.
Oh, am I right now?
Yeah, you're right now.
Yeah. You done, are you?
Nah, we're not done. I'm ready paid off. We've just done all our first three jobs all around North Norfolk, drove down to Peterborough. Yeah.
You've got another job up in North Norfolk, have you?
They put the wrong postcode, and that was in the wrong car. I was just phoning them up, so I'm not going all the way. That's an hour and 50 minutes back.
You know what? They done exactly the same to me today.
Did they?
Yeah. But one of my postcodes was W106 something, and they put W1D 6 something. The bloody thing is, that postcode does exist, right in West End of London. When it was freaking right over by the Hammersmith Hospital, Scrub Prison.
Yeah, I just phoned up. We've still got 3 deliveries to do over this end. I've got 2 hours back there because the roads are shit.
Yeah.
I'm not going back there. We were right there. We were right next to it. We were there.
Mad, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll go, someone who made the balls up, I'll go, whoever put the load in order to take the balls up, well, I'm not going back there.
Well, there's one I had on here. It's 2 metre by 1.8, so that's 6 or 6. Really heavy mattress and a base that I had to drop off. And this is the same one again. The customer thought I was going to take it up to the first floor. I said, you haven't got open help. Even the base I'd struggle with. Let alone that bloody the mattress. I said that, and he went, don't bung me. He said, just put it inside. I said, I've already dumped it inside. He said, we'll have to send 2 people. They're saying they're paid for an install. I said, 2 people ain't going to get that mattress up the stairs. Not easily. Do you know what? When you got a dog leg and it's a low ceiling.
Yeah.
You know, when you got a 6'6" mat, that's really hard. You literally have to fold the mattress in half to do that.
Yeah.
So, if you get that one, remember that. It needs 3 people.
Well, it won't be me, because
That'll need 2. That'll need sort of 2 people at the bottom pushing it, and one at the top pulling it.
Yeah, it won't be me, because that'll probably be done next week, right here.
Oh, no.
I can't believe that bloody whoever. There's been a few fuck-ups in that office lately.
Yeah. Something here. Bloody speeding along this. 406 now. My GPS says it's 50. Oh, it is 50.
I keep expecting to see Doug's name flash on my phone. You're going to have to go back.
Yeah. Well, he woke me up. He thought that I hadn't delivered that bed. He said, just put it inside. I said, I've already delivered it. I just pulled off, you know.
Yeah.
He was saying, just deliver it. We send someone down to do it. Yeah, I said, not some free. Freaking work over it. That was my last delivery. I'm on the North Circular, do you know, by all the iron bridges. We're 3 lane by the iron bridges.
Yeah.
It goes down to 2.
Where it gets a bit smelled up sometimes.
Yeah. I was going to go out on the A1 again, but I've done that yesterday. I thought, no, I come this way today. Brent Cross last time, I went up the A1 and come out by services.
All right, go on. Down the M11.
So how many more you got to do?
3.
You got someone with you?
Yeah. Got a left checkpoint.
Oh, that's alright. He's a fit lad, he can do all the heavy stuff. It's a young lad's job this nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to bring you back. Trying to wake the line. It's fast. He sounds like a robot.
Alright, wait a minute.
Holocaust denial may well grow in the next 20 years rather than diminish. And I think, actually, now that I've set it up after 12, we will have a look at A, whether you think that's true or not, whether you're seeing evidence of it already, and B, why, what is it? And yesterday, a few of you found out that the vaccine is far right or extreme right-wing politics, anti-abortion, and contraception lobby.
Alright. Is that any better? Is that right now?
Yeah.
What's that?
That's the way it's just
You're a crappy phone, mate. It's only your phone they're cutting off.
It's only mine?
Yeah, because you never use it.
Oh, yeah, but they don't tell us them off.
No, just your one.
He he's not what he wants that bloke.
I know.
He definitely said to me, he said, cut all the guys' phones off, you can use our own phone. Let's stop one other insurance thing as well. That's what he told me Saturday.
I was going on about the parking over the road. They might be stopping us going in there.
Yeah, we're not allowed, are we? We're not allowed that as well.
They pay them £100 a month or £100 a week to do that, didn't they?
Yeah.
And Kevin said, he'd just say, well, it's down to everyone to sort their own parking out, but they can't do that. Where are we supposed to bloody park? Especially the drivers.
But no, we're always there early, so we always get space.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I said to Kevin. He said, don't bother me.
Yeah.
I said, I'll park in the car parks. I'll get space every day, no problem.
Yeah, we will. We'll always get space.
Yeah. Really, years ago, we were going to get a space round the back, all the drivers. Because I've had my car broken into twice round the back.
Yeah. You can easily park 7 cars. There's only 7 foot. You can easily park around 7 cars around there.
Well, forget the other BOC bit, it'd be alright, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's the thing that they messed up. I think someone's put it in there, like the 3 and the 48.
A what?
At the delivery was being passed already, we had a 3 and a 48.
Yeah, it's been an addition they've stuck in.
Yeah. That's a bit fair to them, the postcode was PE. Sorry, and when it's plugged in the computer, it comes up with the PE. There definitely is not a PE3 postcode where it's supposed to have gone.
Was it just one number or one letter out, was it?
I think it's, well it is, I don't think it's going to be a PE code anyway. PE3, I think Northwood, for God's sake. Northwood, right there. Here we go, that's just great, hold on.
Right.
You've been placed on hold. Please wait. 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 You've been placed on hold. Please wait.
Alright.
Alright, I told you was going to want us to go back then.
And then you're going to go back?
Well, I said I'll see when I've done these last 2 drops. All that, what I was going to say, I've got 2 hours, but that's fucking ridiculous. You know, he's like, I know all the ins and outs of it.
I thought that he's supposed to check the addresses. Because we had this problem before, didn't we? Years ago.
We've got PE3 and a PE31. So he's got to do PE3, source in Peterborough. He's got his work with it that way.
So, yeah, but he couldn't have put the whole postcode in then, because the postcode don't exist, does it?
No, but take you into the middle of Peterborough. We were ended up.
That's the same problem I had, see? Wrong postcode, but the postcode still existed.
Yeah. The postcode we should have had is PE31.
And you were right by it.
Oh, bloody, we could go through it today.
Deja vu going back up there. Think of the overtime. Oh, me.
Yeah, I'll not make up now, I forget to say that. That's just the thought I've already been there. It's a horrible route, you know?
Nah. When you've been somewhere and you've got to go back to the same route, that really does piss me off.
You got to have another way to get it there. You've got to give a fuck. You did your job.
Now, there was a problem like this quite a few years ago now, and whoever was doing it, they were supposed to be check-ins, and what's on the order is, you know, the items and the address is correct on the delivery note.
Yeah.
So obviously not doing that, are they?
No.
And they're still booking stuff in by voicemail and crap, ain't they?
Our last stop is at High Street Building. We got this one we're now going to, which are 8 miles away from.
Yeah.
Which is Old Great North Road, Red Wing Lodge. Then we've got St. Ives Bed. We've got one in Milton. I probably will go and do it. I've got one talking to the Greek.
Yeah. I'm the same. That's why they send us on all this shit. They know we don't like taking things back.
Yeah. Just when I look on the map, that's right where we were today. It's so irritating. So irritating.
So didn't the address say it wasn't Peterborough?
Yeah, but I didn't look at it because it's my 4th delivery. So I've got 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Then come to the 4th one. Then PE3. So I'm still right anyway. We're near Peterborough. So it is. So I drove to where it is.
Oh, you drove there. You drove to it as well.
Yeah, I got it played. I just like the postcode it come up, and I just pressed it. I didn't pay attention.
I'll be honest with you, I'm the same. Because quite often it comes, if it's near a corner, it'll come up with a different street name.
Yeah.
And the other one is when you get no name road. That's not a fucking name, it don't come up with a name.
It comes up with the right postcode, then I just go there.
Yeah.
And as soon as I pulled in, I thought, this is right. This is now 600,000, you know, take it up. Well, I think this under the rock.
Well, I looked at mine on the computer and I thought, well, that don't look right, because I know what's around that area. It's all where all the film companies are, Wardour Street. It's all up round there. And it was number 70 as well. I'm thinking, let's say we've got high numbers. I suppose it's easily done though, isn't it? Put a D instead of a 0. What's the chance of it being a proper postcode as well? W1D.
The best of our yours is, come on, then it's the number, isn't it? They do the number.
Yeah. No, they changed my number into a letter.
Yeah.
Mine was W106, and they changed it to W1D6. What's the chances of that? Only number into a letter. Lucky enough, it was nice and early, I had loads of time, and I had time to kill. So it didn't bother me too much, but when I'm like tight against it, and that's when it winds you up. And you go miles out of the way.
If I was in my lorry, there's no open element goes like that. They're not getting the van.
So where are you going tomorrow?
Nothing.
Oh yeah, night out.
Yeah. In your lorry.
Yeah, no smoking in here. I don't want it stinking in all your smoke.
You got a whole little camera there, and you're watching it.
Yeah. Don't bring no pornos in my truck.
I won't.
None of that in here. My Chipford at the moment, on the North Cirque. Well,
4 miles away delivery.
I'm only 73 miles away from base.
Probably 4 miles away from this one. So about 6 miles away from tonight's bed. I don't know about the next one.
It's not market day, is it?
Well, I'm not in the van anyway, I don't care. I turned up the other week in my lorry on market day, and I drove down there. I won't pick them off.
I've done it before. And they've got all their stalls in the road, and you have to move them.
Yeah. And you know what else is actually there? Never did before. A traffic warden go around and stick figures. Yeah. Here's why they stop all the traffic coming down, so I can back out again.
Brilliant. Lucky he was there then.
Yeah. I'll say that I'm in the van, so nobody's watching.
Now, I've gone down here in my truck before. I got down alright, and then when I went round at the end, there was people with all their stalls sticking out. They had to dismantle their stalls for me to get around.
Yeah, I didn't do that, so I didn't reverse back again. When I say a track warden stopped all the traffic coming down, so I couldn't.
That's handy.
I've never seen a traffic warden there before. Anyway, it's not down there, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. It's just the odd random day here and there they turn up. That's how they get loads of tickets. People are so used to them not being here, they park where they like.
Oh shit, I'm all made up. What are you going to do there? Fine. Oh shit. I didn't realise that.
I'm only a couple of miles off the M11.
I want to get back on early today. Now I'm going to go to about 4 o'clock. Half 4.
I'm in no rush. My missus is in Ipswich at the moment getting her hair done. And then she's off to Northampton.
I think kids up.
She stayed there for a night or two.
Well, you're not there the weekend anyway, are you?
Nah. There's no rush for her to come back. This van was bloody bad here in the middle lane. Doing like 40 miles an hour. And there's trucks overtaking him on the inside. A 3-lane section. I overtook him on the inside. Another truck overtook him in the 3rd lane.
Do you know how long Adam was there for yesterday? I was speaking to him earlier.
Where?
He had to do a fault safety appointment.
Oh yeah, how long?
He got there called away. Left there at 6:30.
Fucking hell.
Because where they're put together, I couldn't realise that the builders have been there for 4 doors and shit. They couldn't get the things for the doors. They had to dismantle all the ones they made up as well. Yeah. What's your experience?
So that actually gave them more work assembling them then, didn't it?
Yeah. Another thing, what they're supposed to get chucked in the skip when they get back, but some of the builders go to stand and try and wait for them off them. So we had an half noise, alright?
Yeah.
The guy who I phoned Stephen Eccleston. I thought, I couldn't believe it. When they come back with a price, 50 quid. But as soon as they found out that I was going to the box, I said, nah,
so we...
I can't believe Stephen Eccleston asked because he's not, but they're going to be skipped anyway.
Are they going to be thrown away?
Yeah. So they get back, they go into the skip.
How crazy is that, eh? Yeah, everyone's shitting himself at the moment over anything, isn't they?
So now they just said, okay, here you go.
Just on the spot, just coming on to the bottom of the M11 now. The bit you don't like where you end up in the outside lane doing 50.
I'm 3 quarters of a mile away, so after this is Red Lodge, for this. Yeah.
Is that on the A10? Is that on the A10? No. That's on the A10, isn't it?
No, it's right next to A14.
Yeah.
There now.
But on the A10.
That's the B1043.
What's the road called? Great Cambridge.
Sandgate Hill.
Oh. It's Red Lodge, that used to be, there's a truck stop at Red Lodge on the A10 off the A14. I've stayed there a few times. Good truck stop actually.
Yeah. That's Sandgate Hill, it is. It is.
What is it, a hotel?
Yeah.
Red Lodge. Next to it, is there a
garage, you think?
A cat with a big car park opposite. Big rough old car.
I sat down and said we were there, but I'm not there yet. I'm going down that big road.
It's a Red Lodge. There's a pub there. There's a pub hotel there called Red Lodge. And then there's Red Lodge.
There's loads of Red Lodges, though. Loads of them.
Yeah, this one's on the old A10, just off the A14.
No, there is loads of them. Absolutely loads of them. How do I get to that hotel then?
My missus said she couldn't wake me up last night. She tried to wake me up to go up there and I wouldn't wake up. I've been knackered lately.
We're here now, buddy.
Alright, speak to you later.
Yeah, alright.
At Sunco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In August, we've got a minor relay EV fast shower valve for only £89.99 ex-VAT. Now that's a real deal. We've got even more real deals and thousands of products in stock at Sunco Builders Warehouse, Motherwell Way, West Thurrock. We got it at Sunco. James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It is, as far as I can tell, properly vacant. We are talking about genuinely empty homes, not homes that are kept fully staffed and stocked throughout the year so that when the rich sort of Qatari decides that he wants to summer in Knightsbridge, their property's all ready for it. These are empty. These are not the ones that they spend summer in. These are the ones that they bought because the returns are better than bullion or shares. And I kind of just a bit baffled, I think is the word I would use, about why, when Jeremy Corbyn and other Labour MPs called for some of the 1,652 unoccupied homes in Kensington and Chelsea to be perhaps requisitioned for victims of the Grenfell Tower fire, it was as if he'd sort of bared his buttock cheeks in public. The response from the right-wing media was so outraged. And yet when people's houses are compulsorily purchased to make way for a luxurious new development in an area that was previously dominated by social housing, or indeed
to build motorways or railway tracks like HS2, runways like at Heathrow, but some people stay silent. I don't know, I'm probably tilting at a windmill, but that seems to me to be a really sick. I've got to write a newspaper column this afternoon, and don't be too clever with me, because at the moment that's the bridge I'm going to die on. This is a killer insight. It says something very profound about Britain, but I'm not sure what. If you say something really profound, I'll pass it off as my own and use it in the conclusion of the column that I'm writing for the Mirror. Mike's in Wandsworth. Mike, what would you like to say?
Hello, James.
Please profound.
I'm a chartered surveyor that deals with inner city valuations of compulsory purchase.
Okay.
I so many Elephant and Castle and Clapham, so I haven't really got any experience in H2O things.
H2O.
H2O.
That's a laugh. No, but are you talking about stuff that's owned by, often has been bought under right to buy and ex-social housing?
Exactly. So it's people who have never really owned a property before. They've had one property in their life. They come along, the district valuer comes along, gives them a price. Someone like me then comes along and represents them, trying to get a higher price for them. But
they've been told, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because you know a lot about this and I know nothing, so I want to clear some dots and I's and cross some T's. These are people who have no choice. They have to sell their house because the council Elephant Castle's the best example. That's one of those massive redevelopments has happened there. Is that what that's right? So they have to sell?
Yes, they have to sell.
Because someone has waved the magic wand and decided that they're going to turn that old block of flats into a fancy pants new development, and the people who bought a flat in it, they have no rights.
They have no rights. And for the last 15 years, of course, the estate's been run down because no one wants to put any money into it.
Yep.
So they're at the point where they've got no rights, they're at the end of their wits, they need to move now, because all their friends and family have moved.
Yeah.
And they will take the first offer. Now, I'll give you one instance, and I can't name names, but two neighbours recently in the Clapham development, one with an identical flat got 75,000 more than next door.
Because they hired you?
Because they were willing to hold out and hire someone and negotiate.
But you know,
be intimidated.
Oh, mate, this breaks my heart. Because you know what it goes hand in hand.
And you know it gets worse.
Go on.
It gets worse. To give some figures.
Yeah.
So one bed, they're going for, say, 275 they're being given, and they're now selling back to the people, new builds, at 450.
I kept thinking I'd misunderstood this.
No, you haven't at all. You've got it spot on. You talked about it the other day.
Only because of Grenfell. Only because I was down at Grenfell Tower and people were telling me that they were in this situation, and I was a bit...
Tell you, spot on, James. And it gets worse. It gets worse. And there's an even bigger scam that when they even sell on the new builds, I go and do the valuation for new builds, and they always advertise as 10% more than they are. So these people who can afford to buy back in are buying smaller places.
It's incredible, isn't it?
It's just a scam, and where it goes, coming down from the Jeremy Corbyn, I'm not sure, but all I want to say is that someone up there is making a lot of money on this.
And they've got this idea out there. I wonder whether it's this notion. I'm trying to understand, and I'm in that difficult situation that I often find myself in. I've probably been a little bit too rude about the mindset here that allows this to happen. The people who are listening and going, yeah, I thought Jeremy Corbyn was outrageous, and I've been completely silent about compulsory purchases for houses for poor people. God, I'm precisely the sort of hypocrite that James is describing. I've been too rude about you for you to ring in and talk me through why you think you've ended up in that place where you get cross about Jeremy Corbyn suggesting an empty house owned by a billionaire should have some poor homeless people from Grenfell Tower put in it, but you're utterly silent and unmoved by the stories like Mike's. If you are in that category, please call me. Because what I think, Mike, is that this notion that hard work makes you rich is at the root of a lot of these problems. The hardest workers I know are often the poorest people I know. This idea that we've managed to sort of get out there, it's hard work that makes you rich. So if they've got a £60 million house and they want to leave it empty, that's a reward for all the hard work that they've done. And I sort of think, tell that to someone putting in 16-hour shifts a week.
They work no harder than these guys that aren't doing shifts with 3 kids that aren't doing evaluations for.
But they work less hard because they're doing a job they love.
Exactly. They don't. Literally. And I have to see these guys at like 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. They've got to go to work. They've got to be at work, otherwise they get sacked. So, but bringing it back, there is a whole, James, there's a scam going on with this, with the compulsory purchase. I probably think, of course, if they could hire barristers, they'd give them more money.
Yes, of course they would. No, and then we're back to legal aid and some more issues that we've been discussing as well. It's people like you that I hate, Mike. People like you that might come here and I think I'm sounding pissed off, so I've got out an analysis of what I think is happening in the country, and it sounds to me like a back return to Victorian values, and then someone who actually knows what they're talking about comes on and completely agrees with me. It breaks my heart, Mike, every day.
You're spot on.
Oh, gosh.
I don't want to be, Liam, and I know, but this is bigger than you think it is, I tell you.
I'm beginning.
I mean, if you just investigated one estate and then kind of worked out the figures, millions and millions and millions and millions has been made by somebody, the developer and whoever's above it.
And absolutely none of it is going into the pockets of the people living there, cheering for this sort of stuff to go on and booing when Jeremy Corbyn suggests that having a 16 million empty house is somehow, what's the word I'm looking for? It's morally wrong, seems a little bit over the top. But that's the best I've got at the moment. Mike, thank you. Keep information coming my way. Anything you think I should know about. I haven't watched this film a lot of you have recommended. I think it's narrated by Maxine Peake, who I heard on a different radio station yesterday discussing Ellen Wilkinson in Manchester. I think she was from Salford, wasn't she? Ellen Wilkinson. And I spent 3 of the best summers of my life in Ellen Wilkinson High School in Manchester, at the Manchester Youth Festival, without knowing that she was a sort of left-wing crusader, female MP. And at a time when being a female MP was rare, let alone being a socialist crusader. And Maxine Peake has done the voiceover for this film called Dispossession. I think it highlights some of the stuff that Mike and I are talking about. Matt's been in touch. An excellent question. It shows that it's more acceptable for government to use its powers to line the pockets of the rich than to help the poor. And that is really a message that could have come in response to almost any subject that we've discussed in the last few months politically. Brexit aside, genuine Brexit aside, because I don't think that applies to Brexit at all. Well, we don't even know what the government position is yet. Everything else that we discuss, it seems to always boil down to people who are being punished by a policy, cheering for it, somehow persuading people who are on the losing side that they're on the winning side. So you will get people who run the risk of having their ex-council house compulsorily purchased for a sum of money that won't come close to allowing them to buy a new home in the new development. And they will be at the front of the queue of people condemning suggestions that Jeremy Corbyn's home should be. Jeremy Corbyn's suggestion that massive mansions or, smallish flats, you'd have a £60 million house, and you don't know what sort of family you put in that. But it's just, do you ever get that feeling, that phrase on the tip of your tongue, do you ever get the feeling that there's some big kind of enlightenment just out of your reach, some sense of clarity that would explain all of the stuff that we've just been discussing? Because it's hard to do it without sounding patronising, isn't it? How can anybody boo Jeremy Corbyn when he says that some of these empty houses should be used to put people in, but stay completely silent when people who own the home are told they have to flog it for a figure that, unless you know something like that, for a figure that they'll be telling them to sell, and you just clear it up, and you can never come back, because the stuff that we're building where your flat used to be is going to be way out of your price range you've got. We're going to flog it to an overseas investor who's never even going to live there. And then you sort of wonder whether it is just a succession of circumstance or whether there is some sort of a level of master plan. I don't know anymore. It's 11:45.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. British Tourist queuing for up to 4 hours there for the customs was a botched introduction, tougher EU border checks. Frank Barrett, travel editor for the Mail on Sunday.
You go into this huge area, there are 12 booths, 2 booths are occupied, and one is for outside the EU, and one is for EU passport holders. Have they not been to other airports and see how they use security? Or they've not been to other airports and see how quickly you can do passport checks? Isn't this nobody ever goes to another airport? Because it drives me mad.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast every weekday morning from 7 only on LBC.
Battersea, Chelsea, Elevator Capital, Islington.
This year, over 1,600 keen buyers have registered with My London Home, all looking for property in central London. Property just like yours.
Mayfair, Pimlico, Soho.
So if you're serious about selling, go to mylondonhome.com now to get your instant online valuation.
Victoria, Waterloo.
mylondonhome.com. Passionate about property.
This deserves your interest. Introducing new innovative... severe platform coupling. Earn up to 5% gross interest per annum by investing your tax-free allowance or transferring in from your current cash or stocks and shares ISA. Start now at isatogether.co.uk. Coupling is not a bank but is regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. Past returns are not necessarily a guide to future returns. Your capital is at risk. Maximum interest rate subject to 3-year fixed term.
Does your computer feel slow or sluggish? Is your screen full of unwanted pop-ups? Your computer could be under attack from the inside. Today's viruses and malware are designed to get past your antivirus software and hide in your system. But there's a simple solution, the Fix-Me Stick. Fix-Me Stick is the future of computer virus removal. Plug it in and it takes the viruses, ransomware, spyware, trojans, and other malware out. Pick up a Fix-Me Stick today to keep your computer fast and clean. Available at Asda Supercenters and on Amazon.
This is how my back pain sounds. This is the sound it should be making. Introducing Forsyth joint and muscle relief tablets, a traditional herbal medicinal product used to relieve a backache, exclusively based on long-standing use of traditional remedy. Find it in the Pain Isle, City Boots, Lloyd's Pharmacy, Holland Parrot, and all good independent pharmacies. Finove joint and muscle relief tablets. Contains Sigisbacchia. Always read the label. Finove,
Life, eh? 1 minute you're up, the next, well, don't even ask. If life's happened to you and it's affected your credit history, at Wheels for Sure, we don't think it should affect your credit in the here and now.
So, we could lease you a brand new car for 3 years. We accept 95% of applicants. Once we're happy you can afford the initial rental and monthly payments. And if your company pays the car allowance, we'll automatically accept you.
If you've got to check the credit history, there is an alternative that will get you on the road and keep you there. Change your life today at wheelsforsure.com. Because when life happens, we're here for sure.
Wheels for Sure is FCA regulated. T's and C's apply.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with James O'Brien.
It's 11:48, you're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. Oligarchs and royalty who keep homes empty in shadow of Grenfell. Even the Daily It's a vaguely disapproving headline on it. And I just sometimes, increasingly actually, as I get older, I struggle to understand how we let this stuff happen under our noses. You can't.
Look at that, all the Audi there facing the wrong way. He's hit the barrier there. It's all the Audi drivers and BMW drivers who hit the barriers. Driving like lunatics. It's just them involved, no one else is involved with that one, just him and the barrier. Maybe it's the barrier's fault. When I was coming along the A12 this morning, there's a crash. I couldn't, it was in a really dark part of the A12. I saw a car facing sideways on the A12, and loads of people parked up. It only just happened, the police weren't there or anything. So when I was about another 5 minutes, 10 minutes down the road, I saw the police heading towards it. And that was about, I think now, I left home at 3:30, so it was before 4 o'clock this morning it happened. 10 to 4 o'clock I'm guessing, something around there.
They hate it, hate the NHS, hate the welfare state, because it treats ordinary working people with proper respect. Only earthly way in which you're ever going to undermine the NHS or the welfare state is by convincing ordinary working people that the welfare state and the NHS don't benefit them. And in America, of course, the Republican Party is still chomping at the bit to repeal Obamacare, because they find the idea of access to healthcare for poor people being somehow subsidised by rich people, or even, you heard Fox News the other day, one commentator saying, well, this means that people who are healthy are going to be paying for the healthcare of people who are sick. And they present that to people as a bad thing, because somewhere inside us we all go, well, I'm healthy, I don't want to be paying for sick people. It's the same as saying, with regard to taxes or insurance, that people whose houses aren't on fire are paying for the fire engine that's just putting out the fire in the house over the road that is on fire. Why am I paying? My house isn't on fire. Why am I paying for the fire engines? And that, for me, has been the most depressing discovery of the last couple of years. I keep waiting at the age of 45 for my lurch to the right that everybody tells me is on the way. As you get older, you'll move to the right. And I kind of look at issues like that and look at American politics and think, no, you really do. Every single day. See that very vested interests, very, very wealthy people, all the billionaires who supported Brexit, persuading people to act against their own interests. And that is the heart of politics. So why are the NHS and the welfare state at the top of the hit list of the Daily Mail and sundry other organisations? Well, it's obvious. Can't make any money out of it. Same with black taxis. Can't make any money out of it. Investors can't make any money out of it. Got to get rid of it. Look at that flat there. It's got a poor person living in. That person there, that flat they live in, they're only on 25 grand a year, but because they bought it 20 years ago, the flat they're in is worth 450. Well, we'll buy it, we'll chuck them out, we'll make them live with all the other poor people, and we'll build a posh flat there instead, and then an investor can buy it. Because there aren't enough rich people to go around anymore, which is why there are 1,652 unoccupied properties in Kensington and Chelsea. It's the same rich people buying the property, more and more and more and more of it. And when Jeremy Corbyn suggests, hey, these people who've just lost family members and neighbours in the most grisly circumstances imaginable and are currently being put up in tin pot hotels, miles from where they live, miles from their children's school, maybe some of them could live in these empty mansions? Disgusting communist. Why don't you go back to Venezuela where you belong? Next day, people who bought their ex-council homes, or people who happen to live in the path of HS2, or people who happen to live on the fringes of Heathrow, they get their compulsory purchase orders through their door. And all the people who are furious with Jeremy Corbyn and telling him to go back to Venezuela for even suggesting some form of requisition or compulsory purchase, zip their lips and stay silent. Now, is that because they just don't see it? Colonels are full, actually. I should shut up and start listening, shouldn't you? I genuinely, you can tell from my voice, it's a bizarre mixture of academic fascination. It's almost like a psychological experiment. How do you persuade people to punch themselves in their face? And yet, at the same time, once they've been punched in the face and the bruise has formed, how come they're cheering for other people to be punched in the face rather than cheering for the puncher to be punished? Strange times. Linda's in Chelsea. Linda, what would you like to say?
Oh, hi, James. Thank you for taking my call. I actually wrote to you at LBC on Friday about our situation. I live on the Ebury Bridge estate, and we took a vote in 2013 whether to redevelop the estate, which I actually voted against.
Yes.
But the council have had 4 years to organise the redevelopment, and they have now just announced it's not economically viable.
This is Kensington and Chelsea, isn't it? Is Ebury?
This is Westminster.
Oh, Westminster, I beg your pardon, sorry.
We're on the actual border. If you walk across the road, it's Casey. But we are literally, as I look out of my window now, I see the Chelsea Barracks development.
Yes.
It's on public record that they gave £90 million to Westminster, and they don't like having a council estate in their view. I mean, it's clearly obvious that there's intention to rebuild, socially cleanse the area. We have new builds all around us, and we have an extraordinarily valuable piece of land.
Yes.
And the council have not done major work for 18 years on our blocks. They've moved out over 100 households, which are now boarded up with wills. So, people are being told, well, you could have the right to return, but even if you own your property, as you said, it's going to be double the price eventually if we tell you you can come back again.
So,
and the situation is dire.
And you're not alone. The other examples I've been hearing about, not confined to London, but obviously the real estate there is far more expensive than anywhere else in the country. I shall dig out your email. I apologise, Linda, for, I get so many that I can't.
Of course.
But I'll dig yours out. I'll do a search under your name and cross-reference it with Ebury, because that will bring it up to the top. I'll have a look at it after the show. But can I ask you a sort of personal rather than a political question?
Absolutely.
As you suffer in silence in this way, as you open your front door in the morning and see this epic crime against justice. That's not necessarily nothing illegal, but it's a crime against, decency unfolding in front of you, and most of the world remains silent. And then as soon as Jeremy Corbyn suggests that maybe some people who've been rendered homeless by the biggest tragedy this country has seen outside war could live in some of these empty mansions, the whole world is screaming their disapproval of what do you think? That explains that curious imagery.
Well, I think it's very difficult to force people who bought their property to let other people occupy it. I'm going to be absolutely frank about that.
But that's what your neighbours have been told they have to do.
In what way?
Well, the property, I mean, admittedly it's no longer theirs, but they've been ordered to sell it.
Well, in my understanding, because we're not really just being helpless, we're being actually very active in forming a resident association and trying to oppose it. It's not very easy to get a compulsory purchase order. Apparently it has to be signed by the Secretary of State. And it has to be proven that you've done absolutely every single thing to deal with it in any other way. So I know the HS2 situation has been discussed, but as far as our Reedy Bridge estate is concerned, there are many residents who've been here for 35 years plus, and it's a good mix of people who've bought their property.
I lived on onto a pencil total and the diversity is absolutely epic. It's fantastic. You, I think, if I understood you correctly, you're opposed to being part of the problem that I'm describing. You feel there is something fundamentally unjust about a very rich person's empty house being requisitioned to put homeless people in. When homeless by a Grenfell Tower, not by technology or anything like that, that just sticks in your probable way. And yet, my challenge as a journalist is to make people feel the pain of your plight. Do you see what I mean?
I live in an area which is full of empty properties because
it's not making you laugh.
However, I'm not sure how you go about doing it. No, I live in an area which is full of empty properties. Extraordinarily.
I know exactly where you are. I know exactly where you are.
Like, Eaton Gardens has just been refurbished and it's virtually full of investor flats. I think it's very, very strong thing to force people out of those properties. I'm, to be honest,
you're poor and I know you are, but that's the point about principles, isn't it? That's a really lovely comment. Promise I'll dig out your email, and I'm so grateful to you for being focused. I see what lightweight can possibly type on the situation you find yourself in, but you've highlighted what for me is the biggest problem, the problem that goes way beyond your house and your estate, right into the fabric of the nation, which is not something feels a little bit about taking an empty house, and using it to help temporarily, possibly even permanently. How come you compulsory purchase one of these elements for a price set by the government? You can compulsory purchase a house on this estate, and that creates a backlash. And Linda feels the backlash while simultaneously trying to get people interested in her own plight, which is essentially much poorer people being told that they have to suck it up.
On FM, online, on your mobile, and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. From Google's newsroom at 12 o'clock, 4 men have been found guilty of plotting a Lee Rigby-style terror attack. A group from the West Midlands were found with weapons, including a meat cleaver and an imitation handgun last year. They were caught after police set up a fake courier company to employ them and found a pipe bomb in one of their cars. Detective Chief Superintendent Matt Ward told LBC that he must commit previous jurisdictions with just to the open but communicates in most effective social media apps and technology users.
First, here's the news with Catherine Cracknell. 3 men from the West Midlands have been found guilty of plotting a terrorist attack. The trial of Naweed Ali, Kubayb Hussain and Mohibur Rahman was held partly in secret at the Old Bailey. Our correspondent Tom Burridge is outside court.
Naweed Ali from Birmingham and his next-door neighbour Kubayb Hussain are both guilty of preparing terrorist acts. A third man, Mohibur Rahman, who they previously had met in Belmarsh Prison, also guilty of preparing terrorist acts. The 3 men have been dubbed the Three Musketeers because they set up a messaging group called the Three Musketeers on the messaging app Telegram. Naweed Ali, his car was bugged by MI5 officers in the summer of last year.
In the past few minutes, a fourth man, Tahir Aziz, has also been convicted of preparing terrorist acts. There were a record number of deaths from drug poisoning in England and Wales last year. The latest official figures show 3,744 people died after using legal and illegal drugs. The Ministry of Justice says it's working closely with prison staff and unions to help make jails in England and Wales places of safety and reform. It comes after criticism from the Prison Governors Association. It's warned of a crisis in jails because of a combination of what it calls perverse government reforms and a toxic mix of pressures. The government's being urged to do more to help British travellers who are queuing for hours at some European airports, and calls for more staff to implement new security rules for travellers entering or leaving the Schengen travel zone, of which Britain is not a member. Simon Calder, who's the travel editor of The Independent, says things might not get better until September, and has this warning.
If you do unfortunately miss your flight, the airline will say it's the airport's fault, the airport will say it's national security's fault, and your travel insurance won't be interested, I'm afraid.
The Duke of Edinburgh is making his final solo appearance on royal duty this afternoon. Prince Philip, who's 96, will attend a parade by the Royal Marines. And reports from Spain say the Barcelona striker Neymar is heading to Paris Saint-Germain for almost £200 million. That's twice the current world transfer record. That's the BBC News at 3 minutes past 12 on Exit 1.
Online, on digital radio, and on 88 to 91 FM. Vanessa Bell.
Coming up, if you're a woman between 60 and 62, you'll lose £32 a week because the state pension age has been raised again.
Hello, and hold on tight. More than 1 million women in their early 60s have become poorer as a result of delays in receiving their state pensions, a new study has shown. Researchers at the Institute for Fiscal Studies found that on average, women aged between 60 and 62 were now £32 a week worse off. Women used to be able to claim their state pension when they turned 60 and men at 65. In 1995, the government began to make plans to bring women's state pension age into line with men's. This was because women have a longer life expectancy than men, so it wasn't fair that they could claim their state pension earlier than men. Plans to raise the state pension age for women to 65 were due to begin in 2010 and happen over a 10-year period. But many women affected say they were never made aware of these changes, because the government didn't write to many of them until 2009. And in 2011, the coalition government accelerated the planned timetable, pushing some of these women's retirement back by another 2 years. Many of them weren't informed about the change, leaving some in financial limbo when they were on the verge of retirement. Are you one of the millions of women born in the 1950s affected by these changes to the state pension age? If so, has it affected your financial situation and your retirement plans? You could please give me a call on 08000 288 291 or email vine@bbc.co.uk. And joining me on the programme, Carl Emerson, Deputy Director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies, co-author of this report. Hello, Carl. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So what did you find out? You looked at a very narrow group of women.
60 to 62-year-old women who are now under the state pension age, and we looked at how much less money they're getting from the state. And on average, they're getting £74 a week less in benefits from the state and pensions from the state. And we looked at how much more they're working in response, and some are working more. And once you take into account the reduction in money from the state, you take into account the increase in earnings that some are getting, on average across those women, we find that they're £32 a week worse off. And it's worth saying that that's an average. Some will be losing more than that, some less.
You identified an increase in absolute poverty rates, but not in material deprivation. And I must say, to the untrained ear, they sound very similar. So what's the difference between the two?
Income poverty is simply saying, are you on a relatively low income that pushes you below a particular threshold? And because this reform reduced the incomes of these women, and it reduced the incomes of both not very well-off women, and it also reduced the incomes of well-off women, it pushed some of them below that poverty line. About 6 out of 100 more women pushed below that poverty line. Material deprivation is a different thing. Basically, there's a set of questions where you ask people, can you afford to do certain activities? Can you afford to heat your home in the winter? Can you afford to save a small amount? Those kinds of questions. And we did this group of women that they became more likely to say they couldn't afford those activities. So while more of them are below the poverty line, we didn't find that more of them were reporting that they couldn't afford certain essential goods.
If you've looked at a wider spectrum of women born in the 50s, do you think they would be worse off than this group or the same? Do you have any idea how they compare?
Well, I think as the state pension age continues to go up, we might think that the effects will increase because perhaps women will find it harder to respond by working. So maybe when you put the state pension age up from 60 to 63, which is what our study looks at, you get some increase in retirement ages. The state pension age is now 64. It's set to rise to 66 over the next few years. You might think that some women will respond by working longer, but maybe that response gets smaller and smaller the higher the state pension age goes.
We're assuming that the worst affected women in this group are the women who either can't work because they're not well enough, or can't work because they need to look after or care for a family member who isn't well, or can't find a job. They very much like to work, but at the age of 60 plus, it's sometimes very hard to find work.
I think that's right. I think the reform has made the whole group of women worse off, but those who are responding and working in response, getting earned income, perhaps financially at least, they're not going to be worse off. They may even be getting a higher income. And maybe those who are rich enough to be able to retire early and perhaps not notice the loss in state pension income as much, perhaps they're not suffering so much. Maybe it is the group who really would like to work for a bit longer but can't because they can't find a job or because their health or their caring responsibilities means that they just can't do that. Perhaps they are the group who will suffer the most. I mean, I think it's worth saying, of course, that this reduction in income from the state also means the government's finances have been strengthened. The government's saving about £5 billion per year. And it does have the challenge of what to do as people live longer. And saying, well, we'll pay your pension from a higher age is one way in which the government can limit the costs to it of the state pension, given that longevity is going up at older ages.
Carl Emerson, thanks very much indeed. Let's bring into this discussion somebody directly affected by it. Jane Cowley, Communications Director for WASPI, and WASPI stands for Women Against State Pension Age Inequality. Hello, Jane. Hello.
Hello, Vanessa.
Now, you've already taken early retirement, and in fact you had already taken it before you got a letter warning you that the pension age was changing. So tell us how you fall into this group and how you've been affected by it.
Well, I chose to retire early because at that point my husband was in very poor health and I wanted to be able to have more time to spend with him. And that was in 2011, and as we know, there was a second pension age rise that went through in the 2011 Act. And it was only when the letters came out after that Act that I was informed that my pension age was now going to be 65 and 8 months, I think it's very nearly 66. So that I didn't have the proper notice that I think I should have had to make sensible arrangements for my later working life. I might well have not made that decision at that time had I known that I needed to continue to provide for myself until 66, not 60. So I think, and that's a situation that actually the 3.5 million women affected by the state pension age increases, many of them have found themselves in exactly that point where they've made a decision which perhaps they might have changed had they had the correct information at the time.
You were born in May 1954. Had you been born exactly a year earlier, in 1953, how different would your prospects and everything else be now?
Well, I haven't got the table in front of me, Vanessa, but I think I'm right in saying I'd probably have my pension now if I'd been born just 1 year earlier. But as it is, I've got to wait now for another 3 years.
And some women obviously in a very difficult position whereby either they're not well enough to carry on working themselves, or they're looking after somebody else who isn't well, or they're really trying to find work and they just can't find it. I mean, people say, you know, it's harder and harder the older you get to find decent work these days. So what are they living on? How are they staying afloat?
Well, I think this report has simply given some firm and factual confirmation of what we've known anecdotally ever since the campaign was launched, which is that WASPI women are really facing a very difficult financial situation. For some, it is meant that they have, as the report has shown, been pushed right below the poverty line because they don't have those other income coming in to help them to breach that. But for every woman affected by this rise in pension age, there's been a loss of up to around £45,000 of household income. So everyone has been affected. Some, it has a much greater effect on their immediate lifestyle and all the rest of it. I'd also like to pick up a little bit on the point about people not having to cut back on a list of items. I think when we're talking about 1950s women, we were brought up to make do and mend, and probably to make do with very little. For example, I'm using a very ancient mobile phone. It's worked, and I don't feel the need to go out to replace it, whereas perhaps someone younger might feel they had to do that and might have responded differently to the questions in that survey.
Now, it might have something to do with your vintage, that you are being so charming, so polite, really, and so understated about this. I mean, other people in a similar position whereby they feel the goalposts have been moved twice and they haven't been told about it and they're having to struggle, and it really is through no fault of their own, might be much louder, much more angry, you know, might choose different sorts of language to employ. But I'm wondering, underneath the very polite and charming exterior, are you feeling furious about this, and are women very angry about it?
Yes, don't mistake restrained language in a way in which we were brought up to speak to people for a lack of anger. We are furious about this. We are channeling that anger to make sure that we're getting all the support we can from everyone who really feels that this is an injustice that does need to be sorted out. We've got fantastic cross-party support in the House of Commons now, with MPs from all parties acknowledging that something needs to happen to help 1950s women. And I'm very much looking forward to when Parliament reconvenes in the autumn to seeing things going forward there that will help us to get a sensible resolution so that these women who've been pushed below the poverty line and everyone affected has got some help to help them to reach the new state pension age.
What is the most you can hope for? I mean, if cross-party support really works and there is a kind of alliance of support for you and a feeling that you are suffering an unfair injustice and the money, the £5 billion supposedly saved by this, you know, isn't worth the suffering that these women are going through, you and all the other women in the same boat, what would you like them to do? What's the best case scenario for you?
What WASPI are asking for is some financial help to help women between that gap of the old state pension age and the new state pension age. We're not asking for, and have never asked for, the state pension to go back to 60. We accept that that won't happen, and it's not something we're asking for. But because of the lack of notice and the very inefficient and bad way the changes were brought about and weren't communicated, we do think that the government needs to accept responsibility for the fact that they've handled this very badly, and to give women some kind of income to help them through those years between the old state pension age and the new.
Jane, thank you very much indeed. That's Jane Cowley there of WASPI, Women Against State Pension Age Inequality. Now, if that is you, and you are directly affected by this, and you really feel it's jolly unfair, and you may want to ring and say you were not informed, you didn't know, so how could you possibly plan your life or arm yourself against this, then you may want to give us a call. We certainly hope you will. The number 08000 288 291. You can email Vine at BBC.
Well, the M25 is still very busy anti-clockwise. The inside lane is blocked at junctions 2 to 1B. That's the A2 to Dartford. There's an accident there, so queues halfway back to junction 3. The M20 down to Margate. That's another one, isn't it? Oh, yes, a day.
Yeah, I can finally see the sun appear. Believe it's been enough.
The anti-fluffy.
I'm Tony Blackburn. To mark 50 years of the Marine Offences Act, this August, Pirate BBC Essex is back on the air. Featuring a whole day of live programmes from the LB18 in Harwich by former Pirate radio voices playing the biggest hits of the day. Pirate BBC Essex, live from the LB18, Monday the 14th of August from 9 on BBC Essex.
Listening to Tony Fisher in the afternoon. Call 0300 200 40 41. Tweet at BBC Essex. Text 81333 and start your message with Essex. BBC Essex.
Right then, Les. Right then, are you ready here, David? It's going to be great. Bring back so many...
Some care homes being built. This one in Lichfield in Staffordshire will open next spring. It's being built by Barchester Healthcare. Their CEO is Pete Calverley.
Now we'll be into a cafe area, moving on to the dining room and moving on to some bedrooms. But there will be a spa bathroom as well. There'll be gardens through the back once you walk through, and it will be a luxury facility.
Pete Calverley compares the facilities here to those of a five-star hotel. And to stay here, you're looking at five-star prices, upwards of £1,000 a week.
The fact that we provide 24-hour care, 24-hour nursing, and the fine dining over 24 hours, we feel is fantastic value for money and properly allows us to invest in facilities like this, which are fit for the future. When we have our full new build programme running, we'll be the providers constructing those beds every year.
And where will those sites be?
They'll largely be in areas which are generally affluent and generally where there is a preponderance of individuals who can fund their own care. So that might be in the southeast, it might be in areas such as Edinburgh or York or the affluent area of Cheshire or like this, the affluent area of the Midlands.
What about places that aren't so affluent?
The issue is the funders within those such as some of the less affluent inner city areas or industrial towns, the local authorities and CCGs there, the going rate that they're prepared to fund is often around £500 a week just to become viable to build a new care home in one of those areas.
Are you comfortable with that? Are you comfortable with not building care homes where there is a need for care homes?
I'm not comfortable. I would love to build care homes all over the country in the area where there's the most need, but if we cannot make a commercial decision that will not in any way cover the investment we'll make, let alone make a profit from it.
If you take into account the number of care home beds closing, the numbers being built, and the growing demands of an ageing population, our research suggests that there'll be a huge number of elderly people who won't be able to find a care home place in the next 10 years. The data from property consultants JLL suggests that by the end of next year, there'll be a shortfall of 3,000 beds. By 2026, they predict the care industry could be more than 70,000 beds short. Here's James Kingdom again.
We know that next year there'll be potentially 10,000 more people who require to be in a care home by the end of 2018, but our figure shows only be 7,000 new beds being built over this period. So before we take into account any closures and number of beds, that's still a shortfall of nearly 3,000. Since 2002, on average, we've been building in the UK 7,000 new care home beds per annum, which while that's no insignificant amounts, we know that over the course of the next decade, there's going to be 14,000 additional care home residents projected up to 2026. So on that rate, we are building currently at half the number of new care home beds per annum that we need.
Barchester Healthcare builds more care home beds than any other provider. Every year they add around 600 additional beds, but that's not enough. And Pete Calverley is concerned that those who need help might not be able to get it.
Commissioners raise the eligibility criteria for placement into care so that you need to have a higher and higher need in order to justify the Commissioner saying you're eligible for placement in care. Increasingly highly dependent clients are left at home with just visits from domiciliary care or nursing support, which we feel A, leaves them socially isolated, but B, often doesn't meet, in our view, their care needs. So one of the ways they avoid this increase in demand is to reduce the demand by raising the eligibility criteria, which isn't always appropriate.
The worry is that as bed capacity decreases and demand increases, there'll be more pressure on NHS beds, as elderly people are admitted to hospital because they can't cope at home. The government estimates that bed blocking is costing the NHS in England £900 million a year. Pete Calverley, though, thinks he has a solution.
At the moment, people are paying £3,000 a week for people to be staying in hospital when they don't need to be there, but they're only prepared to pay, in some areas of the country, £500 a week to provide care for them in the community. But meanwhile, the commissioners are spending 6 times that to keep people in the hospital. So there has to be a sensible balance where the money will follow the patient or the resident to allow them to come out of home for either assessment, rehabilitation, or for a permanent placement in a residential care home. And the sensible commissioning arrangement would be to make that money flow with the resident to make sure the hospitals are only used for what hospitals need to be used for, rather than very, very, very expensive care homes.
I've been looking at your pictures, Jane. Have you found the light?
Yes, that's the truth.
Hey, Aaron, there, aren't you somewhere?
Yeah.
You are.
The fear for families is that they'll end up in a similar situation to Sam Kirkby and his nan. This care home will close in the autumn, and they're struggling to find her a new one to live in.
Sadly, locally, a lot of the other care homes that are around here are inadequate or requires improvement, which you won't want to send your family member to a home that's not providing good care.
Have you told your nan that she's going to have to move out of here?
No, she is aware. A few times we found her crying and saying that, oh, this isn't going to be my bedroom. So she has got some realisation that a move's going to happen. As of yet, we haven't really breached that subject until we found the next place for her to move into.
Sam Kirby trying to find a new home for his nan. Well, as their story shows, the shortage in care home beds is already a big problem in some parts of the UK. The regulator, the Care Quality Commission, has warned that care is at a tipping point, with a big difference in the number of care home places available depending on where you live. Local authorities' social services departments have a legal duty to provide care for the people who need it. Glenn Garrett speaks for them. He's Vice President of the Association of Directors of Adult Social Services. How worried is he about the huge potential shortfall in places that we've identified?
I think there is a concern
It's a concern that my association has shared with government, along with the Care Quality Commission and a number of other agencies. So yes, there is a concern, but by the same token, I think we should be reassured that the majority of care services, one, are of good quality, but also typically supply does exist. I think what we're seeing is a reducing availability of choice for people.
The Care Quality Commission have identified a problem, a north-south divide, with care homes closing in the north because in the north there are fewer people who can afford to pay for themselves, and therefore you can't make money from it. What would you do about that?
There are regional variations across the country, and in each part of the country, of course, the cost of capital, the cost of land, and the cost of staff does differ. So you have to take those factors into account in setting fees. Typically, the supply of privately funded care is good, and the market analysis that we have indicates that that is still a thriving sector.
It's not good, though, in some places. It's not good, as we've just heard from Samantha's report, with people who cannot find another care home near their families.
Yes, indeed. And I think sometimes that's because providers have decided not to take people who receive state-funded care.
Yes, that's what I'm asking you. What would you do about that?
The government has already committed to a discussion and a green paper on future funding. That's terribly important if we're to avoid choice being limited, people not getting the care and support that they need, and being left either vulnerable or having to be admitted into hospital.
If there is a lack of care home places, it will have an impact on the NHS and on how quickly people can be discharged from hospital, won't it?
Up to a point, but I think it's important that we recognise it's not just about residential facilities in the locality. There's a number of services which contribute to people being able to be discharged appropriately. Home care, assessment staff, the provision of a reablement service in that locality. There's a whole range of different services that together give people both choice but also reduce reliance on such as residential options.
What's been happening is that a number of local health authorities have been getting together to put some of these things you describe in place. And yet, even the best of those providers say that it hasn't saved the money that was hoped.
I think it's probably saved some money, but again, that has to be seen in the context of a reducing budget year on year for social care up until recently, and a real pressure in managing extra demand coming through the front door. So we have a need both for additional resources, but also a better mix in localities of services that help prevent people needing residential care, typically in the form of reablement and rapid response, one of which is about helping people remain independent at home and reducing reliance on higher cost services such as acute care or residential services.
The government allowed local authorities to raise some more money to spend on social care. That must have helped.
Up to a point it did, and the vast majority of local authorities chose to put a council tax in line with the government's guidance. It was 2% and more recently up to 3%. However, that money alone does not cover the costs of meeting either the quantum in social care or extra demand when you think about other pressures such as the cost of the national living wage.
When you look at the pressures on people who run care homes and the sort of models that we have, with big companies, some of them financed by private equity,
yes,
do you think it's a model that is sustainable in the longer term, given all the pressures on it?
I think a mixed model is what we have at the moment. It gives people choice because it's not just about state-funded care, it's also about private funders. But there's no one simple solution to this other than having a baseline which says there is enough money in social care to provide the quality and supply of good service in local systems.
That's Glenn Garrett from the Directors of Adult Social Services, and if you have experience of trying to find a care home for someone, then please tell us how it went. Email you and yours at bbc.co.uk. We've had lots of emails already, and we're planning to read some of them out at the end of the programme. It's 29 minutes to 1 now. This is Radio 4's Consumer Programme. I'm Winifred Robinson. Still to come here, your stories about the looming crisis in care home provision, as I said, and 20 to 30-somethings who can't afford to save. First, though, James Robbins is going to tell us what's in the world at once.
That's right. Thanks, Winifred. The Prison Governors Association is accusing the government of madness in the management of overcrowded, understaffed prisons in England and Wales. A Conservative former Solicitor General tells us he blames a failure to educate, a failure to rehabilitate, a failure to make prisons a serious public policy question. Drug deaths are at a record high. We'll examine why. And we hear about the world's first flower, as well as answer the question, are people giving up on their debt? We'll be speaking to the only man still making them in the UK. That's all in half an hour.
Thanks, James. The online estate agent Purple Bricks is making exaggerated claims that it's already been banned from making by the advertising regulator. The BBC Watchdog programme has seen emails from Purple Bricks to customers and potential customers repeating the claims. They've also seen evidence that Purple Bricks agents may be breaking consumer protection law. Steph McGovern presents Watchdog, and she's here in the studio with me now. So, Steph, tell us more about what the Advertising Standards Authority told Purple Bricks.
Hello, Winifred. Well, in the last year alone, the Advertising Standards Agency has banned 6 of Purple Bricks' claims. For example, in September last year, they ruled that Purple Bricks could no longer make the claim that customers would save an average of £4,158 if they chose them over a high street estate agent. Now, that claim had appeared on TV adverts and on their website, but the ASA had investigated and concluded weren't adequately substantiated and were likely to mislead potential customers. But we have seen emails that Purple Bricks has sent to both existing and prospective customers repeating those claims, despite the fact that the ASA said those claims should not appear in advertisements again.
So how does Purple Bricks work then? And is it cheaper to use Purple Bricks to sell your home?
Well, in many cases, they might be cheaper than a traditional estate agent because instead of taking commission, they charge a flat fee. So according to a survey by the Homeowners Alliance, the average fee charged by a high street agent is 1.5%. So that could be in the thousands of pounds, depending, of course, on the value of your property you want to sell. Now, Purple Bricks, which is mainly online, has just 2 set fees to sell a home. So they are £1,199 if you live in London or the surrounding area, and £849 for the rest of the UK.
So what made you look into Purple Bricks?
Well, it was because loads of customers contacted us. They contacted Watchdog to say they were unhappy with the service that they're getting from Purple Bricks. One of them was John Bristow from South London. He told us he chose Purple Bricks to sell his home because he thought it would save him money. But when their agent came to visit him, he was told he could pay his fee of that £1,199 I mentioned up front or defer the payment for 10 months. But then the agent failed to mention something really important.
I received an email after I deferred it to say that I entered into a credit agreement with Close Brothers.
So, what was your reaction then when you got this email?
Well, my first reaction was, who are Close Brothers? I entered an agreement with Purple Bricks, something that I wasn't led to believe that I was going into.
So, in fact, if you defer your Purple Bricks fee, you are actually taking out a loan with a company called Close Brothers. And John insists that this wasn't made clear to him. So we decided to test if this is a one-off or something more widespread. We went undercover at 5 different properties around the UK. We then invited Purple Bricks local agents to come and do a valuation. Our researchers asked them about payment options, and at 3 of the 5 tests, the agent failed to inform them that if they deferred the payment of their fee, they would be entering into a credit agreement with a separate finance company. The agents we spoke to did seem to know the local areas well, but we also found 2 of them making exaggerated claims about the number of properties they successfully sold each month, and here is one of them.
On my own, I've regularly visited 20-25 houses on my own, which is completely management, and I sell a lot of homes.
What's the ratio to sales?
92%.
So you can hear he's saying there he's listing 20 to 25 houses a month, but when we checked, it appeared he was listing 8 to 11 a month, so half of what he's claiming there.
But are the strict rules stuff about what estate agents can say?
Yeah, there are. We went to the property expert Paul Walsh about it. He teaches consumer protection at the National Association of Estate Agents.
It's critically important because fees and financial arrangements are one of the key factors that people take into account when deciding which agent to sign up with. So if they're not upfront about it, then they are at risk of being in breach of the consumer protection regulations.
What about being dishonest about sales records when estate agents go around the house? That's a problem, isn't it?
It is a problem, because under the Consumer Protection from Unfair Trading regulations, certain trading practices are prohibited. And one of those prohibited practices is misleading information.
And another important point about this is Purple Bricks also displays the Property Ombudsman logo on its website, and this means that all of their agents are supposed to follow the Property Ombudsman's Code of Practice. So if they're not being upfront about fees, or if they're providing misleading information to customers, then, well, they're likely to be in breach of this too.
Steph McGibbon, thank you. I'm joined now on the phone by Michael Bruce. He's the founder and chief executive of Purple Bricks. Welcome to you and yours. Tell us then what you think of what Watchdog found about the agents exaggerating sales records.
I'd like to put in context first off that my brother and I founded Purple Bricks to offer customers a much better deal, to be a consumer champion, to deliver something transformational, fresh and new that would save customers thousands of pounds. We work tirelessly to create transparency in our industry, and at the end of the day, we continue to grow as a business, and what I find is that's the first time I've been able to hear about this particular footage. But what our local property experts are highly trained to do, they're trained better than anyone we believe in the industry, to be clear and transparent. We lead the way in clear and transparency, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But they work in teams, they'll refer to their performance ordinarily as the performance of their team, like traditional agents. If they go out,
okay, so sorry to interrupt, just that we have limited time, as I'm sure you'll understand. So what you're saying is that when they say how many they're listing, it's not them individually, it's their team.
They will ordinarily refer to themselves and the colleagues that they work with
I
as to
understand.
their overall success.
Okay, that's that dealt with then. What do you think of what Watchdog found about the agents in emails making claims that the ASA have said were misleading and told you to stop making?
We'll be clear on the ASA, that was a ruling over a year ago. We took down that claim 2 months before the ruling was made. It was back in 2016.
Yes, but your agents are still making those claims.
Well, let me just be clear. At the time that that was made, we took that reference down from over 1,000 different places where it appeared, and it has appeared in one place. I was informed about that last night. Within an hour, it was taken down. And
No, it also has been made. These claims that the ASA said you mustn't make about the savings were also made by your agents in emails to customers and potential customers that Watchdog has seen.
No, what Watchdog has seen is one email that was sent to one customer out of the 5 case studies that they looked at.
No, I'm sorry, that there are more than one email. There's a handful of emails, multiple emails that Watchdog has seen.
No, the email that Watchdog has provided to us is one single email, which will be a general email which others will have received. But that makes the one claim, and that was instantly removed when I was made aware of it by Watchdog last night within an hour.
Okay, let's move on then. How clear is it that if you defer the fee, you are in fact taking out a loan?
Let's be clear about that also. It's not a credit agreement. It's a facility agreement with Close Brothers. It's not
What's
a regulated...
What's the difference between a credit agreement then and a facility agreement?
Well, a facility agreement is not a regulated product. The terms are clear. They're on screen. You cannot commit without seeing them in clear, unambiguous language. You have to click to digitally agree to the term. You'll send a copy of that facility agreement by Close Brothers. The Ombudsman, who is our regulator, has seen the process. We've previously demonstrated on a voluntary basis the process to trading standards, and these issues weren't raised. But what I can say is that if any issues arise which we feel are necessary for our customers to change, we'll change that. And that's why Purple Bricks is the most positive reviewed agent in the UK.
Well, that's really interesting, because the letter that... So sorry to interrupt. The letter that was supplied to your client, who appears on Watchdog, and calls it a loan with Close Brothers.
care to have a look at exactly what the agreement is. It is referred to throughout as a facility agreement, which is...
Okay, it may not be regulated if you call it a facility agreement, but is a facility agreement a loan by another name?
I think that you have to take up the issue with Close Brothers as to whether it's a loan with another name.
Well, they're your partners. Why would I have to take it up with them? It's your deal.
Yes, it's a facility agreement which is unregulated. That is
so it's an unregulated loan?
It's an unregulated facility agreement, which is clear and transparent for you to see. Every customer receives a copy of it whenever they enter into it, and they have the opportunity, if they have to raise an issue. The case study you referred to did not raise any issue at all at the time.
One more question. On online forums, it's very easy to find people complaining about not knowing that these fees were in fact a loan by another name. I just did a really quick search a couple of minutes ago, just a couple of clicks. On Money Saving Expert, there's a woman saying that it's taking months to sell her daughter's house, but she still owes this other company over £1,000. At what point can your customers pull out? How long do they have to give you to sell their house before you will end this agreement with Close Brothers and they won't owe you anything? Because with most estate agents, I think virtually all of them now, it's no sale, no pay.
No sale, no fee is fundamentally unfair. No sale, no fee.
Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about you. How long do you go on owing Close Brothers this money if the house hasn't sold?
If you enter into a facility agreement with the customer, the facility agreement says that you are required to make payment in the sooner of either 10 months or when the property sells.
So if it's still for sale 10 months later, you still owe them the money?
If it's still for sale after 10 months, yes, you would still owe them the money, but your property would still be on the market and you would still have the opportunity.
Where on the website does it say that? Because I've gone into your frequently asked questions. That's a few clicks in, but it says, can I cancel my agreement with Close Brothers? Now, it just says that you can bring your agreement limited with Close Brothers Limited to an end at any time by paying the fees due in full. Nowhere can I find what happens if I cancel because of a complaint against Purple Bricks. It just says they will pay them, you will pay them, Purple Bricks will pay Close Brothers Limited to reduce the amount payable by you. If you raise issues with us, we will deal with them punctually and professionally. I mean, that's not clear. What does that mean?
As you've heard earlier, we are regulated by the Ombudsman. The customers can raise issues with Purple Bricks and we will deal with them professionally. I mean, just to put it in context, we sell thousands and thousands of houses every month, and the issues or concerns that we receive are very much lower than 1% of the population of what we deal with. So,
what proportion of what you've got there doesn't sell after 10 months?
Well, in terms of the proportion of people that don't sell after 10 months, that obviously varies, at any particular time because they're still on the market.
We'll have to leave that. Unless there is a simple answer, are you going to tell us what proportion don't sell within 10 months?
The proportion of people that we advertise who's sold in the period when we last made an announcement was 83%.
Okay.
But the other 17% are still on the market.
Michael Bruce from Humorous. Thanks so much for coming on. And if you'd like to hear more about that story, then Watchdog Live is on BBC One tonight at 8 o'clock. Now, people travelling in Europe using their mobile phones are starting to find that there are funny black holes, where the new rules about what you'll pay don't seem to apply. You've been telling us about some of these black holes. We're all supposed to be able to use mobiles right across the EU now, paying only what we pay to use them at home. It came in last month. That was supposed to put an end to the sort of bill shocks people got after using mobiles abroad. The kind of bill shock Ken Sim Hamsio just contacted us about. He's only just got back from Corfu.
We arrived on June the 23rd, about midday, switched on the mobiles and got a text message saying, welcome to Greece, detailing all the costs, which were going to be zero because we were roaming in the EU. Later in the afternoon, our daughter called from the UK, and the call lasted a couple of minutes. Shortly after the call, I received a text to tell me I had roaming charges of £4.29. Obviously thought this was a mistake, so I contacted Three, my mobile operator, via web chat. They said I'd made a call to an Albanian number, and I told them I hadn't. The operator went on to ask if we'd been on a cruise ship or a ferry or a beach. We hadn't. She eventually agreed to waive the charges as a gesture of goodwill. Clearly, the network does text you to advise you when you're connected to a new network. But I also have a Wi-Fi device, which isn't a mobile phone, so doesn't alert me to texts from the network. As a consequence of this, connecting to an Albanian network, I racked up charges of over £26 in calls, texts and data roaming in the 2 weeks. My fear was that actually lots of people will go to Europe this year thinking, I don't have to worry about mobile charges anymore. I think people are going to get caught out.
That's Ken Sim, and he's right. We had another listener come to us about her son who racked up a huge bill using his mobile going through the Channel Tunnel from London to Brussels. So what's going on? Dan Howden is a consumer expert from cable.co.uk. So Dan, have you been hearing about these cases as well?
Well, I think we have to give it time. I mean, the rules for roaming were only changed on the 15th of June. Those are the rules that actually made it free to roam within the European Union. And, of course, most people's bills are deferred for a whole month. So the time that we're going to be hearing about that is about now.
OK, what is happening here then? Why are these people finding that they're not included in the roaming rules?
Okay, well, the rules apply to EU countries, and of course if you're perhaps somewhere near the border of one of those countries, what your mobile phone does, being the clever little device that it is it looks for the strongest signal. So depending on your location, it might find that, let's say you're in Greece, for example, as Ken was, or you're on the south coast of Spain, it might actually find that that strongest signal is coming at you across the net. It will then switch to use that service. And really it then becomes down to the user to check which network you're currently connected to.
How would you do?
Well, the M25 is still very busy anti-clockwise today.
I mean, I suppose the most interesting point from all of this is what this really comes down to is people ensuring on the one hand that they're completely familiar with the terms of the roaming on their own particular contract. I mean, they vary between providers, but they don't vary all that much. Being sure to see if travelling on a particular ferry or ship or on some international rail services is included, because quite often the companies providing those services will actually use their own provider while you're on board.
What Ofcom told us is what you have said, that the cap doesn't always apply, the roaming charges cap. They say it doesn't apply at sea, so if you're on a cruise, and different providers are offering different levels of coverage, and some also have a fair use policy. So if, for example, there's an awful lot of data abroad, then you might be charged more. So there's no way to find out apart from the hard way, which is to ring and listen to all that recorded music.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look into the tiny details of your contract, and I would say there's just a few things really you need to jot down and ask yourself. You know, are you going to be on board a long international train journey? Are you going to be on board a ferry? Are you near any borders or in a country where you're facing perhaps across a small sea to another country? And maybe just to jot down the names of the mobile providers that are in the country that is your actual destination if it's within the EU. That way, if it's something other than something you recognise showing up on your phone, you'll know that it's time to take a look and maybe not make a call or download anything.
Dan Howden from cable.co.uk. Thanks so much for that. Late millennials, that's people aged 25 to 34, are finding their finances are under pressure, according to research commissioned by the insurer LV. Now, LV asked YouGov to survey more than 9,000 of these late millennials, and 4 out of 10 of them reported being unable to save anything at all. They blamed their student loans and also their credit card debts. Here's someone they put us in touch with. Catherine's 27, she lives in London.
At the moment, I'm losing money as my wage just does not cover enough for me to save anything. So with rent, I've also got a car, which I'm sort of considering giving back because that's on finance as well. Bills, me and my housemate put £150 a month into a joint account for bills, and our rent is £1,400 between us as well. So when you add in obviously your weekly grocery shop and things like that, then there's not a great deal left over. When you hear about previous generations being able to buy houses when they were 18, 19 for very little money, and that just seems like a completely very, very unrealistic concept at the moment, anywhere near buying a house or anything. It does seem unfair that that's just not even an option for most people my age at the moment. I would love in sort of 5 years or so be able to look into buying property and just basically, increase the wage in order to be able to do that. How realistic that is, I'm not sure.
That's Catherine. Well, Helen Knappman is Deputy Editor of Moneywise. It's a magazine, and she writes a column there for millennials. Helen, why this age group then, 25 to 34? Why are they still struggling so long after leaving school?
Yeah, so there's a number of reasons for this. One of those, as the research by LV mentioned, was that people are particularly struggling to save because they're still paying off their student loans. So I think it found that 43% of these older millennials can't save because of student debt. And you might think, hold on a second, those older millennials won't have been affected by these higher tuition fees that came in.
It's fine. Work on it for tomorrow. It's gas.
Myself and my tuition fees, for example, were around £3,000 a year, plus you've got living expenses on top of that. So it's entirely possible that these people are coming out of university with around 20 grand worth of debt, which is a huge figure to repay.
Aren't they making poor decisions, borrowing, as Catherine has done, for new cars, buying stuff using credit cards, eating out?
I mean, that could be one of the reasons. It's hard to sort of judge an entire sort of generation and in saying they all make poor decisions, because that's not necessarily the case. A lot of research has shown that people are actually trying to do their best to save, and renting is one of the things the case study touched upon. So in London, for example, average rents are around £2,000 a month. Outside of London, they're around £800 a month. So when you're spending a considerable lump of your pay packet on rent, it's often hard to put money away to save.
Helen Knappman from Moneywise. Thanks for coming on. Now, right at the start of the programme, we reported on a big and potentially worsening shortage of beds in care homes across the UK. You and yours had asked the property consultants JLL to look at future capacity in the care home sector, and they found that we could be 7,000 beds short by the end of 2026, just because not enough care home beds are being built to meet the growing demands of the ageing population. You've been emailing us about this, and Samantha Fennick's been reading through your emails. She's here now. Sam, give us an idea of what people have been saying.
Well, one of the biggest worries that people are emailing in about is when you're funding your own place, what will happen if the money runs out. So Gary's been in touch. He says his mum's in a care home due to dementia. We're funding this privately after selling her home. We put aside a lot of money from the proceeds of the sale, but that's going to run out in December. What happens? Well, what happens is that if you're paying for yourself and your assets fall below 23,000, the local council will take over. But it's not as simple as that. What I found out this morning is that that people can stay where they are, but only if the family will top up the difference between what the council's willing to pay and what the care home actually charges.
Give us some more emails.
So Lorna's been in touch as well. She used to work in a care home, but it closed. The owner blamed minimum wage increases. Lorna said the residents had lived there for many years and they cried when it closed. Now, this is something we've been reporting on for many years, these pressures on care homes. And our research shows that 1 in 20 care home beds have closed in the last 3 years because of running costs. Councils have cut the amount they pay, and costs, particularly for staff, have been rising. There's a national shortage of nurses, so care homes are struggling to recruit people, and they're often paying agencies up to £45 an hour for staff.
In your report, which, if you missed, you can find on the Radio iPlayer or on the You and Yours website, Peter Calvary, who's from the private company Barchester Healthcare, he came up with a simple answer to this problem. He said, use NHS money for care beds.
At the moment, people are paying £3,000 a week for people to be staying in hospital when they don't need to be there, but they're only prepared to pay, in some areas of the country, £500 a week to provide care for them in the community. But meanwhile, the commissions are spending 6 times that to keep people in the hospital. So there has to be a sensible balance where the money will follow the patient or the resident to make sure the hospitals are only used for what hospitals need to be used for, rather than very, very, very expensive care.
Some are trying to do that already in some places, aren't they?
They are, but it's patchy. So some London boroughs are doing it. Hackney and the City of London are combining their social care and clinical care budgets. Warrington in Cheshire are doing it. So are St Helens on the Merseyside. We've reported from there on the programme. Greater Manchester is further on, though, through a devolution deal. They've already pulled their health and social care budgets, giving them a combined total of £6 billion. They say they want to close the gap between social care and healthcare in the region. They started this process 12 months ago, and they say they're starting to see the pressure on hospital beds ease.
Thanks, Sam. Keep those emails coming. We will follow up some of them and we'll include them in our podcast. There's a new podcast every Friday. Just had this from the Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care in Cumbria. He says standards have quite rightly been driven up by an increasingly rigorous inspection regime at the same time as council budgets have been cut. There is no magic money tree for councils. We cannot spend the same pound twice. That's it for today. Tomorrow, as the cost of energy rises, we'll be speaking about a cross-party group of MPs who are renewing their calls for a cap on prices. Will that work? And the car hire industry responds to some criticisms about the way it operates. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, 12:15.
You and Yours was presented by Winifred Robinson and it was produced by Helen Roberts. Now with an update on the weather, here's Jay Wynn.
Thanks, Alan. Good afternoon. And this spell of rather unsettled weather continues. An Atlantic low has moved in, bringing a lot of cloud with it, some rain and some fairly brisk winds as well. Northern Scotland, though, that's the place to be this afternoon for some sunshine, maybe the odd shower or two for the Northern Isles, but a lot of dry weather elsewhere. Central and southern Scotland going downhill. We've got some rain spreading in from the south, and maybe 15 degrees in Edinburgh and in Glasgow. Northern Ireland's quite wet right now. That rain is on the move, moving away towards the north with bright skies and scattered showers following along behind. We'll see temperature around about 16 or 17 degrees in Belfast. For England and Wales, though, a lot of cloud out there. Some rains, quite windy too. Wettest and windiest along the south coast, and underneath that rain, only 16 or 17 degrees in the wind. It'll feel cooler than that. Now, the rain and the brisk winds are moving ever eastward, so Wales should dry out by the late afternoon, but it'll still be pretty wet to the Midlands, eastern England, on into the early evening, and still wet right along the south coast. But eventually, that rain will get out into the North Sea. This afternoon, there are a few dry and bright spells here towards the Manchester area, temporary dry spells. Temperatures get to 20 degrees with that, but for many, it is only the middle to upper teens, so a bit disappointing all round. But as I say, that rain is on the move, moving northwards and eastwards, so overnight it'll clear out into the North Sea, it'll push its way north into northern Scotland and up into the Northern Isles as well. But eventually that clears away, and by dawn tomorrow, it's back to square one, really. It's unsettled with windy conditions and quite a few showers around. The showers mainly in Scotland and the western side of England and Wales through Thursday morning, and they will spread their way to the eastern side of England, but I suspect the southeast of England through tomorrow is largely dry. Breezy, though, a little bit of sunshine at times, and temperatures will get to 21 or 22 degrees, so a little bit warmer, but tempered by the wind. Some of the showers tomorrow in northern England, Scotland, maybe into Northern Ireland, will be heavy with some hail and maybe some thunder mixed in as well, and temperatures still only upper teens or possibly the low 20s. So another unsettled day on Thursday. By Friday, things are beginning to settle down from the west, but still a shower or two to be had in the western side of Scotland, the western side of England and Wales as well. But the further south and east you go, it is largely dry on Friday, and we should see temperatures up to 22 or 23 degrees. Alan, back to you.
Thanks, Jay. The World of One is next. That's after Louise Cooper's giving us a preview of Moneybox Live.
Today's programme is the second in our series, asking whether we face the death of retirement. And we want to hear from you. A recent report stated that young adults faced a monumental savings challenge to ensure a decent income once they finish work. So what are you doing to make provision for your retirement? What concerns and questions do you have? Please call 03700 100 444. Phone lines are now open, or email us moneybox@bbc.co.uk. The phone number again, 03700 100 444.
Thanks, Louise, and Moneybox Live is at 3 o'clock. And that's here on BBC Radio 4.
The World at One. This is James Robbins with 45 minutes of news and comment. The Prison Governors Association warns of a crisis in prisons in England and Wales. A former Conservative Solicitor General tells this programme that ministers need to get a grip.
Let's try and meet the real issue. A failure to educate, a failure to rehabilitate, a failure to make prisons a serious public policy question.
Second of Manveen Rana's investigations, we'll hear an accusation that the British company Bell Pottinger stoked racial tensions in South Africa, an outcome that Bell Pottinger says it never intended.
If they had any appreciation for what Nelson stood for, they would not have agreed to do what they were asked to do. Money would not have come into
Drug deaths are at a record high, driven in part by a rise in fatalities involving cocaine. We'll examine why. And we take you to the soggy seaside.
Oh, crumbs. How do these deck chairs work? Oh, you should have bought it ready assembled. Oh, I don't know. I give up.
Are people giving up on their deck chairs? We'll speak to the only man still making them in the UK. But first, the BBC News is read for us by Charles Carroll.
4 men from the West Midlands have been found guilty of plotting a terrorist attack in the UK. The Old Bailey heard that Naweed Ali, Khubayb Hussain, Mahibur Rahman and Tahir Aziz were thought to be planning an attack on the police or the military, similar to the one carried out on Fusilier v Rigby. From the court, Tom Burridge reports.
The 4 men were arrested in Birmingham and Stoke-on-Trent in the summer of last year. Counter-terrorism police had set up a fake courier company in Birmingham, with both Naweed Ali and his next-door neighbour, Khubayb Hussain. When MI5 attempted to bug Ali's car, they found a homemade pipe bomb and a meat cleaver, with the Arabic word for non-believer scratched in the blade. Ali and Hussain had previously been convicted for attending a terrorism training camp in Pakistan. In Belmarsh prison, they had met their accomplice, Mahibur Rahman, who had previously been jailed for possessing extremist Islamist propaganda. The police are thought to be preparing an attack on the police or the British military.
An inquest has heard how a British man who was fighting Islamic State militants in Syria took his own life to avoid being captured. Ryan Locke, who was 20 and from Chichester in West Sussex, died while fighting alongside Kurdish forces in Raqqa. The hearing heard in Portsmouth was told that he wanted to avoid a frightening death at the hands of IS. The number of deaths from drug poisoning has reached a record level, driven in part by a rise in fatalities involving cocaine. Figures for England and Wales, published by the Office for National Statistics, show there were more than 3,700 deaths involving both legal and illegal drugs in 2016. Our Home Affairs correspondent Nick Beak reports.
Around 2/3 of the drug poisoning deaths registered last year were caused by the misuse of drugs. The majority of people had taken heroin or morphine, but there's been a 16% increase in fatalities linked to cocaine. The ONS says this could be down to people taking a more pure form. The figures also show users in their 40s have now overtaken those in their 30s as being the age group with the highest mortality rate. Experts call this the train-spotting generation, a reference to the film 20 years ago, meaning many who started using hard drugs in the 90s are now dying from their addiction. Drugs charities say the figures show the government needs to do more. Ministers insist they're investing in services for addicts and highlighting the dangers of taking drugs.
The Ministry of Justice has defended its management of jails in England and Wales after a scathing attack by the President of the Prison Governors Association. In an open letter to her members, Andrea Albert said that many prisons were in crisis because of what she described as a toxic mix of population pressures, a shortage of officers, and the government's decision to separate the running of jails from policy making. She's told this programme that her members were at their wits' end. Here's our Home Affairs correspondent, Danny Shaw.
The Prison Governors Association isn't known for courting controversy, so the comments of its president are likely to be taken seriously by ministers. Andrea Albart was especially critical of a decision made by Liz Truss, when she was Justice Secretary, to transfer responsibility for prison policy to senior civil servants in the Ministry of Justice and leave the running of prisons to a new agency, the Prison and Probation Service. Ms. Albart said the decision was perverse and not cost-effective and claimed it had left the department with a gaping hole in operational knowledge. But in a statement, officials said the agency would help to create a distinct professionalised frontline service and ensure policy and operations worked closely together to deliver reforms.
A suicide bomber has blown up a NATO convoy in the southern Afghan province of Kandahar. Local police say the attacker drove a car loaded with explosives into the convoy. NATO said there had been casualties. The Taliban has said that it carried out the bombing. Opposition parties in Venezuela have delayed their next big anti-government protest until tomorrow. The European Commission says it's considering a whole range of actions in response to rising tensions in the country following the arrest of 2 leading opponents of President Maduro. Our correspondent Katie Watson reports from Caracas.
The opposition put back a planned protest to coincide with the expected inauguration of the Assembly, a body that could effectively rewrite the Constitution and that's been described as a power grab by the President. One of the opposition leaders, Freddy Guevara, said the protest would be on the day that the dictatorship planned to install the fraudulent assembly. Yesterday, Leopoldo López and Antonio Ledesma, two prominent opposition politicians, were arrested. Mr. Ledesma's daughter, Orieti Sharendorf Capriles, told me she believes the government is getting weaker by the day.
We know that the Venezuelan people, we stay in the streets and fight for our country.
For a vote that the government said would bring peace, the reality in Venezuela is very different.
The new leader of the opposition Labour Party in New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, has said that it's unacceptable for women who work to be asked about their plans to have children. Only hours after being elected, Ms Ardern was twice asked about whether she had to choose between motherhood and her career. She said a woman's decision should not predetermine whether she was given a job. And one of the best footballers in the world, Neymar, looks set to move from Barcelona to Paris Saint-Germain in what would be the most expensive transfer in the game's history. The Qatari owners of the French club are reportedly willing to pay almost £200 million. Spanish league officials have complained that the transfer would break fair play rules.
Charles Carroll, thanks. It's not news that there are huge problems in the prisons of England and Wales. It is news that the prison governors are now using words like madness to describe the government management of prisons. Following the disturbances at HM Prison The Mount, the president of the Prisoner Governors Association, Andrea Albert, has written an open letter to her members. She told me that overcrowding and cuts to staff numbers were absolutely linked to the present crisis.
I think we've seen the crisis coming over a long period. Back in 2012, prisons were benchmarked, and what that means is the cost of running a prison was decided, and the result of that was that we lost 7,000 prison officers. We are now at the point where we're unable to deliver decent rehabilitative regimes in prisons.
And you have a particular concern, I think, about prison governors being taken out of prisons and maybe into civil service.
Yeah, the Ministry of Justice, under the previous Secretary of State, Liz Truss, decided to separate policy from delivery. So Her Majesty's Prison and Probation Service delivers in prisons, but policy now is being written by career civil servants in the Ministry of Justice. But a lot of them have absolutely no understanding of prisons, and prisons are incredibly complex environments and a world away from our civil service. And so in order to put some context and some understanding into that policy, our members from senior management teams have been seconded into the Ministry of Justice. But what that has meant is that many of our senior management teams have got temporarily promoted staff into them at a time where we absolutely need competent senior management teams to deliver strategy within prisons.
You used a very strong word about the split between policy and delivery, and you talked about madness. Tell me what you mean by that.
I don't understand how you can have three civil servants who've come from other government departments who have absolutely no understanding of prisons. They may well never have stepped in prisons, they may well never have spoken to a prisoner, and yet they might be writing policy around violence reduction in prisons. It just doesn't seem right, and it's a very expensive model. For me, you need operational experts performing prisons and writing policies.
You specifically blamed Liz Truss for a massive policy change. Do you think all recent Secretaries of State for Justice, including the present incumbent, are failing in their jobs?
Well, we've had 5 Secretaries of State in 7 years, each with a different view of how they wanted to reform or change prisons. As a service, we go in one direction, 12 months later we have another Secretary of State, so we go in another direction, 12 months later we have another Secretary of State. This constant change further destabilises prisons. The current Secretary of State, David Lidington, he has inherited prison service in crisis, and I deliberately use that term, and I find his silence deafening. We have had incident after incident in recent weeks in some of our biggest and most challenging prisons, and I, for one, have seen nothing from David Lidington. Sam Gina is our prisons minister under Liz Truss. He has retained that job, and he's unable to meet with the PJ till mid-October since he took up position post-election, and I just find that unacceptable.
The Prison Governors Association isn't known, I think, for being as outspoken as you have been today. Are you adjusting its public stance because you think you have to? You're being, if you like, a little bit more militant in what you're saying.
I don't think we're militant. I think we're being very factual in what we're saying. We are a moderate organisation, and I'm proud that we are. But members are very tired, they're at the wit's end, they can't deliver these difficult messages. I can. I reached a point in recent days where I felt it was absolutely important that the message was out there because we weren't hearing anything from the government.
The President of the Prison Governors Association. So is her criticism of ministers in particular justified? Well, I spoke earlier to Sir Edward Garnier, a former Conservative Solicitor General and now a trustee of the Prison Reform Trust.
The real problem with the prison system in England and Wales at the moment is that it's woefully overcrowded. And until this government or any government gets to grips with overcrowding, we're going to have these problems going round and round and round. The prison population now is roughly 85,000. Not all that long ago, towards the end of Margaret Thatcher's premiership, the prison population was about 45,000. So it's almost doubled since then. It is true to say that there are probably not enough prison officers, but the problem is really to be found in overcrowding. And until this government or any future government breaks the back of overcrowding, we're going to have this constant revolving door problem of disturbance in prisons, of dissatisfaction amongst governors and prison officers, dissatisfaction for those who are living in the prisons, that's to say the prisoners, and an unsatisfactory result for the public at large.
Breaking the back of the problem of overcrowding, as you put it, that must mean surely us all spending more money on our prisons, building extra ones, staffing them adequately to avoid this crisis getting even worse.
Or sending fewer people to prison. When I was Shadow Prisons Minister, and I accepted it was a long time ago now, 2005 to 2009, I was fortunate enough to be able to visit 65 of the 140 or so custodial institutions, and overcrowding was still a problem then. The other problem was churn. Prisoners were sent from the courts to the nearby prison, and then they were there for a while, then they were moved to another one, then to another one, then to another one. And if you were on a 5 or 6 or 7 year sentence, you could be sent from everything from 2 to 3 to 4 to 10 different prisons during the course of your sentence. And the problem is your medical records don't follow you on time, your education records don't follow you on time, your probation records don't follow you on time. But it's worse than that, because prison staff, and particularly at senior levels, they are also shunted around the system. So there is a lack of stability in the management of the prison system, there's a lack of stability in the accommodation of prisoners, and there's a lack of stability as a consequence inside the prisons.
Andrea Albert was particularly critical of the decision to separate operational...
Need some diesel.
to find it possible to operate that.
Well, I'm not in a position to comment on that, although clearly in the armed services, operational officers are deployed at regimental level or at unit level, and then as they get promoted, they do staff jobs. And I'm sure the same must be true within the police and so forth. So I don't think there's any particular magic in that criticism. But clearly, if you are short of people, if you move a good prison governor to a desk job in Whitehall, he's not able or she's not able to manage a prison. I seem to remember when I was Shadow Prisons Minister that a good day for a prison governor was when nothing happened. I longed for the day when something positive happened. But on top of that, it needs political guidance and political leadership. That's where the policy lead comes from. It comes from the Secretary of State, it comes from the Prime Minister, and it comes from the Prisons Minister. First, the Prisons Minister needs to be of sufficient seniority to be taken account of. And the current one, Sam Jima, is an excellent minister, a very good and kind man. But his political rank is not sufficiently high for the government machine to pay sufficient attention to him. Secondly, the Secretary of State for Justice must take a day-to-day interest in the strategy behind prisons policy. And thirdly, the Prime Minister, and I'm not making criticism of Mrs. May, but any Prime Minister must lead her government or his government in such a way that prisons policy is given sufficient attention. If it isn't, well, then it's not surprising that the public and other politicians see prisons as a low-order priority public policy question.
Andrea Albert talked about crisis after crisis and what she called a deafening silence from the Justice Secretary, David Lidington, a prison service in deep crisis, and ultimately
he and the government are responsible for that.
Well, of course, the government of the day is always responsible for whatever is happening on the day. You have in David Diddington a highly intelligent, a highly civilised cabinet minister, and I can't think of a better man from the current government to do this job. The fact that he hasn't spoken out on the 2nd of August, I think, is not particularly significant.
She also, I think, a deafening silence from him throughout his period in office, and she talked about this churn in Secretaries of State. 5 Justice Secretaries in 7 years.
Yes, it's a perfectly fair criticism to say that there have been too many, and in my view, some of them were not suitable for the job, but too many Justice Secretaries in a relatively short space of time. But let's get beyond that. Let's try and meet the real issue, which is overcrowding, churn of staff and of prisoners, a failure to educate, a failure to rehabilitate, a failure to make prisons a serious public policy question. We only really hear about prisons when something is going badly wrong. But I come back to the point I made at the outset, that overcrowding of our prison estate is the real enemy of progress and reform, of good working and living conditions within our prison system. And until we address that, until we either send fewer people to prison, which I would prefer, or we build more prisons to lessen overcrowding, this is a perennial problem.
So Edward Garnier, Conservative former Solicitor General. We did ask to speak to a minister at the Ministry of Justice. Instead, in a statement, the ministry says it continues to work closely with the unions and all staff to help reform the service. Now, it's 23 years since the birth of South Africa's Rainbow Nation, and it stands at a watershed. Its president, Jacob Zuma, is facing a vote of no confidence in Parliament next week, which could see him kicked out of office in a country increasingly angry at his conspicuous enrichment, while the poorest in South Africa get poorer. At issue is the president's relationship with one of South Africa's richest families, the Gupta brothers. In the second of her 4-part investigative series, Manveen Rana looks into the allegation that the British PR firm Bell Pottinger was hired in part to inflame racial tensions on behalf of Guptas in order to distract from a massive financial scandal at the heart of government, an allegation that, as we'll hear, Bell Pottinger deny.
They have to use sunscreen because they don't belong here. They must go back to their country where there is no sun.
This country is ours. Africa is ours. Is South Africa in 2017.
All land in South Africa, all of it belongs to us, and all of it was taken from us.
The British PR firm Bell Pottinger stands accused of fomenting racial tensions through their work with the controversial Gupta family. But was the issue of economic apartheid manufactured by Bell Pottinger for a campaign?
You know, like any good propaganda, it needs to contain a kernel of truth.
So, is economic apartheid reality? Well, the gap between rich and poor is wider in South Africa than almost anywhere else in the world, and they have some of the worst educational standards, making it even harder for the poor to improve their lot. In the townships, disparity is obvious.
Hello. What's your name? Precious.
Precious, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a doctor.
Is this your daughter? She says she wants to be a doctor.
Yes, please.
Are you working?
No, I'm not working.
Are there any jobs here?
No, there's nothing. We've been applying, no answers.
How long have you been out of work?
5 years now.
5 years?
Yes.
And out of your neighbours here in Soweto and people in your family, how many people are like you as struggling to find jobs?
There's so many people applying, there's no answers, no job.
Do you think it'll be different by the time your daughter grows up? Do you think she can be a doctor?
Maybe.
What needs to change?
Maybe we can get a new president. Maybe we can see the change.
Here in Soweto, some parts of the township have effectively become a tourist industry. So as you walk along the road, there are stalls set out for souvenirs, bright clothes, jewellery, but there's no real model for economic growth. And a lot of the people here still don't have jobs or any prospect of getting them. Right? How easy is it to get jobs in Soweto now?
Hey, it's really hard, Mommy. As you can see, us, we are not working, but we're hustling. Many of us go to school, but we end up
in the streets. It's even worse now that our people are in charge, you see.
Why is that?
Me, personally, I think maybe it was better off in apartheid days, you see, because people used to get jobs.
It's really surprising for me to be standing here in the middle of Soweto, very close to where Nelson Mandela lived, and hear people saying it was better under apartheid.
Yeah, I can still say that it was better off, you see, because now the government, they only think for themselves and their families owned, you see. The corruption rate is high, everything is high, because back then there were better decisions. I don't say whites are better than black. I'm just saying their government was doing better before.
These are exactly the people a campaign on economic apartheid should aim to help. But the allegation is that Bell Pottinger was running a campaign that shifted the spotlight onto white business leaders and away from President Zuma's leadership.
President Zuma doesn't do any right for us or for our country. They're eating a lot of money, billions, almost trillions, and they're suffering a lot. They're suffering.
I say President Zuma needs to step down.
Who would you all support?
EFF.
EFF.
Zuma is the one who must withdraw. You are withdrawing a wrong person.
The EFF, or Economic Freedom Fighters, are a revolutionary, militant socialist party led by the firebrand politician Julius Malema. They've become the third biggest party in South Africa, and their members arrive in Parliament wearing matching red jumpsuits in solidarity with the labourers of the country. Just signing in here at the headquarters of the EFF. And it asks for full name, date, company, reason for visit. Firearm, yes or no? I think I might be a little bit blander than their average guest. Julius Malema has spent years talking about white monopoly capital and the economic challenges facing the country. So how does he view the campaign by Bell Pottinger?
Well, they vulgarized the whole point. They just wanted to find something to hide their corruption. And they used it in a manner that causes unnecessary divisions. Because if you use it for opportunistic reasons, to hide corruption of blacks, and you say, no, black corruption is not a problem, the problem is white monopoly capital, that's absolute nonsense, which we're not going to accept. The corruption of the Guptas, helped by Bell Pottinger, must be exposed, it must be dealt with. But it doesn't mean white monopoly capital is not a problem. It is a problem.
But do you worry, and we saw it a bit with the Bell Pottinger campaign and what they were doing, do you worry that by talking about white monopoly capital and making it the issue, it might stir up the sort of anger which goes against the spirit of reconciliation?
No. To speak about reality, it is actually going to help us. When you deal with issues in a more genuine way, you seek to resolve these imbalances. It will not cause problems. Unlike how Bell Pottinger was using it. They were using it not in a genuine way, not to resolve inequalities, but they were using it to conceal crime. And that is divisive. It all depends on how you carry out your message. We've been saying this. It has never caused divisions in the country. People have known and accepted that there is a certain phenomenon that we're seeking to deal with.
That's really the crux. Inequality and economic apartheid are very real. But the campaign, run by Bell Pottinger, didn't target the problems which are holding back the very poorest in the townships, like poor standards of education or a lack of access to the jobs market. Instead, it railed against the banking system after all four of the big banks in South Africa refused to give the Guptas an account. The Guptas and President Zuma have denied any involvement in corruption, and the chief executive of Bell Pottinger, James Henderson, told me he refuted Julius Malema's claims too.
There was certainly no intention of collaborating with corruption. We were trying to do a good job for a client in managing their reputation and defending them from a number of accusations, some of which were within the political arena.
Whatever the reasons behind the campaign, it's had a very real effect on the lives of ordinary South Africans.
You could feel the systemic tension emerging. I mean, at one point I said to a colleague of mine, as they say, a son of the ANC, felt uncomfortable. So I can't imagine how ordinary white people began to feel. So their campaign was working because it was fostering a sense of anger, a sense of resentment, everything that Mandela, the stalwarts of our liberation struggle, were fighting against.
Nicholas Wolpe is a white South African whose father fought to end apartheid and whose uncle was on trial with Nelson Mandela. He now runs Lily's Leaf Farm, a memorial to the anti-apartheid movement.
What Bell Pottinger did by coming in and taking something that is so sensitive, which is a political dynamite, and utilized it for personal exploitation and gain. They've managed to inculcate into our vocabulary a terminology which is cancerous. And we're now battling that. The ANC in every single document, historical document you read, says South Africa cannot fulfill its full potential unless it creates a non-racial society where all South Africans participate. And Bell Pottinger has come in and stuck a knife into the heart of that very ethos and fabric by exploiting something that is extremely sensitive, and they've been malicious.
Bell Pottinger has apologised now, and they've sacked one of people who was involved in the account, and they've suspended a few more. Are you happy with that? Has that helped?
That's tokenism. You can't suddenly, once the horses bolted, suddenly close the stable door and then find a few sacrificial lambs and say they behaved on their own, they were rogue PR publicists who had no mandate to do what they did. Bell Pottinger, as a company, must take responsibility for the damage that they have caused in this country. Damage that undermined our struggle and what so many people sacrificed for. If they had any appreciation for what Nelson stood for, they would not have agreed to do what they were asked to do. Money would not have come into it. If there was any moral fibre in the leadership of Bell Pottinger, they would have said, this is not acceptable.
So what would you like to see Bell Pottinger do?
Bell Pottinger should be put out of business for immoral business ethics, for the pain and suffering that has been caused by their immoral campaign. I definitely think the British government should take steps.
Not only do the Guptas and President Zuma deny these allegations, but the chief executive of Bell Pottinger, James Henderson, says his company's actions in South Africa have been misunderstood.
At worst, we were very naive in what we got involved with, but there was no at any point intention to create the impact that's claimed that we've been created. We went out predominantly with a corporate campaign trying to handle an issue in a responsible way, and I believe that will come out. However, I believe there was naivety, and we were involved in a very political situation, and we've allowed ourselves to become the story, but the actions we've been accused of, in time, I hope it'll come out that we did not do that.
And we have been called guilty for any evidence that will show
how scientists have been working to piece together what we know about the world's first flower, Promotional. It turns out it's something more than they might know. Ultimately come from one common source, which lived at least 140 million years ago. Mario Marino is associate professor in evolutionary biology at the University of Missouri. And he was so excited to find it. The origin of flowers is something that fully mystery as a person of evolutionary biologists and Sharon, and we know relatively little about these first flowering plants in the past. No, there are many other ways in which plants can reproduce. For example, pine trees, gymnosperms, they produce seeds with in cones without flowers, so they just have a different reproductive structure. And then you have things like mosses and liverworts, which also produce offspring, descendants, without any flowers. Flowers are a relatively new evolutionary invention. Why did plants then decide, or a plant, that it needed a flower? It's not so much that they decided, but what happened was that when flowers evolved, this new structure appeared. It turns out that it was enormously successful in allowing plants to reproduce, probably because it helped them to recruit animals who carry the pollen from one plant to another, particularly insects. And insects are very good in moving around and transporting these pollen grains between individuals. And probably that advantage of recruiting animal pollinators is related to the enormous success of flowering plants. Currently, they are the most species-rich group of plants on the planet. Should I look at the modern magnolia in a totally different way? Is this a flower that designers might have looked at, met?
Nice. I'll leave this over there, shall I? Hey. Where you got to put the sofas? Where have you got to put the sofas? No mechanisms, they just pass them down. They need a forklift if they got mechanisms, don't they? They're so light.
The number of deaths in England and Wales from drugs reached a record level.
I'm finished till Tuesday, so not really my problem.
The most startling is maybe this one. People in their 40s are most at risk. Death rate is more than people in their 20s. That reverses the situation in 1.
I'll try and put the video on while we're setting up the antennas on the deck of the ship tomorrow. So it should probably sometime after 2 p.m, I'm guessing.
Rowena Russell runs highwecanhelp.com, an online resource for people whose lives are affected by drugs.
We're not getting to the ship till 1 o'clock and we'll be straight
straight on with setting antennas up. So probably around 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I'll set up the computer on the top, on the bridge, and I'll just leave it pointing down at the guys setting up the antennas and stuff and whatever. Catch you later. Have a good couple of days. I'll catch you tomorrow. I'm going to have a play and see if I can get it working again on Vaughan. But I don't hold up much hope. See you later. Bye. Once we're set up there, I'll have video streaming from inside the ship as well, from the galley where most of the radio equipment will be. I thought we'd already gone.
No, fucking road. We'll go get the keys. Take over now.